All right, we'll be on the record in the following cause: Commonwealth of Kentucky before the Public Service Commission, case number 2007-00134, in the matter of the application of Kentucky American Water Company for a certificate of public convenience and necessity, authorizing the construction of Kentucky River Station 2, associated facilities, and transmission main. Good morning. My name is Mark David Goss. I'm chairman of the Kentucky Public Service Commission. Seated to my right is John W. Clay, who is vice chair of the commission. In a notice sent to all parties dated October 11, 2007, Commissioner Caroline Pitt Clark has indicated that she is refraining from participation in this matter as a result of her husband being employed by a law firm which represents one of the parties. She has requested an opinion from the Executive Branch Ethics Commission as to whether her participation in this case is appropriate. Until that opinion is received, Commissioner Clark will not participate in the case out of an abundance of caution and in order to ensure public confidence in these proceedings. However, it is entirely possible that Commissioner Clark could ultimately join in the decision of this case if the Executive Branch Ethics Commission determines that there is no problem in her doing so. However, the parties and the public should be made aware that this commission will not delay the decision of this case pending receipt of that Executive Branch Ethics Commission. We will proceed on the schedule as we have set out, and if there is a ruling by the Executive Branch Ethics Commission prior to her having an opportunity, that's assuming it's favorable, and prior to her opportunity to, or providing her an opportunity to participate, she will do so. If not, we do not intend to wait for it, and we are going to stay on schedule to try to reach a decision for everyone in this case early next year as planned. This matter is before the Commission today upon application for a certificate of public convenience and necessity filed by Kentucky American Water Company on March 30, 2007 to construct a 20 million gallon per day water treatment facility on Pool 3 of the Kentucky River in Owen County and approximately 30 miles of 42-inch water transmission main to connect that facility to Kentucky American's existing distribution system. The transmission main would run through portions of Owen, Franklin, Scott, and Fayette counties and connect with Kentucky American's existing distribution system at the intersection of Newtown and Ironworks Pikes in Fayette County, Kentucky. The total cost of the construction is estimated at approximately $160 million. Now, in order to narrow the issues and to provide all parties with an idea of what the Commission believes the issues are in the case, they are as follows: whether pursuant to KRS 278.020 and the regulations that have been promulgated thereunder, the application for certificate of public convenience and necessity demonstrates that there is a need for the proposed 20 million gallon per day facility and the 30 miles of transmission main that go along with it, and whether such construction will result in a wasteful investment or duplication of facilities by Kentucky American, and whether such construction under the existing and foreseeable circumstances is reasonable. Now, just so the parties also understand that the Commission takes the position that this case does not involve a choice between competing alternatives, that is the Kentucky American and Louisville Water Company alternatives. Rather, since it filed the application, the focus must be on Kentucky American's proposal. However, of course, when evaluating that proposal, this Commission must examine other available alternatives to determine the reasonableness of the option which Kentucky American selected. Among the criteria which are germane to reasonableness is, of course, cost, route, source of supply, and there are others. Those are the three biggies. That sets hopefully a brief synopsis of what the Commission believes the issues are and somewhat what the ground rules are in terms of the types of evidence and the types of evidence that we'll receive and the burden of proof that the parties carry. Before we go any further, gentlemen and ladies, let's go ahead and take appearances of counsel for each party. And it looks like we have, I think we have room for all the attorneys up front here. Good. I see no, Mr. Bain, I see Mr. Barbary and Mr. Fitzgerald. There's some others. I apologize. Would you gentlemen like to maybe come up on the front row and you're welcome to stay where you are, but I want you to be comfortable. And
I appreciate it, Your Honor. I'm fine where we
okay, Mr. Fitzgerald, you.
Sure. When it's our turn to ask questions, it'll
Okay.
take us a minute or two to set
Okay,
up.
sure.
We're fine back here.
All right. Do I see Mr. Barbary somewhere? You okay where you are, Mr. Barbary? Okay. All right, let's go ahead then, gentlemen, and take appearances of counsel. Yeah, okay. Yeah, Mr. Talley, I'm sorry, Mr. Hughes, are y'all okay where you are? Okay.
Mr. Chairman, the Attorney General's office from time to time as required, and I think all the interveners are willing to accommodate each other. We'll step aside and allow the other
Okay.
interveners,
All right.
counsel, to rotate in.
Appreciate that, Mr. Howard. Okay, let's go ahead and take appearances of counsel. We'll start with Kentucky American Water Company.
Lindsey Ingram Jr., Lindsey Ingram III, Stahl, Keenan, and Ogden, 300 West Vine Street, Suite 2100, Lexington, 40507, and A.W. Turner, Vice President, General Counsel, Kentucky American Water Company, 2300 Richmond Road, Lexington, Kentucky, 405.
Thank you, Mr. Ingram. Nice to see you, gentlemen. For the Attorney General's office,
Good morning. David Edward Spinard, Dennis G. Howard II, Office of the Attorney General, 1024 Capitol Center Drive, Suite 200, Frankfort, Kentucky, 40601.
all right, thank you. For Louisville Water Company,
Yes, Your Honor. My name is John Salent. I'm with the law firm of Dinsmore and Scholl. Rather than provide the addresses here, we'll provide the court reporter with our business cards. Also with me is Edward Tip Depp, also from the same law firm, as well as the in-house general counsel to the Louisville Water Company, Barbara Dickens. And that is the contingent of lawyers from the Louisville Water Company.
thank you, Mr. Salent. Nice to see you.
Thank you, sir.
For Bluegrass Water Supply Commission, Mr. Talley.
Yes, Your Honor. My name is Damon R. Talley, Post Office Box 150, Hodgenville, Kentucky, 42748, attorney for the Bluegrass Water Supply Commission.
Thank you. Mr. Hughes for Kentucky River Authority.
Yes, sir. Jack Hughes, 124 West Todd Street, Frankfort, for the Kentucky River Authority.
All right. Mr. Fitzgerald for CAUSE, Citizens for Alternative Water Solutions.
Mr. Chairman, Tom Fitzgerald, Kentucky Resources Council, 213 St. Clair Street, Suite 200, Frankfort, Kentucky, for cause.
I see you, Mr. Fitzgerald. Mr. Bain for KIUC.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My name is David Bain, the law firm of Bain, Crooks, and Lowry, 36 East 7th Street, Cincinnati, Ohio, 45202, on behalf of Kentucky Industrial Utility Company.
All right, Mr. Bain, thank you. Mr. Barbary for LFUCG.
Thank you, sir. David Barbary on behalf of the Lexington Fayette Urban County Government, Department of Law, 200 East Main Street, Lexington, Kentucky, 40507.
All right, nice to see you. For the PSC staff,
On behalf of Commission staff, Gerald Wucher, Virginia Gregg, Todd Osler, Robert Callen.
all right. Have I left anybody out that has intervened in the case? All right, very good. All right, let's take care of a few procedural matters, and we'll get right into the receipt of evidence. As most everyone knows, this commission held 3 different public comment hearings in Owenston, Lexington, and Frankfort back in the earlier part of the fall. And as was announced at those hearings, and as is contained in the procedural order, I think, there will be no public comment received today because we did it. We did a little road show back in the fall, and we want to get right into the taking of evidence. With that said, if there are any members of the public that still wish to provide written comments, we would welcome those, and we would let you know that you can submit those right on up to December the 21st, 2007, which is the day that we believe, hopefully, that the case will stand submitted for a decision. So if you wish to file written comments with the commission, you may do so up to that date. You can also, I would presume, get on the, for those that might be watching via the web, you can get on the PSC website and email us any written comments, and we will receive those just as much as we will written comments. Gentlemen, I think according to procedural schedule and agreement of all the parties, the witnesses will be limited to verifying the testimony, their pre-filed testimony that is currently of record, and there will be no summarization allowed of any testimony. Also, there will be no opening statements, no closing statements. I think the parties and certainly the commission understands what the issues are. I do not think it's necessary to do that. Before we go any further, Mr. Ingram, whichever Mr. Ingram wishes to do it, is Kentucky American prepared to offer proof of publication of notice of this hearing?
We are, Your Honor, and the original has been given to, distributed to the court reporter, and we have copies to distribute. If it please the commission, I'd like to have this marked as Kentucky American's Exhibit 8, or 1. I guess 1 would be preferable.
Okay. Does any counsel have any objection to the notice of publication? You may, Mr. Ingram, are they seeing this for the first time?
Unless they've read the newspapers, yes, Your Honor.
Well, rather than you gentlemen taking time and hurriedly looking through what Mr. Ingram has submitted, let's go ahead and just mark that as KWC Exhibit Number 1 for identification, and then you all can have have just a little bit of time this morning to take a look at it. I don't know that it makes a whole lot of sense to go forward with a hearing if there's a problem with notice, but we're going to presume that there's not. If there is any objection to Exhibit Number 1, then let's just agree that you would let us know that before we take up the afternoon's session. That way, I don't know, since we're getting started so late, whether we'll take a break before the lunch hour. Probably not. So that'll give you the lunch hour to look at it. And if anybody has an objection to it, let us know when we take back up. And assuming there is none, then Mr. Ingram, your exhibit will be for your motion to offer the exhibit will be sustained. Now, the commission understands that there are obviously a lot of attorneys here in the room and a lot of folks that are very interested in these proceedings. And what we've tried to do is to provide meeting rooms in the building here close to the front door that parties may avail themselves of in case they need to meet, or attorneys need to interview witnesses and counsel with their clients and so forth. Hopefully, PSC staff has previously shown you all where your assigned rooms are, but for purposes of identification, Kentucky American's room will be 108, Louisville Water Company will be room 158, LFUCG will be room 153, and the Attorney General's office will be room 149. We have not provided rooms for the other intervenors since we quite frankly didn't figure that there would be a need for it. Certainly, if you gentlemen, Mr. Bain, Mr. Fitzgerald, Mr. Talley, Mr. Hughes, and others, Mr. Barbary, if you all need a room that you to counsel with clients and witnesses and so forth, just let someone out front know, and we'll be more than happy to find you an empty office. Also, if anyone needs anything during the course of the hearing, all you have to do is go up front and speak to one of the folks at the reception desk, and they will get the appropriate person to handle whatever your issue might be. Now, what I intend to do in terms of running the hearing is for the parties to present their witnesses in the following order. Kentucky American will go first, followed by Louisville Water Company, followed by the Attorney General, followed by the Citizens for Alternative Water Solutions. The order of cross-examination will be very similar, somewhat similar. It will be in this order: Kentucky American, Louisville Water, Attorney General, Bluegrass Water Supply District, then Citizens for Alternative Water Solutions, KIUC, Kentucky River Authority, Lexington Fayette Urban County Government, and Mr. Wucher and PSC staff will back cleanup. Also, there have been a couple of issues raised during the course of discovery with regard to confidentiality. Just let me caution the attorneys that if we get into a situation where you believe that confidentiality is going to be an issue, let the commission know as far in advance as you can so that there's not a slip of the tongue or some inadvertent disclosure that does not need to be made of some confidential information. We can take that up, and just so the public will know, there are certain issues that are proprietary and confidential in nature that by regulation and by statute should not come within the environment of the public. And so what I will do as chairman of the commission is to clear the room, and we'll go on to a special confidentiality record, and when the confidential information has been explored and we're ready to go back to information that's subject to consideration and hearing by the public, we'll invite everyone back in. I don't know that that will occur, but if it does, that's the reason that we're doing it. So, gentlemen, just let me know if we get to a point where there's some confidential matter that we need to be made aware of. Now, I understand, Mr. Salent, that Louisville Water Company has an outstanding motion for an informal conference. The commission has considered that motion, and quite frankly, since we're here about to start the hearing, we don't believe that there's really any purpose in calling for an IC, so we'll go ahead and issue a written order overruling your motion before the end of the day. That is not to say that the commission does not want the parties to meet and talk at any point that they desire to do so, and the commission will attempt to facilitate any such discussions or informal or formal conferences. We'd be more than happy to give you a room to do so. So that motion will be overruled in writing a little bit later. Are there any other outstanding motions or outstanding issues that the commission needs to consider before we begin taking proof in the case?
Just one, Mr. Chairman. You indicated at the beginning of the hearing that in the event that Commissioner Clark decides to participate later on, do I assume that there will be an order to that effect?
Yes, sir. There'll be an order, and I can assure the parties that if that were to be the case, Commissioner Clark would review all of the tapes of the hearing. She would also be able to access any and all of the documents that Commissioner Clay and I have the opportunity to review. And so I guess what I'm saying is if she were to ultimately sit in on the decision of the case, she would be expected to come up to speed on all the issues and the testimony and the nuances of the case to the same degree that Commissioner Clay and I have.
Okay, thank you, Mr.
But
Chairman.
that would be, yes, sir, that would be by written order.
Okay, as I stand here today, I cannot represent that in the event that she gets a favorable opinion by the Ethics Commission in the AG's position, that would nonetheless remove any argument that there is still a conflict.
Okay.
So I just want to put the Commissioner
All
on
right,
notice.
I understand it. Thank you, Mr. Tower. Sure, Mr. Fitzgerald.
On that, if in fact there is an order from Commissioner Clark that in response to the Executive Branch Ethics Commission ruling that she does intend to participate, we would like to reserve the opportunity to very quickly brief the issue, because we believe there are other standards that are relevant besides the opinion of the Executive
Okay.
Branch Ethics Commission.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Fitzgerald. Okay, are there any other matters then to take up? All right, what we'll do then, we'll go ahead and get started with the taking of evidence, and we will I'll call on Mr. Ingram to go ahead and identify Kentucky American's first witness.
Your Honor, Mr. Ingram and I do look very similar, but we'll call Nick Rowe to the stand.
You may look similar, but you don't speak similarly, Mr. Attorney. Different accent. Mr. Rowe, would you raise your right hand, please, sir? Do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do, Your Honor.
Okay, Mr. Turner, go ahead.
Rowe, would you state your name and your position with the company for the record, please?
Nick Rowe, President, Kentucky American Water, 2300 Richmond Road, Lexington, Kentucky, 40502.
Mr. Rowe, did you cause to be pre-filed in this matter testimony, direct testimony, consisting of 5 pages and 1 exhibit with your qualifications?
Yes, I did.
Okay. And do you have any changes to that testimony?
Yes, one change I would like to present to, as part of this hearing, updated slate of officers for Kentucky American.
Your Honor, I distributed before the hearing started a copy of that update that replaces the Q&A in Mr. Rowe's testimony, his 3rd numbered question, page 1, lines 9 through 22.
Okay.
And we'd request that that be, I guess that's KAWC Exhibit number 2.
Okay. Any objection? All right, let it be marked in Connie and entered of record.
Rowe, with that change to the testimony, if you were asked the same questions that your pre-filed testimony has, would your answers be the same today?
Yes, they would.
Your Honor, move admission of Mr. Rowe's pre-filed testimony into the record. Witness is available for cross.
All right, thank you. Okay, Mr. Salent.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good morning, Mr. Rowe.
Good morning.
Again, on this rainy morning. I wonder, before I begin my question, if I might just turn to the Commission for just a moment. Mr. Chairman,
Yes,
Mr.
sir.
Vice Chairman, thank you. We are, in my first part of my questions, I have a map that I was going to show to Mr. Rowe. It is a map that we've obtained from the Public Service Commission. It shows the various water facilities in Kentucky. It's from the Public Service Commission. The reason I bring it to your attention is it does say on it that I should be careful not to publish it on the web, the Internet. Will that cause, this is...
I don't think that's an issue as long as it's not, well, how detailed or...
I'm not, well...
Obviously, there are Homeland Security concerns.
Your Honor, I don't believe that the information contained in that map will in any way put into jeopardy any of the facilities that are marked on there.
Okay.
They are fairly general in nature. The disclaimer that is on that map is primarily intended in terms of a massive broadcast of that information, and to the extent that that information will appear either in the filed record or somehow through our webcast, I don't believe that a viewer is going to be able to discern such information as to represent a threat to those facilities.
Okay, go ahead then, Mr. Slant, and question Mr. Rowe.
Okay. Could I ask Mr. Depp if he could go ahead and pass out, we are going to pass out copies for everyone, if that's all right.
All right. You gonna take those back up?
You know, they're available from the Commission simply by requesting them. If the Commission would want me to, yes, I will take them back up. I just...
What do you think there, Mr. Wucher?
Your Honor, I believe probably every party in this case has a copy of that map already in one form or another, so to collect them, I'll be happy to do so if we have already collected the money that you were supposed to pay for those copies. But otherwise...
Always about the money with Mr. Wucher.
Yes, sir. I don't believe they need to be collected.
Okay, that's fine. Thank you for bringing that to our attention, Mr. Slant. Just go ahead and pass those out then, and we won't need to...
Any money will be coming. Sorry.
I don't need one. I can see it in my sleep.
Thank you.
You want one?
Wait for the witness to register.
Why don't you go ahead and bring us one up here? We might end up sharing it.
Mr. Chairman, I'm going to stay here and question him.
Okay.
If that's okay.
Yes, sir.
I do not. I'm being sensitive not to do that. If I can find my questions about it. Okay. Sorry for the delay, Mr. Rowe. Mr. Rowe, do you have a map in front of you that I'll call for identification purposes? Louisville Water Company Exhibit Number 1. Do you have that map in front of you?
Yes.
Okay. And can you tell me, from your knowledge of the water systems in Central and Louisville, does this appear to be a fair and accurate representation of the location of those water systems?
Seems to be.
Okay. Mr. Chairman, we would move the admission of this map, if that's okay, into the record.
Any objection?
No objection.
All right, let it be entered then.
Okay.
Who said no objection?
And, Mr. Rowe, it appears to me that the facilities of the Kentucky American Water Company are in Orange, in Fayette and Scott County. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. And I believe that facilities of the Kentucky American Water Company are also located in Owen County. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. And I believe that in all of the counties, Fayette, Scott, and Owen, with one exception, which I'll get to, the facilities of the Kentucky American Water Company are identified as facilities of the Kentucky American Water Company, and they are delineated or drawn in an orange color. Would you agree with me?
Agreed.
Okay. Now, in Owen County, there is what appears to me to be, it's called the Owenton City Waterworks. That is a system that is now owned by the Kentucky American Water Company. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. And I believe that the facilities in Owen County, which are marked in orange, those were acquired in 2005. Is that right?
Seems reasonable.
Okay. And the facilities that are marked on the map, Exhibit 1, is Owenton City Waterworks. That's that kind of that different color than orange. Those were acquired by the Kentucky American Water Company in 2001. Is that correct?
No, I think it's reversed. The other systems were acquired earlier, but Owenton was acquired in 2005, I believe it was.
Okay, so the facilities in Owen County that are identified as Kentucky American were, the orange ones were acquired by Kentucky American Water Company in...
A little bit earlier. I can't remember exact years, but...
Somewhat earlier than 2005.
Right.
Okay, maybe earlier in this century.
Right.
Okay. And then the Owenton City Waterworks were acquired in 2005, correct? Okay. And of course, Owen County is situated just about a county away from, either through Gallatin County or Carroll County, from the Ohio River. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. And I believe, is it correct, and I hate to walk up there. Are you going to lose me if I walk up there to that map?
I won't.
Okay, well, I'll walk up there. I'll talk loud. May I do that, Mr. Chairman?
Yes, sir. Mr. Slint, we can't see it. Is it the same map we're all looking at?
It is.
Well, you don't have to turn it around. That's fine. We've got it here. I just didn't know if...
Yes, it is.
It's
The
the same
only
map
thing
or not?
I've done on this map is located, and I won't spend much time doing this, but I have located by green circles where the facilities are that are owned by members of the Bluegrass Water Supply Commission. Let me just ask it this way. Would you agree with me that the facilities of the Bluegrass Water Supply Commission are located on this Exhibit 1?
I can't see them all, but it looks reasonable from...
If you just look at your
Yeah.
it appears to be
Yeah.
that. I have done little green circles to show where I was locating it for myself in preparation for the hearing. I don't think we need to do that for this purpose. Okay, and I have also located on Exhibit 1. It's my drawing, not the Commission's. What I understand the route to be for the facilities which are described in your certificate of public convenience and necessity. Can you see that little green line there? Does that appear to be an accurate? This is obviously
It appears to be.
within reason.
Yes.
Okay. And it appears that those facilities extend what I would call north, upwards in the direction of Owen County through Franklin and Scott County. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. I think we're done with the question on this. Would the chairman like me to take this down?
Just leave it up, because some of the other parties may wish to question using the same map.
Mr. Rowe, does the Kentucky American Water Company, excuse me, does the Kentucky American Water Company, or, well, let me just ask it this way, does the Kentucky American Water Company have a corporate archivist or librarian?
No.
Do any of its parent companies or affiliates have such a person or function?
I'm not sure.
Okay. What I'm trying to get at is, does the Kentucky American Water Company have anyone who is responsible for preserving and storing important documents of the Kentucky American Water Company or publications?
Sure.
Okay. Okay. Let me show you now a document, and I'm going to ask I'm going to mark this for identification purposes as Louisville Water Company Exhibit Number 2. Could I? This is it. I just want that. I'm going to hand the exhibit to Mr. Rowe. If that's
Let his counsel see it first, please. Okay, go ahead, Mr. Slint, and hand it to Mr. Rowe. His counsel has indicated that they're okay with it being published to him.
You need this one too.
No. Tip, why don't you go ahead and hand it over to Mr. Commissioner? I'll wait till everyone has one to start
Thank
the
you.
questioning.
Okay, I will.
Mr. Rowe, let me ask you, if I could, a few questions about this document.
Okay.
First of all, I'm going to refer to it as Louisville Water Company Exhibit 2 for identification purposes. So you have a copy now of Exhibit 2 in front of you, do you
Yes.
not? And do you see that the document is entitled Bluegrass Water Project, Kentucky American Water Company? Do you see that on the document?
Yes.
Okay. Do you also see a date on the document entitled June 1998? Up in the
yes,
right-hand
yes,
corner.
yes.
Okay. And does there appear to be a hotline phone number on there of 1-877-24-WATER?
Yes.
Okay. And does there also appear to be up on the top, look for this identifying logo worn by BWP team members working in your area?
Yes.
Okay. Do you recognize this as a document? Have you seen this document before?
Can't remember seeing it, but it looks like one of our documents.
Okay. So you don't, okay, then I shall go with, Mr. Chairman, at this point, let me ask you this. If you look through it, does it appear to you, it's a copy, does it appear to you to be a true and accurate copy of a document which you have, which you recognize as a Kentucky American Water Company document?
Appears to be.
Okay. Mr. Chairman, at this time, we would move the admission of Louisville Water Company Exhibit Number 2.
Any objection? All right, hearing none, it would be then admitted as LWC Exhibit 2.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Rowe, I'm going to ask you if you would, I believe the Exhibit 2 that you... You'll have one in just a moment. I apologize. As does Mr. Depp. Mr. Rowe, does your Exhibit 2 have some check marks on it?
Yes.
Okay. I am going to direct your attention to the first check mark, and I believe that first check mark, and correct me if I'm wrong, says, "The best alternative and environmental solution, period." Did I read that correctly?
Yes.
Okay. Now let's go to the second check mark, if you see that, and I'm going to read that. Kentucky American has identified the construction of a 52.5-mile pipeline to the Ohio River as the best alternative to Lexington and surrounding counties' water needs. Did I read that accurately?
Yes.
Now, if I could, direct your attention, please, to the third check mark on Exhibit number 3, and I'm going to read it. The option to purchase treated water from Louisville Water Company will eliminate the need for additional investments in plant capacity to overcome the treatment plant deficit. Did I read that correctly?
Yes.
Now, I'm going to go to the fourth check mark on Exhibit 2, and I'm going to read it. The environmental solution to protect our water source, the Kentucky River, and provide central Kentucky with adequate water supply is the development of a pipeline to the Ohio River. Did I read that accurately?
That's correct.
Now, I'm going to direct your attention to the fifth check mark on Exhibit 2, if you see it. The Ohio River is a limitless source of water, providing communities existing along the banks of the Ohio with a continual source of supply. Did I read that correctly?
That's correct.
Now, if you would please go to page 2 of Exhibit number 2. And there are some more check marks. I'm going to direct you to the first check mark on Exhibit number 2, page 2. And I'm going to read that. The construction of the pipeline and booster stations over 52.5 miles will contribute a much-needed water supply and cause no environmental impact to the region. Did I read that correctly?
That's correct.
Now I'm going to direct your attention to the second check mark on page 2 of Exhibit 2, and I'm going to read it to you. The Central Kentucky region is not the first to consider a transmission pipeline to maintain the community's water needs. Similar pipelines are successfully meeting the needs of providing water service to people all over the United States, such as the Metropolitan Water District serving a large part of Southern California. Hundreds of miles of pipeline provide communities in the Los Angeles region with water. Did I read that correctly?
Yes.
Now, I would direct your attention to page 3 of Louisville Water Company Exhibit number 2. And I would direct your attention to the first check mark on that page. I'm going to read it. Kentucky Americans' philosophy of a strong responsibility to customers and heightened awareness of environmental concerns has led to the confirmation of the Bluegrass Water Project pipeline as the best environmental solution to our water supply deficit. Did I read that correctly?
Yes.
Now I'm going to go to the next check mark on that page. The objections voiced by our neighbors in eastern Kentucky, as well as the concerns of individuals and communities along the proposed pipeline route, have been heavily weighed by Kentucky American Water Company through the decision process. Did I read that correctly?
Yes.
Now I'm going to direct your attention to the next check mark on that page of Exhibit 2, and I'm going to read it. Providing customers with a cost-efficient, high-quality, abundant supply of water is of primary importance. Kentucky American continues to support the construction of the pipeline as the environmental solution to the water supply deficit in our community. Did I read that correctly?
Yes.
Okay, let me see. I don't think I have any further questions with respect, Mr. Rowe, to that exhibit. I'm going to get these two. Mr. Rowe, I'm going to hand you an exhibit that I'm going to mark for identification purposes as Louisville Water Company Exhibit number 3. I'll hand it to Counsel Tip if you'll hand it to the witness, the court reporter, and everyone else. If everyone has a copy, I was going to ask Mr. Rowe then about a few questions about Exhibit number 3. Mr. Rowe, I believe you have a document which I've marked for identification purposes as Exhibit number, Louisville Water Company Exhibit number 3. I believe it consists of the copy you have probably consists of 4 pages. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. I probably need to clarify one thing. There was attached there a copy from the mayor of the city of Frankfort. I did not mean to attach that. I am not asking for that to be admitted into evidence. I apologize. Only thing I'm going to question Mr. Rowe about is this resolution of the Franklin County Fiscal Court.
Okay.
Mr. Rowe, only thing I want to ask you about is this resolution that I've marked as Exhibit 3. Have you seen this resolution before, this Exhibit 3?
No, I haven't.
Okay. Mr. Chairman, this document is a public document. It is certified by Shirley Brown, the Fiscal Court Clerk of Franklin County. I would move on that basis for its admission into the record of these proceedings.
We have no objection, Your Honor.
Okay. No objection. All right, let it be entered then.
And, Mr. Rowe, I would direct your attention to Exhibit number 3, to the resolution itself, which begins on page 2. There's the certification letter attached. Are you at the resolution itself where it says Franklin?
Yes.
Okay. And on page 2, I would direct your attention to the first numbered paragraph, and I'm going to read it. The Franklin County Fiscal Court supports a water supply strategy that includes access to water from the Ohio River, the largest river east of the Mississippi, for the reason that this access will provide protection against drought and will protect against interruption of the water supply due to circumstances that may make the Kentucky River unusable or unavailable for periods of time. Did I read that correctly?
Yes.
Okay. Now,
Your Honor, to the extent that it will expedite things, we have no objection to the resolution coming in, and it speaks for itself. They endorse the Louisville proposal.
Yeah, I think it does. I'm going to let Mr. Slynn ask him limited questions about these documents, but they do speak for themselves. Yeah, go ahead, Mr. Slynn.
actually, I'm done with the I'm done
Okay.
asking questions about that document. Now, I believe I'm pretty sure I am. Mr. Rowe, is it the pipeline, I believe, that is described in Kentucky American's application is a 30-mile pipeline? Is that correct?
Yes.
And I believe most of the length of that pipeline is located in Franklin and Scott counties. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Do you know how many miles of that 30-mile pipeline are located in each of those 4 counties, Owen, Franklin, Scott, and Fayette counties?
Looking at the map that was attached to the application, Exhibit D, looks about 50% Franklin County, and a little less than that in Scott County, and of course, very little of it in Owen County.
Very little in Owen, and how much in Fayette County? What percentage?
Well, I don't have those exact lists, but surely something we can get for you.
Okay, but
Easy
it's
to
quite
do.
a low percentage.
Yeah, low percentage.
Very low. As a matter of fact, it looks like there's not much percentage points left to be divided between Fayette and Owen County. Would you agree?
Yes.
Okay. And yet it is correct that one of the principal reasons Kentucky American Water Company decided to file this application was the resolution which you referred to in your testimony from the Lexington Fayette Urban County Government Council. Is that correct?
Yeah, one of many reasons.
Mr. Rowe, is it correct that the Kentucky American Water Company pays dividends to entities who, at least in part, are not citizens, or, excuse me, let me ask that question again. Is it correct that the Kentucky American Water Company pays dividends, at least in part, to entities who are not citizens of the Commonwealth of Kentucky? Is that correct?
Your Honor, objection, I don't see the relevance of this.
I'm not sure I understand the relevancy either. Where are you going with this, Mr. Salent?
Your Honor, I can assure you that I'm not in any way trying to be, that is my only question on this subject.
Well, I understand, but I'm just trying to understand what the relevancy of where folks live that they pay.
Your Honor, I understand the objection.
Your Honor, if it would speed this up, I will stipulate the Kentucky American Water Company pays dividends to American Water Works Company, which is a New Jersey corporation.
Well, I don't know if that stipulation satisfies Mr. Salent or not.
Your Honor, given the objection, we have, I will withdraw the question.
Okay.
We will proceed on that. Mr. Rowe, are you familiar with case number 2007-00143? That is, I believe, an application by the Kentucky American Water Company for an increase in its rates?
Yes.
Okay. And is it correct that in that case, the Kentucky American Water Company, across all classes of customers, as I understand it, was seeking a 25.10% increase in its rates?
Yes.
Has Kentucky American Water Company agreed to rates in a settlement agreement stipulation and recommendation that's been submitted to this commission?
Yes.
And is it correct that that would result in Kentucky American Water Company recovering approximately $8 million more in revenues on an annual basis?
That's correct.
Okay. And was part of the revenues being recovered there were to cover or would result from at least in part, the construction of the facilities described in Kentucky American's application in this case. Is that correct?
No.
It is not correct.
No, it's not correct.
So, just so I'm clear, it is not correct that the rate increase that was being sought in the case that I was just referring to does not seek to recover any monies associated with the construction of the facilities identified in Kentucky American's application in this proceeding.
That's correct.
Okay. This is from that case. May I take 1 second?
Yes, sir.
Exhibit 11. Do you have the complete application of the Kentucky American Water Company
Yes.
in this matter before you, including
Yes.
the exhibits?
I don't have the exhibits, but I've got the application.
It's in the right case. Okay. Actually, you know what? You probably don't need to look at that. I have here a Exhibit 11, which I have not made numerous copies of, from Kentucky American's application in the rate case, which appears to me to reflect that revenue is being recovered for the new construction, or this new WT water treatment plant on Pool 3 of the Kentucky River. And I want to show, well, perhaps what we can do, Mr. Chairman, we'll make copies of this and come back after lunch, and if we need to go into it, we'll go into it, because I don't have copies of it to hand out to everyone.
Well, I'd rather not to have a disjointed examination. I'd rather you go ahead and inquire.
Okay.
But what are you talking about, a one-pager?
Yes.
Well, let's take 2 minutes, and Mr. Schroeder, would you come up, please, and how many copies do we need, Mr. Salent?
Probably 20.
Yeah. Mr. Schroeder, would you care to run about 20 copies of this off, please?
I'm sorry, Your Honor.
All right. Do you want to wait? I mean, she'll be back probably in 2 or 3 minutes. You want to go on to something else? Or you want to wait for her to come back? I don't want to interrupt your flow.
Let me go ahead and ask a few other questions.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm going to move on to another area.
Okay, and we'll come back to that. That's fine.
Mr. Rowe, would you agree with me that low-flow events in the Kentucky River are becoming more common and more severe?
I wouldn't agree. I don't know if that's true or not.
Okay. So you're not sure one way or the other
No.
with respect to that issue?
No.
Is the Kentucky American water proposal described in its application in this matter a drought peak demand plan?
I believe that issue was addressed in Ms. Britwell's testimony. It meets the supply and treatment needs for Kentucky American customers through the year 2030.
How would you characterize it? Is it a drought peak demand proposal?
Well, it takes care of all the drought needs. Of course, in a drought record, you would expect all consumers in a state or in a watershed to at least do some voluntary conservation.
So it is a drought peak demand proposal?
It meets the needs through 2030 for the drought of record.
Is the Kentucky American proposal described in its application in this proceeding a growth plan?
No.
Can you tell me what is the incremental draw on the Kentucky American system that is driving Kentucky American's alleged needs for the facilities described in its application in this manner?
And can you kind of repeat that? I'm trying to follow you here. Mr. Flynn, I'm sorry.
No, I'll try to repeat it. I've got them all precisely written out here.
You must have been up late when you wrote that.
Either that or over my head. What is the incremental draw on Kentucky American's system that is driving Kentucky American's alleged need for the facilities described in its application in this proceeding?
I think the best way to answer that is really go back to the application and to the pre-filed testimony. If you look in the pre-filed testimony of Ms. Britwell, if you look at her testimony, it documents demand projections, how we arrived at those needs, and also I'll refer you to Table 1 and Table 2 of her testimony, which really sets out the peak days, the average, and the max day demands.
Is it being driven then by drought?
Well, it's been driven by the need today, based on demand projections, based on new customers that are being added in Lexington and the service area.
So it's being driven by growth?
Well, both, if you look at demand projections.
Can you tell me, though, the number? What is the incremental draw on the system that is driving the need for the application? Can you tell me what that number is?
No.
You would refer me to Ms. Bridwell's testimony for that?
Yes.
Do you know when Kentucky American requires this incremental draw? Is it in 2010?
Well, again, I think we just agreed that issue is addressed through the testimony, Ms. Bridwell.
I understand, but I would like to know if you know when that incremental draw is required.
Well, that demand is today, is now, the need, if that's what you're asking.
What is Kentucky American's current treatment capacity?
65 million gallons for both combined facilities. That's permitted capacity.
Do you know what is Kentucky American's non-revenue water percentage?
Non-revenue water is running right now about 15%.
You said right now. For how long has it been running at 15%?
Well, we monitor that on a month-by-month basis and look at a 12-month average, and about a 12-month average is about 15%.
Okay. Has that average improved over the last 12 months?
Stayed about the same for the last 12 months.
At about 15%? Mm-hmm. Has it improved over the preceding 12-month period for which you measured?
Not having those numbers in front of me, I would say it's over the last 12 months it's stayed about the same.
And do you know whether over the preceding 12 months it improved or not? As compared to the preceding 12-month
I believe it had.
It has improved. Is there such a thing as an industry standard for non-revenue water percentage?
Well, I don't know if there's an industry standard. There's a commission, a regulation that requires Kentucky American as a regulated utility to minimize this non-revenue water, of course, and to keep that percentage of unaccounted for water, as the commission describes it, below 15%. Non-revenue water, as reported by Kentucky American, is made up of water that is known and measurable from firefighting, things of that nature. That's about 2% of that 15. So when you look at the commission guidelines of 15%, we're probably somewhere around 13%.
Have you reviewed Mr. Rubin's testimony in this case?
Yes, I did.
Would you agree with Mr. Rubin that it should be possible for Kentucky American to achieve a 10% non-revenue water percentage?
Well, I don't know if I totally agree with that statement. I think you really have to look at, for all of us who've been in the water business for years, Mr. Salent, you really have to try to drive, our goal is to drive that non-revenue water percentage down as low as possible, but you have to balance that with the cost, because there are certain standards. When you have 1,600 miles of main, you have 6,000 fire hydrants, there's unidentified leakage underneath the ground that occurs on a daily basis, so you have to take those issues into account. But ultimate goal, of course, is to reduce that as low as possible.
So you don't have an opinion. So do you have an opinion one way or the other whether Kentucky American should be able to achieve a 10% non-water revenue percentage?
Well, I mean, whether or not it can happen, sure, we're going to continue to drive that number toward those percentages, but whether or not it can happen, I'm not sure. And at what cost for the customer.
When was the last time the Kentucky American Water Company asked the Louisville Water Company for an updated proposal to sell water to the Kentucky American Water Company?
Well, I guess that would be through since our last discussions with Louisville would have been through the BWSC. We've been a partner with the BWSC since '99, so all of our discussions with Louisville has been through the Bluegrass Water Group and our regional partners. I believe the last time was maybe fall of '06, maybe.
Was that the last time? I'm asking specifically about the Kentucky American Water Company. Was that the last time, was the fall of '06, that Kentucky American Water Company asked the Louisville Water Company for an updated proposal to sell water to Kentucky American?
Yes.
Would have been the fall
That
of
would have
06.
been through the Bluegrass Water Commission as a partner.
Apart from the Bluegrass Water Commission, Bluegrass Water Supply Commission.
Yes.
Apart from asking through them.
That would have been the last time.
Yeah, I know, but what I'm asking you is this. Apart from apart from Kentucky American asking the Louisville Water Company through the Bluegrass Water Supply Commission for an updated proposal, has the Kentucky American Water Company, apart from the Bluegrass Water Supply Commission, asked the Louisville Water Company for an updated proposal for the sale of water to Kentucky American?
Well, we wouldn't have done that because we were partners with the BWSC since '99, so I'm not sure your question.
Okay,
We would not go alone and ask Louisville for a proposal when we're working on a partnership with the Bluegrass Water Group.
Okay,
So there was no reason to go separate.
Okay, so, if I do understand your testimony, then it would be that, that except through the Bluegrass Water Supply Commission, Kentucky American has not, during the last 7 years, asked the Louisville Water Company for a proposal for selling water to the Kentucky American Water Company.
That's true. That's correct.
Has the Kentucky American Water Company received bids with respect to its facilities described in the application for its CPCN in this matter?
I believe there was an email that went out the day before Thanksgiving from our legal counsel that gave you that information.
All I'm
the
asking,
intervening parties.
I'm just trying to establish on the record whether the Kentucky American Water Company has received bids.
Yes.
Okay. And when did it receive those bids?
I believe it was around the November 7th, 8th, somewhere around that week.
And the Kentucky American Water Company received all of the bids associated with the facilities described in its application during that week of November 7th. Is that correct?
I'm not sure we received them all. I thought we were waiting on the booster station bid that was coming in.
Have you received
But we
that?
do have them all now.
You do have them all now?
Yes.
Okay. What would be the appropriate level of private ownership of the facilities that Kentucky American has described in its application in this matter?
The question again, what would the appropriate?
What would Kentucky American consider to be the appropriate level, percentage, of private ownership of the facilities described in its application in this matter?
Our application in front of this commission is for a 20 million gallon facility, which would be 100% of Kentucky American private ownership. If in fact we're able to partner and we have an agreement that says we will move forward with the BWSC, then that ownership becomes 80%.
So would it be correct then that Kentucky American considers an appropriate level, appropriate percentage of private ownership in the facilities described in the application in this matter is 80%?
Well, it'd be 80% if it's 25 million gallons,
And
100% at 20, depending on what happens with our partnership arrangement. And we feel comfortable that it will end up being 80%.
Why is Kentucky American building a 42-inch transmission line for a 25 to 25 million gallon per day treatment facility?
Well, to meet the needs of our customers and the Central Kentucky customers.
Is that 42-inch transmission line a larger line than would be required to serve a 20 to 25 million gallon treatment facility?
No.
Could a smaller line serve the purpose?
I don't think so.
Do you know whether or not it's correct that by operating a 42-inch transmission line at approximately 7.5 feet per second, you can deliver 45 million gallons daily through that line?
Don't know if that's correct or not.
Will a 42-inch transmission line handle a 45 million gallon daily treatment facility?
Not sure.
Could it?
Mr. Slade, I believe he's indicated that he's not sure.
Okay, I will move on. Sorry. Is it correct that a treatment facility does not need to be situated adjacent to the source of the raw water being treated?
Say that again, sir.
Is it correct that a treatment facility does not need to be located adjacent to the source of the raw water to be treated?
Not in all cases.
Did Kentucky American abandon the Louisville pipeline because of public opposition to that plan?
I believe that issue's already been addressed through AG number 3. I think we made it real clear that there was opposition as well as a resolution passed by the Lexington Fayette Urban County government, and that's outlined in Commission's staff's number 3, I'm sorry.
Your Honor, also object to the characterization of abandonment.
Okay, that objection be overruled.
So just so that I can be clear then, your testimony today is that the Louisville pipeline was abandoned because of public opposition and the resolution identified in your testimony of the Lexington Fayette Urban County Government Council?
Again, I think it's outlining the wording is why it was inappropriate to plans to purchase water from the Louisville Water Company was the question, and the answer, again, the response is outlined in Commission number 3 very clearly.
Why does Kentucky American and Bluegrass Water Supply Commission need a reservation capacity of 4 to 5 times the projected base flow of the treatment plant when typical peaking factors of maximum day to average day are less than 2 to 1?
Yeah, I'd refer you to Mr. Finland or Ms. Bridwell for those questions.
Do you know the answer to that question?
Well, I think they're more appropriate to answer those questions.
Do you know the answer to the question?
I wasn't even sure of the question, to be honest.
Then I'll ask Ms.
I'm
Bridwell.
not sure you knew the question, but you can read it again.
You know what? You might be right, but I'll ask Ms. Bridwell.
Okay.
Would you agree with me that the drought of 2007 extended at least during the months of August, September, and October?
Yes.
Is it true that to the extent there is public ownership of the kind of assets described in Kentucky American's application in this proceeding, that Kentucky American would not be permitted to earn a return on those investments?
Would you repeat that? I'm sorry.
Would Kentucky American be permitted to earn a return on investments that are publicly owned, as, for example, by the Bluegrass Water Supply Commission?
Oh, no. I agree.
So is it correct that the higher the public ownership of such facilities, the less return to Kentucky American?
That's true.
Let me now go back, if I could, to the exhibit. Get out the witness and counsel.
Is this what you intend to make LWC Exhibit 4?
Yes, sir.
Your Honor,
Yes, sir.
we have no objections to questions about this exhibit, but I will note that even though he did not pre-file testimony in this case, we do have Mike Miller in the hearing room. He's responsible for some of the data request responses, and he actually is our primary rate case expert. To the degree that we're going to delve into any detail on a rate case issue, it might be best to
Okay.
note that Mr. Miller is here.
All right, I appreciate that. Let's let Mr. Salin ask Mr. Rowe what he wants to about this exhibit, and Mr. Rowe can answer it fine. If he can, I'm sure he'll tell us, and if Mr. Salint wants to pursue it, then we'll call Mr. Miller up to the stand.
I only have a couple. It may be that we're misinterpreting this exhibit. Mr. Rowe, do you have before you the Louisville Water Company Exhibit number 4?
Yes.
Okay. And I believe with no objection, I'm going to go ahead and move its submission.
Any objection?
No objection.
All right, hearing none, let it be entered of record then as LWC Exhibit Number 4.
And would you look, please, under current investment projects,
Okay.
third line down? It says new water treatment plant on Pool 3 of the Kentucky River. My question is simply this. That phrase and the numbers to the right of it do not reflect in your testimony that the rate application filed this year in 2007 by Kentucky American is intended to recover any of the costs associated with the facilities described in its application in this matter.
That's correct.
Okay. Is Kentucky American Water Company willing to allow its Kentucky facilities to be used to wheel water?
Sure.
Has Kentucky American developed a rate at which it will allow its facilities to be used to wheel water?
No, we haven't.
Has Kentucky American ever allowed its Kentucky facilities to be used to wheel water?
Guess we actually do that somewhat now with some other facilities.
Here in Kentucky?
Yes.
Okay. Can you tell me for whom you allow that wheeling?
For instance, we buy water from the city of Georgetown. It's a supply part of Owen County. We sell water to Georgetown, and we wheel it through their system, actually, back and buy water from on the other side.
Would Kentucky American be agreeable to wheeling water for the Frankfurt Plant Board?
Sure, we're open to any discussions.
Would Kentucky American be willing to wheel water for the Louisville Water Company?
Open to discussions. I can't say yes or no because I don't know the details of what you're...
Theoretically, what you're telling me is...
Yes, theoretically, yes.
Has Kentucky American entered into any wheeling agreements with any members of the Bluegrass Water Supply Commission?
Not at this current time, but we will be. That is the next step in our negotiation process.
And the negotiation process you're referring to is coming up with an agreement whereby the members of the Bluegrass Water Supply Commission would either purchase water from Kentucky American or come up with the money to finance the construction of the additional 5 million gallons per day treatment capacity.
Well, really an operating agreement on how we would operate the facilities, how we would wheel water, those type of details.
But is it correct then that wheeling of water, let me ask it this way, regardless of whether the Bluegrass Water Supply Commission either agrees to purchase water from Kentucky American Water Company or to come up with the money to finance the construction of the additional 5 million gallons per day, is it correct under either of those circumstances that Kentucky American is going to have to enter into a wheeling agreement with the Bluegrass Water Supply Commission?
Yes.
Okay. Or with its members?
Right. Some type of operating agreement, yes.
And I'm sorry, I just need to be, it's important. So some kind of wheeling agreement under either scenario, putting up the whatever is required to finance the construction of that 5 million gallons, or entering into a water supply contract with Kentucky American, the Bluegrass Water Supply Commission or its members in Kentucky American are going to have to enter into a wheeling agreement, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And at this time, you have not entered into that wheeling agreement, is that correct?
No.
So that means you have not agreed under what terms and conditions the wheeling will occur, is that right?
Not at this point.
Okay. And you have not agreed at what rate the Bluegrass Water Supply Commission or its members will be charged, is that correct?
That's correct.
Is there any draft agreement of such a wheeling agreement?
Not of the wheeling agreement, no.
Not a written agreement?
No.
Is there a understanding between Kentucky American and the Bluegrass Water Supply Commission or any of its members as to the terms and conditions of such a wheeling agreement?
Well, the understanding is that we will make our system available, Kentucky American systems, available to try to use every opportunity to reduce the cost of capital that's outlaid by the surrounding regional partners through a wheeling agreement so that we can make sure that they can meet their demands, those regional partners.
Has the rate for the wheeling been agreed to?
No.
Will wheeling be required will Kentucky American have to use the facilities of the members of the Bluegrass Water Commission to wheel water for itself and vice?
I'm not sure.
Okay, what I'm trying to ask you is this. Will the water systems, the facilities of any of the members of the Bluegrass Water Commission be used by Kentucky American to wheel water?
It could. Just don't have those details.
Right, but will it be necessary? Will those facilities have to be used to wheel water under the circumstances described in your application in this proceeding?
Well, I don't think so. I think in most cases there will be a connection to our system at some point in time. At some location, we will wheel water to, especially those utilities to the south of us.
Well, let me try to get at it this way. Is it, would you anticipate that it's going to be Kentucky American that is going to be paid for wheeling the water?
Yes.
Okay.
If that's the final agreement between the parties. Again, I'm speculating on those discussions, and it's all been discussions, no type of negotiations on that.
Can you tell from, well, I'll move on. Okay. Was Kentucky American Water Company a member of the Bluegrass Water Supply Consortium?
Yes.
And of course, I mean the consortium and not the commission.
Right.
It took me a while to get that distinction,
Right.
so I. Did the Bluegrass Water Supply Consortium retain O'Brien and Gear engineers to prepare a final report for the water system regionalization feasibility study?
Yes, they did.
I'm going to have a few questions about that report, and so Mr. Depp is going to hand out the pages of that report that I have the questions about.
Well, maybe, Mr. Ingram, can you all put your hand on the report he's talking about, rather than Mr. Rowe having to look at individual pages? Maybe if you just had the whole report up there, Mr. Salent could...
We can. Yes.
Okay, Mr. Salent?
It is.
Yeah.
The report's this big. That's the reason we didn't. If I'd made 20 copies of this.
Well, hold on just a minute. Which way would you prefer to do it, Mr. Ingram?
I think in fairness, the witness ought to have that entire document in front of him.
Well, that's what I'm thinking too, so let's do that if it's easily accessible. Mr. Salent just showed me that document. Looks like it's about 4 inches thick. Does any of the other council wish to, I presume you all have had an opportunity to see it. I'm not even sure what it is, but...
Mr. Chairman, we'd like copies of those pages if they have it available.
That's what we have.
You have the pages? Okay.
Mr. Chairman, this report was, as I understand it, and Mr. Depp will correct me if I'm wrong, it was filed in the matter of an investigation into the feasibility and advisability of Kentucky American Water Company's proposed solution to its water supply deficiency before the Public Service Commission in case number 2001-00117. And this is one of the two cases which the Commission by order incorporated into the proceedings in this case.
Okay. Thank you.
Your Honor, we do not have with us a copy of the entire O'Brien and Gear report.
Okay. All right. Well, we'll just do it on a page-by-page basis, but you have the full report certainly, Mr. Ingram, if you believe that Mr. Rowe needs to refer to the full report at some point, we'll make Mr. Salent provide that to him.
Do you have the report with you?
I do, this is it, but if I can stand next to it. Does this contain our comments?
We may need to review that to make sure it doesn't have our written notes on that copy.
I don't mind seeing you.
I'd sure like to have that copy.
Let me look and see what I wrote.
Staff will be happy to provide a copy of the report without the appendices. It's only 60-some-odd pages long.
Well, I think I might have the whole thing here that he
I
can
believe
have.
you do, Your Honor. I believe the copy was provided by the staff to both the commissioners.
Yeah, well, let me just, Commissioner Clay and I can. Is it the final report for the Water System Regionalization Feasibility Study, June 28th, 2004?
22nd.
O'Brien and Gear?
Yes, sir.
All right.
Well, yeah, there's two.
You want this back?
Well,
Yes, I have no notes in it.
Mr. Roocher just gave him his, so that's good. That's fine.
And, Your Honor, I don't think that we have any problem with this entire document being made a part.
Well, let's not do that. Let's not clutter the record with
Okay.
something. If that case, the 2001 case that you referred to, has been incorporated into this case, then let's just refer to it for identity purposes and not include this report in this case, because I mean, it's already in there, essentially.
It is already part of the
Yeah.
record.
Now, the copy that you gave Mr. Rowe, Mr. Woocher, did not have the appendices. Is that correct?
That's correct, Your Honor. It simply had the findings, but the 60 pages of text.
Well, I've got the appendices up here, Mr. Turner and Mr. Ingram, for your witness to look at if you so desire. Go ahead, Mr. Salent, question.
And, Mr. Rowe, is it correct that Linda Bridwell, one of the Kentucky American witnesses in this case, is a member or was a member of the Bluegrass Water Supply Consortium Technical Group?
Yes.
What is it? Mr. Rowe, do you have in front of you the pages from this final report for the Water System Regionalization Feasibility Study that my co-counsel handed to you?
Yes.
But do you have the smaller version?
I don't know if it's a smaller version. I've got about 50 pages.
Yeah, what I'm going to do, just to facilitate, if I could,
Okay.
these are copies of pages out of that report that I'm going to ask you about.
Okay.
And I'm going to ask you to refer to those pages, and it might facilitate things if you refer to those pages as opposed to the longer report, although I guess you can find them quickly enough. But I've got what I'm going to ask him about check marks, so it might help the witness find what I'm talking about quicker. Would you go to page 3, Mr. Rowe, of that report?
Okay.
Okay. You see where I've checkmarked, and I'm going to read, and would you read along with me, please? BWSC conducted a pairwise comparison process which ranks each alternative against the other alternative for each evaluation criteria. The ranking showed that 3 alternatives were superior to the others. Treated water purchase from Louisville Water Company, Ohio River water withdrawal and new water treatment plant at Maysville, Dover, or Warsaw. Kentucky River withdrawal and new water treatment plant and Kentucky River Pool 3 with supplemental raw water from the Ohio River. Did I read that correctly?
Yes, you did.
Now, sir, if you would go, please, to page 4. you would look at the bottom of page 4, and I'm going to read where the arrow is, reliability of multiple sources. The grid network allows water from multiple sources to be fed into the grid, thereby minimizing the potential for a water supply interruption due to a chemical spill or facility outage. Did I read that correctly?
Yes.
Now, if you would, I would like to direct your attention to page 6 of the report. And you'll see a check mark, and I'm going to read it. BWSC has identified the Kentucky River Pool Number 3 with supplemental raw water from the Ohio River as an alternative that utilizes highly reliable sources of supply and is available within 3 to 5 years. Did I read that correctly?
That's correct.
Now, at page 22 of the report, you will see some language that I've bracketed, and I'm going to read it. The Pool Number 3 alternative was therefore modified to include supplemental flow from the Ohio River to offset any shortfalls associated with permanent withdrawals from the Kentucky River. The Ohio River pipeline would likely be designed to carry about 25 to 30 million gallons a day of raw water. The ability to withdraw water from both the Kentucky River and the Ohio River provides significant flexibility and reliability to the region. The water treatment plant will be designed to treat water from either source. Did I read that correctly?
That's correct.
I have no further questions about that report. Mr. Rowe, I am now going to hand you and others, and everyone else in the room, a copy of a document which I'm going to mark for identification purposes as Louisville Water Company Exhibit Number 5. It is the water supply agreement.
Madam Reporter, you doing okay or do you need a break? I thought we'd quit at noon, but if you need a break now, we'll take a break. You all right? Okay.
Mr. Rowe, do you now have a copy of Louisville Water Company Exhibit Number 5?
Yes, I do.
Okay. Do you recognize that document?
Yes.
If you would review the document, does it appear to you to be a true and accurate copy of what it identifies itself as being, that is a water supply agreement dated 7th day of November 1998 between the Louisville Water Company and the Kentucky American Water Company?
Yes, it does.
Your Honor, at this time, we would move the admission of Louisville Water Company Exhibit Number 5.
Any objection? All right, hearing no objection, the exhibit will be admitted into the record as Louisville Water Company Exhibit Number 5.
Mr. Rowe, does the Kentucky American Water Company currently have a water supply contract with the Louisville Water Company?
No, it doesn't.
Is that not what Exhibit 5 is?
It is, but it's my understanding, and this may be a legal issue, but it's my understanding that this agreement was canceled.
Do you have any documents which indicate its cancellation?
Well, in going through the agreement, a couple things that I know. First of all, this agreement would have been valid if, in fact, we had pursued the Louisville Water Company option and brought it in front of this commission for a certificated case. And number two, that agreement would have been subject to this commissioner's approval. approval, which neither occurred. So, to the best of my knowledge, this is a counciled agreement.
Did the Kentucky American Water Company submit this agreement to the Kentucky Public Service Commission for its approval and review at the time it was executed or any time thereafter?
I don't think we did.
All right, just to be clear, but you have no documents, you have no written documents which would indicate the cancellation of this agreement. Is that correct?
Not that I'm aware of.
Okay. So as far as you know, then, the Louisville Water Company the Kentucky American Water Company never wrote to the Louisville Water Company canceling Exhibit Number 5. Is that correct?
No, but what we did do, we sent, when we started on the Louisville Water Company project, Louisville expended some funding for design. We sent a letter giving Louisville full payment for those design services with the understanding that this contract was canceled and the fact that we would not be proceeding with this project any longer.
Do you have a copy of that letter?
It's in one of the data requests.
It has been produced by Kentucky American Water Company in this case?
It's paying for the design fees for Louisville Water.
And did you say that there's something in that letter which indicates the contract is canceled and here's the money for what you did, Louisville Water Company?
It indicates that the payment has been made for the design services.
And I don't mean to question you about a document that's not before you, but is it your recollection that that document cancels this contract?
I'm not sure it says canceled.
Okay. Would it be correct, then, that the Louisville Water Company undertook steps to implement this water supply contract, Exhibit Number 5?
Well, at that time, yes.
Mr. Rowe, I'm now going to hand you a document that we've recently obtained and ask you a few questions about it, and I'll mark it for identification purposes as Louisville Water Company Exhibit Number 6.
Your Honor, please, I'm a little concerned about a couple of things here. Number one, this document clearly has on it draft 11-1207, and the nebulous reference to "we have obtained," I think, deserves some explanation if the witness is expected to respond to this document.
Well, I don't know if that's a formal objection. I think it's more of a comment, but probably a comment that's appropriate. Mr. Slint, you care to shed some light on this document before we go very far with it? Because it does appear to say draft on it, and I'm not sure that...
Well, Your Honor, as I understand it, this document is a document which was drafted by the Bluegrass Water Supply Commission or the Kentucky American Water Company, or both of them, in order to implement that part of the project described in this certificate, which calls either for the Bluegrass Water Supply Commission or its members, or both, I suppose, to come up with the money to finance the construction of 5 million gallons a day additional treatment capacity at the plant, or to enter into take or pay agreements for water from the Kentucky American Water Company. And it's further, so, this would seem, and I think I can ask Mr. Rowe whether he's ever seen it and who drafted it, and and ask him questions, because what I'm trying to get at here, quite frankly, is whether or not there's any agreement in place that would commit the members of the Bluegrass Water Supply Commission and Kentucky American to one of the two options, or any of them, described in the application, pursuant to which the Bluegrass Water Supply Commission or its members would take water in a certain amount, or would come up with the amount of money to finance the construction of the 5 million gallons.
How was the agreement obtained?
Oh.
Clearly says draft on it.
Mr. Chair?
Yes,
if
yes,
I
sir,
could
Mr. Talley.
cut to the chase on this. As attorney for the Bluegrass Water Supply Commission, this is the draft dated November the 12th, 2007, which was distributed at our Bluegrass Water Supply Commission meeting a week ago today on November the 19th in Paris. And since that time, the agreement has been executed, and as part of my cross-examination on Mr. Rowe, I had intended to introduce the original agreement at that time. And to the extent that that might assist the commission going forward, I'll bring that information.
Does the draft vary from what was finally executed?
No, Your Honor.
It's the same.
No changes, except the word draft has been removed off the top of each of the pages, and the document was executed on November the 20th with no other changes.
Okay. Well, why don't it would actually be better probably to introduce the original, or not the original, but the actual document that was signed. You have a copy of that with you, Mr. Talley?
Yes, and I believe that Kentucky American has, yes, I've got the 20 copies here.
Well, we're gonna, I guess, steal your thunder, but as long as we're.
We need to move the case forward.
Yes, sir.
And we'll be happy to do that.
Well, thank you, Mr. Talley. I appreciate that. Let's put this aside then, Mr. Salent. You compare what Mr. Talley's handing out to what you handed us, and make sure that he represents that it's the same document with no changes, but you need to satisfy yourself that that's the case.
We'll do that.
And once you do that, then let's just offer this instead of the draft.
And just so it's clear, I do believe that the meeting sorry.
Yeah, go ahead.
I do believe that the meeting at which this draft was discussed was a public meeting. I mean,
I don't have any doubt that it was, and I wasn't suggesting anything nefarious had happened. I just, Mr. Ingram questioned the, I think, alluded to the source of the draft, and so, quite frankly, since it said draft and your client wasn't one of the parties, I was wondering how it was obtained as well, but that's just fine.
Okay.
Your Honor, for clarification, I'm unsure, are we going to mark now the executed
Yes.
agreement
Yes.
as Louisville
Yes.
Exhibit Number 6?
Yes, sir, instead of the other one. Is that okay with you, Mr. Salent?
Yeah, so long as we have at lunch, we'll compare. I mean, I've known Damon for many years. If he says it's the same, it's the same. We'll just want to compare it and make sure. Yes, that would be fine.
And I believe the witness needs one.
I've got it.
You've got it?
Yeah.
Okay.
So let that be marked as Little Water Company Exhibit Number 6 for identification. Well, let's just ask this. Are there any objections to it, to the document? All right, let's go ahead and mark it as LWC Exhibit 6 then, and let it be entered of record. Go ahead, Mr. Salent.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Rowe, you now have in front of you, I believe, Exhibit 6. Is that correct?
Yes.
And does that exhibit, is that Exhibit 6 exactly what it purports to be, that is an agreement between the Bluegrass Water Supply Commission and the Kentucky American Water Company?
Yes.
Okay. And is it dated the 20th of November of this year?
Yes.
Does it appear to be a true and accurate copy of that agreement?
Yes, it does.
This time, Your Honor, we would move the admission.
Okay, it's already been admitted. Go ahead.
Can I see the draft? Can I take just 1 second? Okay. It appears to have been executed, Mr. Rowe, by you. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And Exhibit 6 also appears to have been introduced or executed by the chair of the Bluegrass Water Supply Commission. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Do you know whether or not this agreement has been concurred in by all members of the Bluegrass Water Supply Commission?
It's my understanding that those members who were present at the meeting on the 19th voted unanimously.
Okay. Which members are those?
That would, I wasn't at the meeting, so I don't know exactly which 6 those were. I think it was 6 members.
6. Does that represent all members of the Bluegrass Water Supply Commission?
Well, I believe there's 10 members
Okay, so 6
were present.
have concurred. Is there any place on this document for those 6 to have signed?
No. The chair signed for all members of
For
the
all.
BWC.
Does the chair have the authority, to your knowledge, to bind the 6 members of the Bluegrass Water Supply Commission who voted in favor of this agreement?
My understanding, he does.
He does.
That's a better question probably for the BWC.
Do you know, are there any witnesses from the Bluegrass Water Supply Commission in this proceeding?
Not that I'm aware of.
So you're the only one I've got, or someone else from Kentucky American? Do you know whether or not the Frankfurt Plant Board concurred in this? Exhibit 6.
I don't know if they were at the meeting.
Is it your understanding of this agreement that any member of the Bluegrass Water Supply Commission has committed funds to construct the 5 million gallons of treatment capacity described in your application over and above the 20 million?
Well, they haven't contributed funds.
Have they committed to do so under this agreement?
Well, they have until April 1st, 2008 to make that decision.
To make the decision, what would that decision be?
It would be at what participation, how would the BWC like to participate, either by ownership interest to expand the plant from 20 to 25, or through some type of take-or-pay arrangement at 20 to 25, with the ability to buy ownership at some later date. So there's 3 different options there.
Okay. But have any members of the Bluegrass Water Commission chosen any of those options under this agreement?
Not yet.
Not yet. Has any member of the Bluegrass Waters Commission obtained the funds necessary to fund all or part of the 5 million gallon treatment plant that's available to them?
I don't know the answer to that.
Okay. Do you have any of the members of the Bluegrass Water Supply Commission signed a take-or-pay agreement?
Not at this point.
Do you know whether under this agreement they are obligated by April 1 to choose one or the other alternative?
They do have the option to option A, B, or C. They're
I understand
obligated
that.
to take one of those 3 options.
They have to take one of those 3 options?
Yes.
In the event that they don't, does Kentucky American Water Company have a cause of action against them for damages? Is that your testimony?
No.
Objection, legal.
I know your objection. I'm going to sustain it. He's not an attorney, Mr. Slant. The document speaks for itself, but I don't really think it's appropriate to ask him.
I understand. Then we'll save the
opinions.
Point. I apologize. We'll save the point then for argument.
I always want to be an attorney, though, so.
Well, you know,
I mean, attorneys always want to be engineers and everything else, so.
well, I
we
don't.
If we could only charge like you guys.
I wanted to be a doctor until I took organic chemistry, and my advisor told me, you better choose another field, boy. Can I point your attention, please, to page 7 of Exhibit 6?
Okay. I'm back.
Is it correct that at paragraph 17, the agreement provides as follows? Absent an election of either option A, B, or C, this agreement and all of its provisions will become null and void at 12:01 a.m., April 2, 2008.
Sure.
It does so provide.
Yes.
If the equity option is chosen by the Bluegrass Water Supply Commission or any of its members, is it correct that the maximum amount of ownership that they would have would be 20% of the facilities? Is that right?
That's correct.
Would that be 20% of all the facilities or just 20% of the treatment facility,
20% of all the facilities.
including the transmission line?
Yes.
Okay. And Kentucky American would have 80%, is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay, and that would give Kentucky American, of course, controlling interest in those facilities. Is that not right?
With 80% ownership, yes.
Yes. Have the members of the Bluegrass Water Supply Commission worked out their ownership interest in the facilities described in your application?
Well, Yes, they had.
Do you know what that, what is that interest going to be amongst the entities, the six that agreed, or allegedly agreed?
Yes, at that time, it was only 5 that agreed, is my understanding. Again, I'm actually testifying for the BWSC, so I feel a little awkward, but my understanding is that the BWSC has asked for 5 million gallons to be split between 10 municipalities. 5 of those have committed to that 5 million gallons.
But it is correct, you told me earlier that none of the members of the Bluegrass Water Supply Commission have elected an option under this agreement, isn't that right?
Right.
Okay. Have the Bluegrass Water Supply Commission or any of its members and the Kentucky American Water Company entered into any agreement that would allocate the costs associated with the operation of the jointly owned facilities?
That would be the operating agreement. No, it has not.
And that has not yet been drafted?
Right.
And it's not yet been agreed to by the Bluegrass Water Supply Commission or any of its members, is that correct?
That's correct.
Would that agreement have to be submitted to this commission for its approval, to your knowledge?
Yes, just like this agreement does.
Has this agreement yet been submitted to, has Exhibit 6 yet been submitted to this commission for its approval?
Just got submitted.
Your attorneys are very prompt. It's been filed in this case?
Yes.
Will Kentucky American Water Company commence building facilities, let me start over, I'm sorry. Has Kentucky American Water Company commenced the construction of any of the facilities described in its application in this matter?
No.
Will Kentucky American Water Company commence building the facilities described in its application in this matter, even during the pendency of any appeal?
Yes, we would.
If Kentucky American Water Company commences construction during the pendency of any appeal, and should it then lose that appeal, would Kentucky American Water Company be willing to commit today that its shareholders and not its ratepayers would bear the burden of that cost, or those costs?
No, we're not.
Mr. Rowe, do you know how many easements will be required to build the transmission, to construct the transmission line described in the application?
I don't know the total number of easements. I will say about 55% of the project is in state right-of-way, and about 45% would be in some type of private easements.
Okay, and you do not know what number of easements at this time are required, is that correct?
No, I don't.
Okay, and private easements would be required on private property in Owen, Franklin, Scott, and Fayette counties, is that correct?
That's correct.
Do you know how many easements have been obtained, whether by a signed easement agreement, option, or otherwise?
I don't have that information. I'm sure engineering folks do have that.
Do you know whether any easements have been obtained at all?
I think some have.
And you don't know what percentage of the total required that would be?
No.
Do you know what costs so far?
No, I do not.
Do you have an estimate of what you anticipate the total cost to be to acquire those private easements or easements on private land?
Yeah, I do not have that information.
Did you or other representatives of the Kentucky American Water Company attend the Public Service Commission's public comment hearings in this matter?
Yes.
Would you agree with me that most of the speakers at those 3 public hearings did not speak favorably of the Kentucky American Water Company proposal?
There were some that did not speak favorably and some that spoke in favor.
Would you anticipate that any level of hostility to the Kentucky American proposal could affect the speed with which Kentucky American can acquire the easements it requires in order to construct the transmission line or any of the facilities described in its application?
Not sure. That's speculative.
Speculative. So are you basically telling me then that Kentucky American does not take into account, when it decides on the route of any of its facilities, the opposition that it might confront in the acquisition of private easements?
No, that's not what I said. Absolutely, we take that in consideration.
And why do you take that in consideration?
Well, we take that in consideration as well as environmental issues, what's going to be the easiest path as far as lane conditions. And this route was selected because of, it did follow, for the most part, state right-of-way.
But I believe it's correct that you did tell me that Kentucky American, generally speaking, does take into account in deciding the route of a transmission line or other facilities, the opposition or the hostility that it might confront in the acquisition of easements necessary to construct those facilities, correct?
Sure.
Okay. And the reason you take that into account, isn't that correct? Because that level of hostility can affect the speed with which you're able to condemn the property in the event you can't acquire it by negotiation. Isn't that right?
Asked and answered.
I don't think it has been.
I'll overrule objection. Go ahead and answer if you can.
I don't think that's the issue. I mean, I think what we want to do is try to minimize the disruption to any private landholders. That's our first inkling when you're talking about people's private property.
But certainly one of Kentucky American's inklings must also be whether or not the project can be accomplished on a timely basis. Isn't that correct?
Sure.
And one of the factors that can affect that is the speed with which you're able to obtain easement by negotiation as opposed to condemnation, correct?
Well, that's one of many factors.
But it's one of the factors, isn't it?
Sure.
And so would you not anticipate that if there's a great deal of hostility that that might adversely affect your ability to bring this project in on a timely basis?
No, I don't.
Do you know whether or not the Kentucky American Water Company has the power to take, that is to engage in condemnation before this commission grants a CPCN, a Certificate of Public Convenience and Necessity?
Objection, legal question.
Sustained.
Your Honor, I just asked what his understanding was.
Well,
If he, I understand.
Your Honor, I'm not sure I understand the relevance of his understanding.
well, I mean, I think he's trying to point out that Kentucky Americans jumped the gun in terms of asking for bids and in terms of doing this and doing that, and you know, if I'm not sure.
Your Honor, if it'll help, we'll stipulate that we're not going to institute any condemnation proceeding until we receive a certificate from this company, and we certainly hope we don't have to do any afterwards.
Well, and Your Honor, too, what I'm also trying to get at is when you read the testimony in this case from Kentucky American, speed and timeliness are factors that are emphasized by Kentucky American. And so what I'm trying to point out with this line of questioning is that there are things outside of Kentucky American's control, like people challenging through the condemnation process if they won't agree to an easement, the power to take, the amount they're entitled to, and that could all slow things down.
Sure.
And
I think the commission understands that,
Okay.
Mr. Slint. That is something that we see not only in these kinds of cases, but certainly electric transmission line cases, which quite frankly are sometimes more hostile even than this one has been with regard to property owners, which I completely understand. But Mr. Turner of Kentucky American Water has stipulated that it does not intend to seek easements by eminent domain prior to this commission ruling on its certificate application. So that I would assume that answers your question.
I'll move forward. I have one more question. I don't think it's objectionable in this line, and that is, Mr. Rowe, could condemnation proceedings cause Kentucky American to miss its forecasted date for substantial completion of the facilities described in its CPCN application in this matter?
Repeat that, please.
I'm sorry. Could condemnation proceedings cause Kentucky American to miss its forecasted date for substantial completion of the facilities described in its application in this matter?
It could, but not likely.
Mr. Rowe, do you or any other employees or officers of Kentucky American stand to receive a bonus or any other increment of pay if the Pool 3 project is approved?
No.
So you were telling me that no officer or employee of Kentucky American stands to receive any compensation or incentive for the securing of the approval of the application in this matter?
That's correct.
Okay. Now, if you just give me one.
Sure.
It's this, we probably will just. Mr. Rowe, Mr. Chairman, Mr. Vice Chairman, we're passing out some documents. I believe they almost exclusively consist of filings in cases which have been incorporated in this case, I believe. And I was going to ask Mr. Rowe a few questions about them.
Why don't we do this, Mr. Slint? The court reporter has been working almost 2 hours now without a break, and she probably would welcome a break, and we're right here at noon. Why don't we stop right now, and, unless you're right at the end and you've
I believe I'm right at the end.
Okay, well, let's go on forward in a couple more minutes then.
These aren't going to be exhibits, right? I don't think they need to be. Mr. Rowe, I've handled you and your counsel a set of documents that I want to ask you some questions about.
Okay.
First, I'm going to refer you to a document that's entitled Pre-Filed Rebuttal Testimony of Kentucky American Water Company in case number 93-434 before the Public Service Commission of the Commonwealth of Kentucky. And I'm going to refer you, if I could, and I believe, isn't it correct, that's one of the cases incorporated in this? That is one of the cases that has been incorporated into this case. And I'm going to refer you, if I could please, to page 2 of that testimony.
Okay.
And I believe that's the testimony of Roy Mundy. And is it correct that Roy Mundy was your predecessor as the president of the Kentucky American Water Company?
That's correct.
Okay. And at page 2, I believe you'll see some bracketed testimony from Mr. Mundy. I'm going to read it. The pipeline will have a tremendous effect on the reliability of Kentucky American to provide adequate water service to all of its...
Just a minute, we don't see anything bracketed.
I don't see anything bracketed.
Oh, I'm sorry, the bracket is only on my copy. I apologize.
Okay.
Okay, so what?
We could look
give
at
us a
page
line.
2,
Yeah, give us a line.
Which line number?
question 6, line 34.
Question 6.
Okay.
I'm sorry.
Okay.
The pipeline will have a tremendous effect on the reliability of Kentucky American to provide adequate water service to all of its customers when the equivalent of the 1930 drought reoccurs. In addition, the pipeline will give Kentucky American the capability of avoiding use of the Kentucky River as a source if some catastrophic event should occur on the river or if an unforeseen calamity should befall one or both of Kentucky American's treatment facilities that utilize the Kentucky River. Did I read that correctly?
Yes, you did.
Okay. Now, if you would please go to the next page, page 3, and I refer you to lines 1 through 13. I'm going to read it. And again, this is the testimony of Roy Mundy. One of the summaries provided by Mr. Terwalliker for his testimony is that the Kentucky River Authority's actions will make the pipeline unnecessary and much more cost effectively. Do you agree? Answer. I do not think it is probable the actions of the Kentucky River Authority will make the proposed pipeline unnecessary. Kentucky American Water Company is very supportive of the Kentucky River Authority and its mission to maintain the Kentucky River as a source of water. It is my understanding that the citizens who attended recent meetings of the Kentucky River Authority were unanimous and vocal in their opposition to raising any of the water levels in the Kentucky River. Kentucky American Water Company currently has a supply deficit of 13 million gallons per day. The proposed pipeline will solve that deficit in an expeditious, feasible manner. Did I read that correctly?
Yes, you did.
Thank you. Now, if I could, I would like to take you to a document. Oh, we're going to have to hand out more. I thought we didn't hand them out all in a group. Okay. We have another set of documents to be handed out.
You wish to move formal admission of this exhibit?
Well, it is.
Oh, it's already in the other cases, and
Yes,
it's
sir.
already been incorporated into this record.
Yes,
All right,
sir.
that's fine.
So did we mark it as an exhibit or not? I'm not sure.
Well, I think I said it was going to be marked as an exhibit. If I did, I spoke incorrectly. It is not an exhibit. But it is of record in this case because it's been incorporated. Mr. Wutcher, is case number 93-434 one of the cases that's been incorporated into this action?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right.
And now, Mr. Rowe, I'm going to direct your attention to a document which has been handed out to everyone, your counsel and you included. And it's a document entitled Kentucky American Water Company, case number 93-434, rebuttal testimony of Gary A. Nomick. Do you know Mr. Nomick?
Yes.
Who is he?
He's one of our senior engineers from our corporate office in New Jersey.
Okay. And I'm going to direct your attention to page 12, lines 24 through 43. I'm going to read it. Please discuss the issue of the cost per gallon of water from the Ohio River supply pipeline and how the interveners are misinterpreting this concept. Answer. The proposed source of supply project represents the least cost, feasible solution to the Kentucky American source of supply deficit. Other alternatives do not meet the deficit or are unlikely to complete it within a reasonable time frame, and therefore they do not meet the feasibility criteria. Analyzing the cost per gallon of Ohio River supply is an irrelevant and misleading exercise in an assessment of a project of this nature. According to the logic of Mr. Rubin's off-target analysis of the cost per gallon of Ohio River supply, it would follow that the unit cost of that supply could be lowered by routinely delivering more water through it. But that is a silly argument. Supply taken from the Kentucky River and treated at Kentucky American River Station or Richmond Road Station will be less expensive on a per-gallon basis, and therefore the use of these facilities will be maximized when adequate supply is available in the Kentucky River. The reason for the pipeline project is that it will provide adequate supply in the least costly, feasible manner when adequate supply in the Kentucky River is not available. Did I read that correctly?
Yes, you did.
Okay. And now, in the same testimony, I would direct you to page 21, lines 12 through 13. Mr. Nomick testified that, I'm going to read it, it is proceeding forward with the least cost, feasible solution to meet its customers' needs, as is its responsibility to its customers. Did I read that correctly?
Yes.
Thank you. And now I have, I think, one more document, two more documents, but just one question with respect to each. And this document is a document from case number 93-434 on the letterhead of the Kentucky American Water Company entitled Preserving Our River's Future Through Environmental Solutions, January 1996. Mr. Rowe, did I accurately describe that document?
Yes, you did.
Okay. And I'm now going to read...
Hold on just a minute, Mr. Slint.
Sorry.
Is this, where did this come from? Is this going to be an exhibit, or is this already in the case?
This is a filing by the Kentucky American Water Company in case number 93-434.
All right. Do you need, do the parties wish for it to be identified as to where it's filed? I mean, just to say it's a filing is a pretty general, do you desire?
I will accept
Okay.
Mr. Slint's representation.
All right, that's fine. Okay, Mr. Slint, go ahead.
Yes, sir. At page 3 of that document, I would refer you to Roman numeral 2, the best alternative, entitled, and I'm going to read it. Kentucky American has
Your Honor,
delivered...
if this is well over a page long,
No, I'm just going to read that one paragraph.
Go ahead, Mr. Slint.
Kentucky American has deliberately and responsibly reviewed the numerous options available for development of an additional source of supply, recognizing the practical and emotional issues that surround the damming of the Kentucky River, as well as the reliability of the river. Kentucky American has identified the construction of a 55-mile pipeline to the Ohio River as the best alternative to Lexington and surrounding counties' water needs. Reports from the Army Corps of Engineers, a study performed by the Kentucky River Basin Steering Committee, a comprehensive planning study conducted by Kentucky American Water Company, follow-up studies by the Kentucky River Authority, and an order issued by the Public Service Commission acknowledges the deficit existing in the Kentucky River. The unpredictability of the river flows continues to be a serious concern to those living in central Kentucky. Did I read that accurately?
Yes.
Okay. I just have one more document. And this document, Mr. Chairman, Mr. Vice Chairman, is a document entitled A Strategic Approach for the Kentucky American Water Company Water Supply Project, preliminary outline dated August 5, 1996. Did I correctly read that title page, Mr. Rowe, if you're able to look at it?
Yes.
Okay.
Mr. Chairman,
Yes, sir.
for clarification, is this also currently in the record for this case? It's been incorporated?
Yeah, I assumed Mr. Slint was about to tell us that.
Yes,
That
that's
was
what
the
I'm...
same question.
Yes, it is from case number 90. Yes, it is from the same case as all the others.
Okay.
And I'm going to refer you to the page after the title page. The title at the top of that page, it says The Challenge. Do you have that page, Mr. Rowe?
Yes.
I'm going to read it. The challenge. A dwindling supply of water from the nearby Kentucky River is not a sufficient source for the Kentucky American Water Company to service the Lexington, Kentucky community. Severely low water levels have posed public health and safety concerns for the community's water system, for the community's water consumers for years. A number of studies conducted over the past 2 years conclude that the best solution to compensate for the dwindling water supply is for the company to lay a 55-mile pipeline to neighboring Louisville, which currently draws an excess water supply from the Ohio River. This option has also been deemed by numerous experts to be in the environment, public health, and safety interest. Did I read that correctly?
Yes.
Thank you. Mr. Chairman, if you'll give me 1 second to consult with my client, I think that we have completed our cross-examination of Mr. Rowe.
Mr. Rowe, I want to ask you while he's looking,
Okay.
did this last document that Mr. Slint asked you about from the Bruce Harrison Company, was that done at the request of Kentucky American Water?
I don't know. Part of that case, 93-434, I wasn't a member of the Kentucky American team at that time, so I don't know what it requested.
Does it say in here anywhere, Mr. Slint, do you know? I'm trying to figure out who the Bruce the E. Bruce Harrison Company is and who they did this. I'm sure they didn't do it out of the goodness of their hearts. I'm wondering who they did it for.
We assumed that because it was titled A Strategic Approach for the Kentucky American Water Company Water Supply Project, that was the case.
I saw that, but it doesn't say anywhere that Kentucky American requested that it be done. All right. Where was this found in 93-434? Was it in a response to a data request that Kentucky American provided? Can you tell the commission where it came from?
We can make that inquiry. I will check and try to find as quickly as I can the answer to that question. I should be able to do so.
Well, it would help us in terms of the weight to be given, quite frankly, to the.
I understand.
To the document.
I understand, and I will try to find that out.
Right.
There were a great number of documents, and we'll be able to find out pretty quickly. Mr. Chairman, my client may have a few more. We wonder if we could break for lunch. I don't know that we will have, but we would like to talk just a little bit. Would that be?
Yes, we'll break now for lunch. It's around 12:15. We will come back promptly at 1:15 and assume testimony in the case. Be off the record. All right, we'll be back on the record in case number 2007-00134. Let the record reflect that all parties are present and represented by counsel. Mr. Salant, when we took the lunch break, I think you were about to continue your cross-examination.
Yes, sir, and we should be able to wrap up momentarily. Okay. Mr. Chair. You asked me before the break for lunch about a document that I had read a part of into the record. And we have done some research, and it is my understanding that that report, entitled A Strategic Approach for the Kentucky American Water Company Water Supply Project, is from the Brace Harrison Company, as indicated. It is date stamped, document number 71 through 77, indicating that it was provided to the PSC by the Kentucky American Water Company as part of PSC's case number. What did?
93-434.
In the pleadings file that's listed as Kentucky American Water Company's Water Supply Project Timeline Summary of Events, bait stamp documents from 1 through 787.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Is yours more confidential on the front?
I don't believe that it's been accorded confidential treatment by the Commission. It may have been confidential at one point, I suppose, for Kentucky American purposes. At least it was not in a confidential form. I just have a few more questions for Mr. Rowe. Mr. Rowe, if I could refer you back to Exhibit number 6. That's the agreement with the Bluegrass Water Supply Commission and Kentucky American Water Company.
Okay.
As I read that agreement, it provides the Bluegrass Water Supply Commission, I think, with the option to finance the construction of 5 million gallons a day worth of treatment plant. Is that right?
Well, it's 3 different options. That's one of the
That's
options.
one of them. Yeah.
One of the options.
Yes, yes. What happens when that 5 million gallons a day is exceeded? That is, that the plant is at 25 million gallons a day treatment capacity. Will the members of the Bluegrass Water Supply Commission or the Bluegrass Water Supply Commission be able to buy more water than that 5 million gallons a day that they have financed the construction of, if they choose that option?
Sure, if that water is available, yes, it could.
Yes, but what I'm saying, let's say that, if that water. So, but if it's not available, what would happen?
Well, we would be looking at expanding the plant another 5 million gallons.
Okay. Can you tell me at what price water would be sold from the facility described in your application to members of the Bluegrass Water Supply Commission?
Again, as I stated earlier, those are discussions that are underway. With this agreement was just signed, as you saw on the 20th.
Okay.
And I think I want to clarify, something you mentioned earlier was about the signature by Tom Calkins. Tom is the chairman, I don't know if you know that, of the BWSC. So he signed on behalf of all those parties.
Yes, sir, I saw that he's identified, he did sign as representative. Yes, sir, I saw that. Thank you. Are you familiar with the original proposal of the Bluegrass Water Supply Commission to build a treatment plant on the Pool 3?
You mean through the Brian and Gary report?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. Was it correct that that original proposal would have contemplated 100% public ownership of that facility?
I think there was, I don't know if it got to that definitive plans. It was, we were still a participating partner, not a member of the commission, the Bluegrass Water Commission, but we were participating, so I don't know if those details had gotten worked out.
Well, were you participating as someone who might be willing to buy the water from the entity?
We could have.
Okay, but were you participating as a equity owner or simply as someone who'd be willing to purchase the water?
Well, we could have done either one.
Okay. Would, under those circumstances, Kentucky American been willing to have participated in the construction of such a publicly owned facility where it would have been a 50-50 owner with the public entities?
Would have had those discussions.
Okay. Would Kentucky American have been willing to participate in such ownership where it would have been a minority, even a 49% to 51% owner of those facilities?
Again, it's speculation, but we would have listed all that dialogue.
Is it correct that the cost of a 100% owned facility, a 100% publicly owned facility, would have been cheaper in terms of the rates to the consuming public?
Well, you can't just answer that no or yes, because it depends on how much water you buy, depends on whether or not that public entity can get the capital. So there's timing issues, cost issues.
Well, I guess I'm just speaking general. If it was 100% owned by a public entity, public financed, as opposed to investor owned, would you not anticipate that the treated water would be cheaper to the public than one which was owned any portion by a private entity?
No, I wouldn't agree to that.
We have no further. My clients tell me I have no further questions.
Okay.
Thank you.
Mr. Spinard? Yes. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
I would just ask if council could supply Mr. Rowe with Mr. Rubin's testimony. I have a few questions I'd like to ask Mr. Rowe about Mr. Rubin's testimony. We filed direct.
I have a copy.
Okay. And Mr. Rowe, have you read Mr. Rubin's pre-filed direct testimony?
Yes.
I ask you to turn to page 4. And page 4 summarizes Mr. Rubin's conditions that he is recommending.
Yes.
Okay. Beginning on line 9, one of Mr. Rubin's conditions, to ensure that Pool 3 project is the reasonable least cost option for KWC, the Commission should impose a condition that limits the cost that KWC can recover through its retail rates, a cost cap, close paren. The cost cap places the burden on Kentucky American Water Company to use contracting, construction, and procurement practices that minimize the cost of the project. It also ensures that the Pool 3 project becomes the least cost option in fact and not just on paper. Mr. Rowe, is Kentucky American Water Company willing to accept that condition?
Well, no, we're not. And let me explain why. Because although we have bids in hand, and we're still looking at those bids and looking at various alternatives before we award to the successful bidder, as good as bidders are, construction costs, as any of us been in construction business knows, there may be some other issues that may come up as we start the project. And my true belief is that those are issues that will come back to this commission and to the AG and other intervening parties through a rate proceeding when we seek recovery of those costs. And I can assure this commission, the AG, and all interveners that we will do everything reasonably possible to minimize those costs to our customers.
Thank you. The next condition, beginning at line 16, and I'm going to condense this down just a little bit.
Okay.
The Office of the Attorney General, through Mr. Rubin's pre-filed direct testimony, is also recommending that Kentucky American Water Company hire a qualified conservation consultant to develop a conservation program consistent with best practices in the water industry, including an aggressive program to reduce non-revenue water. Is Kentucky American Water Company willing to make this commitment?
I'll refer you to Ms. Britwell's rebuttal testimony, which indicates that we are willing to look at a third party to review our demand management plan as well as non-revenue water program.
Okay, thank you. And then continuing on line 25, to ensure that Central Kentucky does not face a similar decades-long water supply deficit in the future, KAWC should be required to file with the Commission a new water supply and demand management plan within 6 months of the date on which utilization of the new plant reaches 80% of capacity for 1 day, unless such utilization is the result of a temporary outage at KWC's Richmond Road Station or other short-term emergency such as a serious fire. Is the Kentucky American Water Company willing to accept that condition?
Again, we are, and I'll refer you to rebuttal testimony, question 18 from Linda Britwell.
Okay, thank you. I want to now shift the focus for a few minutes to the issue of what Kentucky American is seeking. Kentucky American, earlier today you indicated, your indication is Kentucky American has treatment capacity of 65 million gallons a day. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And one of the things that Kentucky American believes it needs to do is increase its treatment capacity.
Correct.
Okay. And for just a second, if the source of supply was available in Pool 9, would Kentucky American expand its treatment capacity at its Kentucky River Station?
Yes.
Okay. So the treatment issue is an issue that it's interrelated, but it is still a separate issue from source of supply.
Yes.
Okay. And that one of the reasons that Kentucky American chose not to expand its treatment capacity on Pool 9 was a concern with the safe yield of the raw water from Pool 9.
That's correct.
With regard to Pool number 3, the Kentucky Division of Water has issued Kentucky American Water Company a permit for Pool 3. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And as it stands now, your expectation is that Kentucky American will be able to, that the supply of raw water at Pool 3 is sufficient to allow you to treat up to 25 million gallons a day at that new Kentucky River Station.
Yes, and more.
Okay. At least 25.
At least 25.
Now, we've had a drought this year. Has Kentucky American Water Company been monitoring the flows of the Kentucky River for Pool 3 this summer and this fall?
Yes.
Okay. Has any of the information that you've gotten in terms of monitoring those flows suggested to you, or have you gotten any indication from the Division of Water that the safe yield of Pool number 3 is not going to be sufficient to meet that at least 25 million gallons a day for your treatment capacity?
Objection, Your Honor. I'm a little concerned that we're asking him to tell us what the Kentucky Division of Water has told him. They're not here. I can't ask questions about that. And I think it constitutes hearsay to prove exactly what he's being asked about.
Well, I presume,
I'm sorry, Mr. Chairman.
I'm just going to say, I presume that if he received correspondence from a state agency, much as if he received correspondence from this state agency, that would be a public record, which would be an exception to the hearsay rule. I'm going to go ahead and permit you to answer the question if you can.
Yeah. Yeah, the answer is yes, we have water available. And I guess to really solidify that, I will take you to Commission's staff first set of interrogatories, question number 6, where we supplied a copy of the Gannett-Fleming report, which indicated that, in the summary, that based on the information that the Pool 3 of the Kentucky River has a safe yield well in excess of 30 million gallons.
Okay.
It's in the summary of the Gannett-Fleming report.
Okay. The need for Kentucky American to address its sources of supply was first identified sometime in the mid-'80s. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And one of the first things that the Kentucky American Water Company looked to do was to build a second treatment plant on the Kentucky River. Is that correct? This was a plant that would have been near Versailles, I believe.
Yes.
Okay. And then at some stage, there was a shift or a focus on a Louisville pipeline option. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. Earlier today, the Louisville Water Company handed out an exhibit. It's marked LWC Exhibit 2, and this is the Bluegrass Water Project update. Do you have that in front of you, or could it be made available to you?
I do.
Okay. In terms of the date, this is dated June 1998.
Yes.
Is that correct? When, to your knowledge, when was the Bluegrass Water Supply Consortium formed?
To best of my knowledge, it's early 2000.
Okay. There's been some discussion about a resolution of the Lexington-Fayette Urban County Council. When was that resolution passed?
December 1999.
Okay. In terms of, and I think that we can actually move through a lot of this very quickly. Suffice to say, there have been a lot of things that have happened since June 1998.
Well, there have been quite a few.
Okay. One of the other exhibits, or one of the other items that we discussed during your prior examination was the Preserving Our River's Future Through Environmental Solutions, January 1996. This is also from the Bluegrass Water Supply Project. It wasn't marked, but it's one of the, it's my understanding this is from case number 93434.
Yeah, Mr. Bernard, I don't have that in front of me, but case 93434 led up. There's a lot of alternatives that have been looked at over the years, including new plants on the Kentucky River, raising dams.
Hold on just a second, Mr. Rowe. I think Mr. Salin has an objection.
I apologize for interrupting the witness. It appears to me this is becoming more friendly cross than it is genuine cross-examination of the witness by a hostile party. And to that extent, I think, therefore, the question should be not leading and should be direct.
Well, I mean, Mr. Rowe is not Mr. Spenard's client, and I'm sure that the Attorney General, it appears the Attorney General of Kentucky American have some things in this case in common, and they apparently have some things that are not in common, and we are an administrative body, and I think we're provided a good deal of latitude in terms of the whether a cross-examination is true cross or it's more direct. So I appreciate your position in that, but I'm going to overrule the objection and let Mr. Spenard continue to ask.
Okay.
Why don't you repeat the question? Mr. Rowe, I think, got in the middle of it, and let's start again.
Let me withdraw the prior question.
Okay.
And because I'm trying to identify a document that wasn't marked as an exhibit, I'm going to read from the document. It's page 3, subsection 2, the best alternative. Kentucky American has deliberately and responsibly reviewed the numerous options available for development of an additional source of supply. recognizing the practical and emotional issues that surround the damming of the Kentucky River, as well as the reliability of the river, Kentucky American has identified the construction of a 55-mile pipeline to the Ohio River as the best alternative to Lexington and surrounding counties' water needs. The Pool 3 solution, does that involve the damming of the Kentucky River?
No, it doesn't in the near term, but there are plans to possibly raise Dam 3 in the strategic plan from the Kentucky River Authority in the years, I believe it's 2010 to 2012 timeframe.
Okay. With regard to the Kentucky River Authority, the Kentucky River and its source of supply have been analyzed by a number of different groups. Is that correct?
Yes, numerous over the last 20 years.
Okay. And one of the studies of the Kentucky River was through the University of Kentucky's Water Resources Research Institute, and that was a Kentucky River Basin assessment for the KRA. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And was that, okay, no, I'll withdraw that question. Just one second. Nothing further.
Mr. Riddle, I want to ask you a question before we turn it over to Mr. Talley while it's fresh on my mind. You indicated that measurements were taken this summer during a pretty significant drought, and the measurements indicated that a 30 million gallon per day yield from the Kentucky River was possible.
Yes, sir.
Has Kentucky American done any studies, or are you aware of how far up in a drought like this the yield from the Kentucky River could be before there's significant disruption of flow in the river?
Well, that's why, Your Honor, I referenced the Gannett Fleming report that was done, which did a safe yield analysis of that pool and indicated it was north of 30 million gallons.
Okay, I understand it's north of 30, but I haven't seen the report, and I just was wondering if there was a top number that was assigned.
No, there hasn't been.
Okay. All right. And I think that there's Kentucky American has a withdrawal permit currently.
Yes.
From the state. Is that right?
Yes.
And I saw it yesterday, but I don't remember. What was the allowable withdrawal?
It was 6 million gallons through certain months and 20 million gallons during the summer months.
That's right. Okay. If the commission essentially buys in to the project and the capacity of the plant is up to 25 million, will you need to get an additional, or you need to get an amendment from the state as to withdrawal permit?
We would go back to the state and apply for a 25 million gallon withdrawal.
Okay, thanks. Any questions? No. Mr. Talley, cross-examination.
The Bluegrass Water Supply Commission does not have any questions.
Okay. Mr. Fitzgerald, what about cost? Do you have any questions? I didn't like the way you said that.
Give me a minute to get settled here. You said you can sit there.
Jeff, you need to be over here.
Mr. Rowe, my name is Tom Fitzgerald. I'm representing one of the interveners, the Citizens for Alternative Water Solutions. If I ask a question which is not clear, that's probably because I've just been very inartful. Just don't try to guess at what I'm asking. Tell me to rephrase. And if you are not the appropriate person, and you want to, just tell me who else I should address it to. Don't try to guess at an answer. Also, if you need to refer to any documents, please just tell me that. Am I correct that Kentucky American does not need Lexington, Fayette, Urban County government's approval for decisions related to either treatment or source of supply?
Yeah, that's true.
You have currently, Kentucky American has a franchise agreement, is that correct?
Yes.
Is the most recent one the 1995 franchise agreement?
I believe that's accurate.
Did the franchise agreement require that Kentucky American utilize the Kentucky River as its water source?
But not having an agreement from it, I do not think it does.
Okay. You made reference in response to questions from Mr. Solent to the Commission staff's first set of interrogatories. Mr. Chairman, if I could approach.
Yes, sir.
I just want to provide you with that. I believe it was response 3 that you stated the reasons the Kentucky American concluded it was inappropriate to go forward with the plans to purchase water. Do you have a copy of it?
Yes.
Oh, wonderful.
Yes.
Wonderful, okay. What I'd like to do is just understand a little better why it was that Kentucky American abandoned or terminated its plan to purchase water from the Louisville Water Company.
Mm-hmm.
Could you summarize for me what was or were the reasons for terminating those plans?
Sure. Again, it's summarized on staff data request number 3. But in December 1999, the Lexington Urban County government passed a resolution after months of review of the water supply situation. Had a lot of different presentations. Again, this has been a debate that's been ongoing for about 20 years. We, as a company, made a decision that resolution preferred a Kentucky River solution. It also asked that we work with the regional municipalities and come up with a project that was a Kentucky River based project, and look at the cost effectiveness of that as well. And I think we've done that through this certificated case that we filed here.
Okay.
Also, there was some opposition to that project, like all projects of this magnitude, and we felt was prudent, although we didn't need the city government's approval to stop that project or not implement that project. We thought it was prudent to try to work with the regional municipalities, and we have endeavored to do so. And proud to say that we've come to agreement and look forward to continuing our partnership.
Okay. Thank you. You indicated in response number 3 that while the very vocal opposition to the previously proposed project to purchase water from the Louisville Water Company was not insurmountable, the considerable delays that were inevitable based on the vehemence of the opposition could possibly extend the project implementation longer than other alternatives which might be developed with regional consensus, and thus customers might be at risk for a longer period of time.
Sure.
What, in terms of the considerable delays, had you predicted or projected how much the opposition could delay the implementation of that alternative?
I don't have a time frame. That's been, as you know, several years ago. But there were some concerns, not just in the delay of the project from that standpoint, but also concerns about the viability of how we're going to cross the Kentucky River. There were some endangered species issues that the Fish and Wildlife folks had brought to our attention and that we had studied, and that was another concern of ours. And so all those issues played into the decision to say, hey, let's find a regional project, and we've done that.
Okay, so then there's no real, the statement that there considerable delays were inevitable, you don't have a time that you thought the delay might set back the project?
No.
Okay, regarding the next sentence, it indicates that additionally that opposition would add significant cost to the project, which may have made it not the least cost solution at the time. Do you have any estimate, or did you have any estimate that you recall as to what cost it might add to the project?
Well, no, I don't. I don't have them here handy, but, the concerns with that project at that time, although we were really in favor of that project at that time, but had never really looked at a regional project that moved the source of supply on the Kentucky River down to a location below all the users, which is what Pool 3 does. So when you talk about 93-434, that case, the Louisville project, compared to where we are today, you're talking about two different projects. This is a project today that we have in front of this commission that has never been looked at before in all alternatives over the years.
So out of when the O'Brien and Gear report was talking, I guess it wasn't the O'Brien or Gear, one of the other reports mentioned there were 40-some or 50-some alternatives that have been looked at, and the pipeline project was the least cost. It didn't consider an option at Pool 3 or below?
Well, the O'Brien Gear report did. It recommended the Pool 3 option.
Did O'Brien and Gear also recommend a supplemental water line to the Ohio?
Yes, it did.
Okay. And is that part of your projected plan beyond the 2030 horizon?
No, it's not part of ours. Let me tell you why. I mean, quite frankly, I think we've got plenty of water in Pool 3 from what we've monitored since April of 2006. I believe that's part of Mr. Finland's testimony. Also, the Kentucky River Authority is at a different place than it was in the original certificated case, in the 93-434 case. Kentucky River Authority has done work on Dam 9 and has plans on stabilizing that dam, which holds back our water supply for the majority of our customers. That's different today, and the Kentucky River has plans on moving to Pool 3 and doing some repair work on Dam 3 as well. So a lot of differences between the two options, so it's very hard to look at where we were then compared to where we are now.
Okay, but is it not correct that O'Brien and Gear's suggestion for a supplemental source from the Ohio of raw water from the Ohio River to the Pool 3 plant was based on a concern that Pool 3 would not have sufficient yield during the drought of record to satisfy the demand?
Well, I don't know if it was during a drought of record they were talking about long term, but again, I'm not sure O'Brien and Gear was aware of the fact that the KRA plans to not only stabilize that dam, but also possibly raise that dam. And if you look at the strategic plan from the Kentucky River Authority, raising that dam in the years 2010 to 2012 timeframe gives the Kentucky River additional 1.5 billion gallons of water.
Do you know whether they have the capital to do that at this point?
No, I do not.
Do you know how they plan to amass the capital in order to make that improvement within that time frame?
No, I do not.
Has Kentucky American offered to provide them the capital to make that improvement?
No, but the new plant will, as you know, with the withdrawal fees, will provide some funding through the Kentucky River Authority.
And how much is the current fee for withdrawal the Kentucky American pays for main stem withdrawals? Do you recall?
No, I don't know that off the top of my head. We can sure get that for you.
Okay. If I could, I'd like to, there's been some discussion of the resolution, 1999 resolution from the Fayette Urban County government. What I'd like to do is to, and I believe this is already of record, Mr. Chairman, I believe it's part of the exhibit from Ms. Bridwell, actually, that was provided as part of the application. And if we could, I'd like to go through with you and just kind of update where we are in terms of meeting the conditions that were set forth by Lexington Fayette Urban County government.
Okay.
Mr. Fitzgerald, is it an exhibit to the Bridwell testimony or to the application?
I believe it's the direct testimony was filed as part of the application, Mr. Chairman.
Okay.
And I believe it's it is an exhibit.
Okay. That's 679-99?
Yes, it is,
Okay.
Mr. Chairman.
Chairman, I believe it's Exhibit A to Ms. Bridwell's testimony.
Thank you, Denny. Mr. Rowland, you ready?
Okay.
Okay, if we could you turn to the recommendations that begin on page 3? Okay, and if you don't, just answer that you don't. But if we could go to recommendation 2, which outlines a schedule of improvements that should be met within the 2000 to 2002 time period. Do you know, with respect to 2A, whether acquisition of locks and dams 6, 7, 8, 9, 11 were accomplished?
I believe the answer is yes, and I believe that was part of some of the data requests.
Okay. Do you know whether the geotech study on lock and dam 10 was completed?
I believe that has been done as well.
Okay. The start and completion of the engineering design on dam 10?
I believe that was started, but I'm not sure it's complete.
Okay. The start and completion of the environmental assessment on dam 10?
Same way, I'm not sure. I believe that has been started.
Okay. And if I could stop you, at this point, were we talking about simply reconstructing dam 10, or was there not a proposal to raise dam 10 in order to provide additional water supply?
Now, coming out of the 93-434 cases, there was a lot of discussion about raising dam 10 at that time.
Do you think that was what the Lexington Fayette Urban County government was referring to here? When we're talking about an environmental assessment for dam 10?
Not sure. Probably was.
Okay. E, completed general assessment of locks and dams 5 to 14 to determine which dam should follow 10 in rehabilitation effort. Do you know whether that was completed?
Not sure.
Okay. Modifications in F to the East Kentucky power intakes?
Again, not sure that's been done. That would be East Kentucky Power.
Okay. Beginning design plans for water treatment capacity upgrades with committed construction funding for dam 10.
That, as my understanding of GETA, that would have happened if dam 10 had been raised, and we would have had the ability to expand our current treatment plant facilities.
Okay, and so you didn't design to those upgrades because dam 10 was not
raised.
Okay, and do you know, is there a current plan to raise 10?
I'm not sure.
Okay. H, investigate a regional solution to long-term water supply. If you continue on down through that paragraph, was that undertaken?
Yes.
Okay. Was there a mutually agreeable water conservation and demand management program involving all of the entities listed in I developed?
Yes, that's our current demand management plan.
Okay, and so it was your current demand management plan, which was submitted as part, I believe, of, was it 94 or 93-434, or was it the following case?
Well, I think it's part of that case, but I think it's been updated several times since.
Okay, I'll ask Ms. Bridwell about that, because I think she provided testimony on that. Number 3, the schedule of improvements is presented by the Kentucky River Authority for the 2002-2004 time period. The start and completion of the construction work on 10.
No construction work on 10.
Okay. Start and complete the geotech study for dam 9.
I believe that has been completed.
Okay, the engineering design for dam 9, which is C.
Yeah, that would have been completed.
Okay, and then the environmental assessment.
Yeah, that would have been completed.
Okay, and then the implementation of conservation measures or practices?
Yes.
Okay, and then considering demand management options to meet supply demands?
Yes.
Okay. So I guess the key there that's missing from that, the 99 resolution, is that the assumption that dam 10 would be raised did not prove, it simply was not done.
True.
Okay. Is that part of the reason that you sought a different solution for meeting the water supply, long-term water supply needs for your customers?
Well, that was part of it after these things had not taken off. After the resolution from the Lexington Fayette Urban County government, we saw fit to start working with the regional municipalities and coming up with a regional project. A lot of discussions, where was the KRA going with raising the dams, was there going to be water available at Pool 9? Ultimately, of course, the Brown and Gear report and Gannett Fleming recommended the Pool 3 option.
Okay. Do you know whether the raising of Dam 10 was in the work plan of the Kentucky River Authority at any point?
I think it was at one time.
Similar to the Pool 3 reconstruction of the dam there and the raising of the dam?
Yes.
Okay. You indicated in your direct testimony that it was and I believe this is a direct quote, is of paramount importance to have a solution in place by 2010 because of the equestrian games. And I don't want to.
Well, that's one of the reasons.
Okay.
But many other reasons.
What additional demand do you project from the equestrian games?
I'll let Ms. Biltwell talk about that.
Okay.
Because she did the demand projections.
Okay. What is your contingency plan if the Pool 3 project is not in place by the time the equestrian games come to pass?
Well, very similar to what we did this summer, I guess. We're on some pretty severe restrictions and maybe even businesses. There really is, other than conservation and continued demand management, we have to find a long-term solution. That's the reason to expedite a solution.
Have you, to switch gears, and I don't mean to jump around, but much of what I was going to ask, mercifully, has already been asked, and I'm going to do my best not to ask it again.
Please.
Has Kentucky American, to your knowledge, calculated the return to shareholders of the capital investment in the Pool 3 project relative to the return if Kentucky American were to build the pipeline to connect to Louisville?
I believe there was a data request that compared the two options from the original Louisville pipeline project and the current option. I believe that was one of the data requests.
I think what it asked is there a change in rate of return? And the answer appropriately was the rate of return is set by the commission. I'm just wondering if you calculated the return on investment. Or if I could ask it in a different way, would the construction of an additional plant and associated pipeline provide a larger rate base on which to get a return on investment than the extension of a pipeline from your existing facilities to Louisville?
I don't know if we've done that analysis.
Okay. You would mention that the status of pipeline, at this point, 55% of the project is approximately in state right-of-way, 45% is on private properties, and you didn't know how many easements might be required or how many had been obtained.
Right.
Okay. Have you reviewed the public comments that were submitted thus far in this
Sure. I was at the public hearings.
Okay, and so you heard from a number of landowners who are directly affected by the proposed southern route?
Sure.
Okay. Do you have any reason to anticipate less opposition or less delay from litigation from this proposed route than you would have found with the other pipeline?
Yes, I do. Let me tell you why. I mean, I think one thing about this project, this Pool 3 option is, that, again, as I said, 55% of the project is in state right-of-way, and we have acquired all the permits for this project except for a couple of state highway permits, which they've indicated are coming. I think that's a big plus, something that we didn't have under the previous proposal. Also, there has been indication from a lot of property owners that they are willing to discuss granting easements and private easements, but only after to see what comes out of this certificated case filing.
Okay, you say a lot of owners. Do you know roughly how many owners have indicated a willingness to discuss easements relative to how many you'll have to obtain easements from?
No, but I would say it's probably roughly 50-50.
Okay, and have you communicated with all of the property owners?
We've made an attempt to communicate with every property owner.
Have you heard back from all of them?
I believe we've heard back from most of them.
How many lawsuits would it take to stop the completion of that pipeline?
Well, I mean, I hope we don't have to have lawsuits. I mean, I've been in this business 20 years and laid a lot of water mains, built a lot of treatment plants, and I think Ms. Britwell will say the same in her 18 years. I don't ever remember a condemnation issue being an issue. We've always been able to work with the property owner, and at times even gone back to the state highway and asked, is there a way to move this into the state right-of-way? So we're going to endeavor to do that.
Have you looked at that with respect to the 45% of the property owners that you think you're going to need to obtain easements
We'll
from?
continue to look at that.
Okay. You indicated that you were comfortable that your ownership of the Pool 3 plant would be only 80%, and that assuming the 20% equity involvement of the Bluegrass Water Supply Commission?
Sure.
According to the agreement that was submitted earlier, there is a drop-dead date for Bluegrass Water Supply Commission selecting one of the options of April 1st.
Sure.
Right? Has Bluegrass Water Supply Commission indicated, to your knowledge, whether they are able to participate as 20% equity owners in the absence of state or federal funding?
They have not.
Sure. Are you familiar with any of the presentations that have been made by the Bluegrass Water Supply Commission officials at their meetings that without $60 million in state and federal funding that their participation is unaffordable?
Well, I think if you look at the agreement, that's why we have given every opportunity for the regional partners to share some equity ownership, whether it's a take-or-pay contract and still have 5 years to buy into that plant facility. Our main concern is to make sure that whatever that additional cost of that new facility, that additional 5 million gallons, is not borne by Kentucky American present customers.
Have you considered if federal funds are obtained by the Bluegrass Water Supply Commission to facilitate their participation, that there will be environmental compliance obligations under the National Environmental Policy Act?
It could be. I'm not sure of that.
Okay. Is there a better person to ask that?
That's probably Rich Finland.
Okay. Do you know whether, if the National Environmental Policy Act is implicated because of federal funding, whether that would delay the completion of the project?
Not sure.
Okay. Do you know why it is that when the Bluegrass Water Supply Commission participated in the design, was it the preliminary design work that they contributed some funding to Kentucky American?
Yes, the design of the additional 5 million gallons.
Why did Kentucky American insist that it be state money and not federal?
State money for?
Why did they insist that let me rephrase that. Why did Kentucky American insist that Bluegrass Water Supply Commission's contribution to that design work not be federal funding?
I don't know that we did.
Okay. Accepting my representation for the moment that the language is in there, do you know why it would have been in there?
Objection, Your Honor, that's too speculative.
If he knows, he can answer. If he doesn't, he'll tell us.
Don't know.
Okay. Is there a better person to ask that?
Guess y'all ask one of the attorneys.
Oh, I'd love to.
Objection.
I don't think they'll let me. In response to...
I can, Mr. Fitzgerald.
In response to our first supplemental data request, number 9, if you would turn to that for a second. Okay.
Could we have that reference again, please?
Sure, it's the cause first supplemental data request number 9.
Okay?
Okay. Is that still an accurate answer that there were no technical, engineering, or legal impediments to the Louisville Water Company option?
That's true.
Okay. Last couple of questions. Have you calculated what the additional cost will be to the average consumer of funding the Pool 3 option?
Yes.
Okay, and what is that additional cost?
Again, that was one of the data requests, is $8 to $10 a month.
Okay, and for how long will that additional cost be borne by the average consumer?
Well, that is continuous.
Okay. And have you evaluated water needs for Kentucky American beyond the current planning horizon of 2030?
No.
There's been no evaluation?
No, not beyond 2030. I think Kentucky statutes requires a 20-year planning horizon. I think that's what most of the engineering businesses will use.
Okay. Do they prevent you from considering a longer horizon?
Well, you could, but I don't think anyone, especially in our business, when customers are going to absorb those costs, to start to speculate on additional facilities beyond 2030, beyond that planning horizon.
Okay, so even a year beyond that, you would consider speculative?
Yes.
I have no further questions. Thank you very much.
Mr. Fitzgerald, thank you. Mr. Bain, you wish to question?
I usually have no questions.
Okay. Mr. Hughes?
No, sir, no question.
Mr. Barbary?
I had a copy of
All right. Come up here and assume the hot seat.
I could do that.
She's beating her back.
Good afternoon, Mr. Rowe.
Good afternoon, Mr. Barber.
In Kentucky American's mind, is there a drop dead date for the Bluegrass Water Supply Commission?
You mean to participate?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, in the agreement, it's April 1st, and that April 1st date is only because we'll be at a construction stage that a decision has got to be made of whether or not to expand the facility.
If one were to assume that they did not follow through on any of the three options on April 1st, and you all had approval on this to go ahead and proceed with a 20 million gallon treatment plant, if they later wanted to acquire or purchase some of that water and it was not needed otherwise, would such an agreement have to go in front of the commission for approval?
Yes, it would.
Let me follow up on a question that Chairman Goss asked you. Is Kentucky American comfortable that the Pool 3 proposal would be sufficient in the event of a drought of record?
Absolutely.
It was recently reported by Kentucky American, and I believe it was the follow-up the case that we've left open for you all to comply with conditions from a previous case, 2002-277. It was recently reported that Kentucky American Water Company has been downgraded with respect to its valuation. Would that have any impact on this project?
No.
Okay. If you're talking about a credit rating, Kentucky American Water Company doesn't have credit rating.
I apologize.
Okay, I just wanted.
Yeah.
Right.
I see you mean American Water.
Yes, sir,
Yeah.
American Water. Does the recent, it's also been publicized on some level that RWE may not be desirous of pursuing an IPO, at least at this point in time. Does that have any impact on this project?
As you know from being an attorney, once we file the S1 registration with the SEC, we're not at liberty to discuss, we're in a quiet period now, not allowed to have any discussions around the IPO. That's SEC regulations, and I'd rather answer that here than go to jail.
Fair enough.
You saying the SEC is more important than the Kentucky Public Service Commission, Mr. Wright?
Not as important to you, Mr. Chairman.
I don't have any other questions.
Thank you, Mr. Woocher.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon, Mr. Rowe.
Good afternoon.
Let me get back for a second to the easements and the easement acquisition. You've already addressed a number of questions on that, but could you provide us with the current status in terms of the amount of, you stated before that 45% of the route for the transmission main is going across private property and easements would have to be obtained. Can you provide us, after the hearing today, with the exact amount of that 45% for which easements has been acquired?
Yes, we can.
And if you have it, if you could provide to us a number or amount that where the landowner has given a definite refusal under any circumstances to provide the easement?
We can do that.
You mentioned before that the percentage of easement acquisition in the current proposed project is a lot different from that was envisioned with the pipeline that was considered back in the late 90s. About what percentage of that pipeline project was going to be on state or public right-of-way?
I don't know exactly what those percentages are. I will say the original project, as you know, was if you remember in that case, was cross-country, so been quite a bit of private.
Could you all just provide us with that after the hearing? In response to a question, you stated that the equestrian games was one of the reasons why the project or the new facilities needed to be placed in service by 2010. Could you just briefly state for us what the other reasons are? You alluded to some other reasons.
Well, the reasons are because the issue of supply and treatment is today, it's now, it's here. And if you go back to, again, I just referred one to table 1 and 2 of Ms. Bridwell's testimony. Those issues, we got a little taste of it this summer. We did not have to go to no outdoor watering. That would have been the next step, and then eventually the rationing, and then to economic impact. So the issue is real and now.
There was some discussion early on about the filing of the Kentucky American Water Company and Louisville Water Company contract that was entered into, I think, in November of 1998.
Yes.
Do you know if any such filing was ever made with the commission, or an attempt was made to tender the contract to the commission for commission approval?
I don't think so.
Okay.
Not to my knowledge.
Okay. Do you know whose responsibility it would have been to tender or present that contract to the commission?
It would have been Kentucky Americans if, in fact, we were moving forward.
Okay, even though the Louisville Water Company was the entity that was selling the water?
Well,
it would have been the Louisville Water Company.
Probably been both of us.
Service? Okay.
Both of us would probably have that responsibility, both entities.
Follow up on that a little bit. If there's been some talk about a public-private partnership, has Kentucky American made any study of the consequences of Kentucky American purchasing water from a public entity as opposed to producing itself in terms of the purchase price being subject to Public Service Commission regulation?
No. Not that I'm aware of.
Okay. Has that come in terms of the consideration of the Kentucky Americans' decision? Did that play a role at all?
No. I mean, I think Mr. Woocher, the issue is time is of the essence. So, after the March 2006 hearing, we felt it prudent to expedite the process because the problem is now. And I think we've heard a lot of data that's been entered into the record over the last 20 years, but we still have the same deficit today.
Okay, well, just so that just so the record is clear then, Kentucky American is indifferent as to whether any type of rate, if it had to purchase water from as opposed to producing it itself, it's indifferent as to whether that rate is subject to the jurisdiction of the Public Service Commission?
Yeah, I guess I'm not clear on the question.
All right, well, let me step back then.
Okay.
Kentucky American, let's just take some hypotheticals. Kentucky American buys water from the Bluegrass Water Supply Commission.
Okay.
All right? That rate, because the Bluegrass Water Supply Commission is deemed not to be a public utility, the rate that it charges to Kentucky American is not subject to any type of Public Service Commission review. In that instance, Kentucky American is indifferent to that fact if it had to go out and purchase water?
I would think that any agreement that we enter into would be subject to this commission's approval, and any rate would be subject to this commission's approval.
You're saying any rate, even if, for example, it was a contract to purchase water from the Bluegrass Water Supply Commission?
Yes.
Well, just to follow up on that, and I'll leave it with this question. It's been your understanding that regardless of who Kentucky American contracts with, the actual rate that's going to be charged by that supplier is subject to Public Service Commission review and approval?
That's my understanding.
Okay, and we're not, when we say it's your understanding, we're not talking about a rate that Kentucky American tries to incorporate in its own when it's seeking approval of its rates. We're talking about the actual rate that is being charged by the supplier.
Right, to Kentucky American.
Okay.
Right.
Mr. Woocher, you probably need to educate the two commissioners. I guess I was under the impression, maybe I need to read my statute a little closer, that even though a utility may be non-jurisdictional to the commission, if it sells water on a wholesale basis to a utility that is jurisdictional, we have jurisdiction. Is that not correct?
That is not correct, Your Honor.
Okay.
For example, a water supply commission is expressly exempt from jurisdiction of the Public Service
If it was a
Commission.
municipality, it would be a different
If it were a
story.
municipality under the Simpson County decision interpreting KRS 278-200, then it would be subject to
Okay.
PSC jurisdiction.
All right, thank you. Thanks for clearing that up.
Let's go to talk very briefly about Dam 3. Would you agree with the statement that Dam 3 and Locks 3 and 4 on the Kentucky River are well past their design life?
Did I agree with that?
Yes, sir.
I think they needed some work and refurbishing.
Okay, so would you
Well, not
agree
the-
with the statement that they're well past their design life?
I'm not, the person to answer that.
Okay. Would you agree with the statement that to support the Pool 3 project and assure that a raw water supply is available for the proposed water treatment plant, Dam 3 needs to be replaced?
Not sure it needs to be replaced, it needs to be stabilized, just because of its age.
Okay, so you would state that, in your opinion, there is some work necessary to be done for Dam 3 in terms of the viability of the project that's being proposed by Kentucky American?
Yes.
Now, you had mentioned that the Kentucky River Authority has some plans to, isn't there a plan to replace Dam 3?
It's either replacement or refurbishing.
Okay. Do you know the status of that plan at this point?
I only saw it in some of the documentation that we received from the KRA that is plans, I believe it's, I'm going to say this like I remember the date, it's either 2009, 2010 timeframe.
Has there been any conversations or discussions between Kentucky American and the Kentucky River Authority regarding those projects, or regarding the Kentucky River Authority's proposed refurbishing or replacement projects?
Yes, this has been with Steve Reeder, the executive director.
And when did those conversations take place?
Somewhere in the last year, I can't remember exactly when, but we did have conversations with Mr. Reeder around his long-term plans, and after finishing Dam 9, where would he move his resources next, and it's Dam 3.
You know if those conversations occurred after Kentucky American's announcement in March of 2006 that it was going to go ahead with the Pool 3 project?
I'm not sure exactly the time frame, Mr. Woocher.
Let me ask, if the Kentucky River Authority was unable to carry through with its proposed refurbishing of Dam 3 and Locks 3 and 4, would that in any way hinder or increase the risk to the proposed facilities?
I'm not sure, because I don't know the overall condition of Dam 3.
Okay,
Probably a better question for the KRA, who looks at that on a daily basis.
Okay, as part of the, I guess, proposed capital project that the River Authority is considering, it's proposing to add, I guess, a crest gate to Dam 3 to provide an additional 1.5 billion gallons of water storage.
Mm-hmm.
Is that project critical to the operation of the proposed facilities Kentucky Americans presented to the Commission?
No, not at the current time.
Okay. So would it be correct then to say that if the funding for that project fails, or that project is in some way delayed, it will not impact the operation of the plant, the ability of the plant to meet the
demands,
water supply demands?
In 2030, absolutely not.
I believe that's all I have. Thank you.
Mr. Turner, redirect.
No questions, Your Honor.
Anything further, Mr. Rowe, counsel? Mr. Chairman. No. Mr. Slant.
I just have, I think, two questions. Mr. Rowe, in response to Mr. Woocher's questions regarding the crest gate at Dam 3, you said that the improvements to Dam 3 to increase its storage capacity were not, I believe the phrase you used, were not important, or the phrase you used were not important at the current time. Will it be important in 2020?
No.
2030?
No.
When?
Sometime after that, if in
After
fact.
2030?
Right.
Do you know when after 2030?
No. Depends on how much water will be available through permitting by the Division of Water in Pool 3.
And I have, I'm sorry, Your Honor, I didn't realize this would be an issue. I do have this is testimony from Mr. Mundy in case number 93-434, which is part of the record in this proceeding. I simply want to ask Mr. Rowe, frankly, I want to show it to him and then read it to him, and it addresses an issue that was raised by Mr. Woocher on...
Okay.
I'll show it to counsel.
That's. I don't see
It's a short quotation, Your Honor.
Well, you plan on reading this?
Yeah, it's
I
short.
would respectfully suggest that we introduce this as an exhibit in this case instead of reading at length.
Well, can you, why don't you paraphrase the testimony and just ask him if he, I presume you're going to ask him if he agrees or disagrees with it?
Yes, Your Honor.
Once you, Mr. Ingram has had a chance to read it, so he'll call your hand at it if he thinks you're paraphrasing incorrectly.
Okay, well, I'll just read the first sentence, and then I'll just make the whole thing an exhibit that way out.
Okay.
Mr. Rowe, I'll go sit down. Sorry. Back in case number 93-434, Mr. Mundy, your predecessor, testified that first, I'm advised that the Public Service Commission will have jurisdiction over any agreement entered into between the Louisville Water Company and Kentucky American Water Company because it has jurisdiction over the rates and services of the Kentucky American Water Company. Do you agree with that proposition?
Yes.
Your Honor, we can probably just cite it in the brief, but I don't know.
Why don't you do that? It's,
We'll do that.
sounds like he agrees with it. Any further questions? Anybody have any other questions? Mr. Rowe? Yes, sir, Mr. Fitzgerald.
Mr. Rowe, in response to Mr. Butcher's question, you indicated you would make available the information that you had concerning the relative public right-of-way, private ownership of the earlier pipeline route. Were you contemplating doing that only for the gas pipeline option that was the preferred option, or could you provide that for the other two options that you indicated were considered at the time?
We'll give you whatever we have available, any information we have available for any of it.
It would be helpful, particularly if we could, the route that was mentioned as being briefly considered, which was the route that followed Interstate 64 for the entire length rather than departing to the gas pipeline.
You got that, Mr. Turner?
Yes, Your Honor.
You provide that within 10 days from close of this hearing?
Probably quicker than that, Your Honor, but it may take some post-hearing discussion with Mr. Fitzgerald for me to understand exactly what he wants, but we'll work that out.
Well, I simply wanted, I'm sorry if I was inarticulate, I simply wanted the relative public and private right-of-way that was associated with the testimony provided in response to, I believe, cause first supplemental request number 9, if I'm not mistaken, was that there were 3 routes considered in the earlier proceeding. One of them was departed at Route 60 from I-64 and followed an existing gas pipeline. And so I guess it would be helpful to determine how much more feasible this proposed route is than following the other routes, to look at public and private ownership for each of those routes, and also how much of it would have been within an existing easement as opposed to needing new easements.
Right. Okay. Mr. Ingram's shaking his head, so he apparently understands what's needed.
I think I do, yes, Your
Okay.
Honor.
Anything further, Mr. Rowe?
I have one more question.
All right.
Just want to go back for a second. Do you have a copy of Ms. Bridwell's rebuttal testimony?
Yes, I do.
Okay. If you would turn to Exhibit A, page 3 of 4. And it looks like it's also labeled as page 28 for some reason. I think page 28 is actually referring to the page from the capital plan of the Kentucky River Authority. But at the top in the right-hand corner, it's labeled Exhibit A, page 3 of 4.
If I have that, Mr. Richard.
This is Ms. Bridwell's rebuttal testimony, ma'am.
I've got a rebuttal, but I don't have okay.
I just want to make sure that we're clear for the record. You stated just a few moments ago that the addition of a crest gate to Dam 3 is not essential to the proposed facilities.
Right.
Okay. Now, this proposed capital project which talks about the addition of a crest gate. And I guess as justification for the funding that's being sought, contains the sentences, and if you go down, it's the second sentence. Since this structure supplies the new treatment plant supporting growth in the bluegrass region, it is important to have sufficient storage to keep the treatment plant online in a major drought. It goes on to say the next sentence, the crest gate would provide a 60-day supply in these situations. Okay. Do you agree with that, or do you have some disagreement in terms of the importance of the crest gate?
Well, it's my understanding, and when I read this, again, this is from the Kentucky River Authority, is that we, as far as supplying water for a 20 million gallon plant or 25 million gallon plant, or at least up to 30 million gallons, there's no crest gate needed. This would be additional water supply over and above what the safe yield in Pool 9 is today. Pool 3 is today. So that's why I answered that it has no impact on our current project.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Roy, I want to ask you a question. Mr. Salent spent a good part of the morning attempting to establish that back in the 90s, Kentucky American Water thought that the Ohio River solution and purchasing water from the Little Water Company was much preferable to constructing even a new plant on the Kentucky River and drawing from the Kentucky River. And you indicated in answer to maybe Mr. Spinard's questions or Mr. Fitzgerald, I'm not sure which, that in your mind things had changed since the mid to late 90s to get us where we are today. And I'll be frank with you, I'm a little unclear as to what in your mind has changed. So if you would try to articulate for the Commission in order of priority what is different and what has changed between the time, the late 90s when Kentucky American took a much different position with regard to source of supply than it's taking today.
Well, again, in the early 90s, when we were looking at the Louisville project, there was a lot of discussion about raising upstream dams. That was a concern because we have so many users upstream, and whether or not that was going to be a viable alternative. We had never looked at a Pool 3 option or something below where all the users are. The largest user downstream is Frankfort. They're on Pool 4. So we're going to mine a pool of water below all the users, and also all the wastewater plants outflows are coming back to the Kentucky River prior to Pool 4. A couple other things that have changed since that time is the fact that during the early 90s there was a lot of discussion about valves in the Kentucky River and the dams and whether or not those valves can be operated.
Okay, wait, I'm sorry. Are you saying, with regard to the first answer, are you saying simply that what's changed is that now you're looking at Pool 3 and in the late 90s you didn't look at Pool 3?
Yes, we never looked at Pool 3.
But why? Explain to me, dumb it down for me, explain to me why Kentucky American didn't look at Pool 3 back in the 90s.
I can't give you a good reason other than we never looked that far downstream. We were looking around, something so close to you. We were looking at all the pools adjacent to our system.
Okay.
And again, if I may finish, Your Honor, about the valves. The valves were not in place at that time, too. There were some concerns about whether or not we can move water from upstream. Like this summer, we were able to do that, we being the Kentucky River Authority, I should say. And there are some releases upstream that occur annually through Buckhorn and Lake and Car Fork that occur annually now that, again, all those things are a little bit different where we were back then.
Anything else?
No.
Okay. Anything further, Mr. Rowe?
Very, very briefly, Your Honor.
I think, 1 second, Mr. Chang, Commissioner Clay has a question.
I've got one question, Mr. Rowe, maybe we'll be able to finish up.
I don't think we have a map up there, and maybe you're not the one to do it, but along the route of the pipeline on this proposal, on this application, I'd like for someone sometime to point out exactly what sections of the road are on the highway right-of-way and what sections are going through private property.
Mr. Vice Chairman, we'll make that part of the on-record request, that we'll make sure we include that as well.
Okay. Of the different roads?
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay, Mr. Turner?
Rowe, the last question from the chairman. You said that this is the first time that we've looked at Pool 3. In the previous discussions in the reports about a Kentucky River solution, what pool generally was being looked at?
It was usually Pool 9.
Pool 9,
Right.
okay. And so the discussion in the earlier cases that compared a Kentucky River solution with a Louisville solution was comparing a Pool 9 with
Absolutely.
Louisville, okay. And then the chairman asked you for an explanation of what else was different. Were you here in the early 90s?
No.
Okay, and do we have a witness coming who might have more history on that than you?
Yes, Ms. Bridwell.
Ms. Bridwell, okay.
All right, anything further, Mr. Rowe? All right, Mr. Rowe, thank you. You may step
Thank you.
aside. Okay, Mr. Turner, Mr. Ingram, we'll call your next witness. We'll go about 15 minutes and take a break.
That would seem to be a fitting introduction for Ms. Bridwell.
All right?
I think I've set her up.
Very well, go ahead and raise your right hand. You solemnly swear or affirm that you'll tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
I do.
Mr. Ingram?
You state your name, please.
Linda Bridwell.
Whom are you employed?
I'm actually employed by the Southeast Region of American Water.
Where's your office?
2300 Richmond Road, Lexington, Kentucky, with Kentucky American Water.
Do you do work for Kentucky American Water Company?
Yes, sir.
Have you filed direct and rebuttal testimony in this case?
Yes, sir.
If I asked you the questions contained therein, would you give me the same answer today?
Yes, sir.
That's all I have, Mr. Chairman, this time.
Thank you. Mr. Salent, you wish to cross-examine?
Yes, Your Honor. Trying to get my stuff out. Ms. Bridwell, good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Can you tell me whether or not there is still a working transmission main owned by Kentucky American at I-64 and Newtown Pike?
There is a 24-inch line, I believe, that crosses I-64 going north on Newtown Pike.
Okay. And it is a 24-inch line?
Yes, sir.
Does Kentucky American has plans anytime in the next year to do anything to that 24-inch line that we've just been discussing?
I don't believe so. I'm trying to think exactly how far that 24-inch comes down. It has been it has been recently replaced. I don't know if the replacement's under service. It was replacing some existing smaller mains.
Would Kentucky American be willing to notify the commission and the parties to this case should it wish to do anything to that 24-inch line?
Well, certainly. I think we actually filed as part of one of the data requests that there was, as part of the connection of the proposal of this project, there was 24-inch would need to be run all the way down to New Circle Road, and that line was being reconstructed as a 24-inch down to I-64 as part of a road widening project. But certainly for any additional improvements, we would be happy to notify all the parties in this case.
And the company has no intention of disabling or discontinuing the use of the line?
Certainly not.
Okay. Ms. Bridwell, why does Kentucky American, the Bluegrass Water Supply Commission, need a reservation of capacity, reserve capacity, of 4 to 5 times the projected base flow of the treatment plant described in your all's application, when typical peaking factors of maximum day average are less than 2 to 1?
Well, because you're only looking at the facilities, the facilities we're talking about constructing. Generally, you need to look in totality of the facilities, and what we're constructing allows for the peaking, the appropriate peaking factor. But the base load on these facilities compared to the available for peaking, just individually, yes, would result in a 4 or 5 to 1 ratio, but that would provide Kentucky American with a total capacity of a 2 to 1 peaking factor on its facilities.
Yep.
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Dev is going to pass out to everyone, the commissioners and council, and Ms. Bridwell, just a short document that I would like to ask for a question about.
Go ahead and start laying the foundation for it if you want to. It's being passed out.
Yes, sir. Ms. Bridwell, Mr. Depp is handing you a copy of remarks that, or a document, I should say, that I'm going to mark for identification purposes as Louisville Water Company Exhibit Number 7, I believe, entitled Remarks by Linda Bridwell, Planning Engineer, Kentucky American Water Company, to the Kentucky River Authority, January 29, 1993. And I believe this document was filed in the record in case number 2001-00117, which is one of the 2 cases incorporated in this case by order of the Commission. Do you recognize this document as your remarks?
It has been a long time since I made these remarks. A lot of water under the bridge, so to speak. I will take your representation that it was filed in the previous case.
A lot of water has gone under the bridge, hasn't it, in those many years. Could I direct your attention to page 6, the 4th grammatical paragraph beginning with the phrase, "There are a couple of factors." Do you see that paragraph?
Yes.
Yes. And I'm going to read you just one sentence from that. I'm going to read it, and this is from remarks that she made, I believe. "It is more efficient to move treated water through a water line than it is to move raw water. It is more cost-effective to utilize existing treatment capacity than to expand it." Did I read that correctly?
Yes.
This may be somewhat redundant, this next line of questioning, and I'm going to refer you, and if it is, we can try to speed it through. I lost a little bit I lost some track here. Can you look at pages 15 through 16 of your direct testimony? And I would direct your attention to your summary. If it is a summary, it may be just a reproduction of the Lexington-Fayette Urban County Government Ordinance. Let me ask you this. Mr.
I believe it's an ordinance, is it? It's a resolution, isn't it?
Did I mischaracterize
Yeah,
it?
you call it an ordinance. There's a big
I'm
difference
sorry,
between
a
an ordinance and
resolution, excuse me.
Okay.
Mr. Rowe, I believe, was questioned about some of the projects that are summarized in these numbered paragraphs of your testimony on pages 15 through 16, 1 through 4. He's testified to all of that, has he not?
Yes.
Okay. Just to be clear, you listened to his testimony, you were comfortable with what he said with respect to the status of these projects, is that correct?
I believe generally.
Were there any that you disagreed with that you could point out to us? And of course, what I'm talking about here are the various projects on the Kentucky River under the auspices of the Kentucky River Authority.
I'm trying to remember exactly. Just trying to make notes as he was. I don't think I had any significant disagreements with him on these.
Okay. So Mr. Rowe's summary under cross-examination of the status of those projects described at pages 15 through 16 of your direct testimony would largely be accurate.
Well, no, wait a second. I mean, the representation on 15 and 16 are not a direct quote of the recommendations that are in the resolution, and so I certainly don't want to represent that they are.
I realize that, and I'm not trying to suggest that. I'm just trying to make sure that if you want to add anything to Mr. Rowe's testimony about the status of the projects that on the Kentucky River Authority that are identified in the Lexington-Fayette Urban County Government Resolution that's summarized in your testimony, that you do so for me now.
Okay, I mean, I can tick down through them if you'd like just to go through them again. If that would unfortunately be redundant, I think that would probably be a safer course of action.
If you don't have anything to add, and if you agree with what Mr. Rose said, let's not do that. Let's move on.
Okay. I think the only thing that I might add is the study modifications undertaken by the KRA for East Kentucky Power's intakes. I think they have looked at that. I don't think that was a responsibility of East Kentucky Power, and I don't know if those have been completed, but I know that has been investigated at this point.
And can you tell me just what lines of your testimony that's in reference to?
Well, it's on page 16. It's in reference on line 5, or it's,
okay.
I think, number 1F in the recommendations on page 4 of the resolution.
Okay. On the same page of your testimony, direct testimony, page 16, at lines 24 through 27, I believe, you testified that the resolution also stated that the council would make a reassessment in 2003. This reassessment, and you also, this reassessment has never occurred. Does that remain the case? Is this still correct, that reassessment never occurred?
That's my understanding. Now, we've submitted updates to the council, first orally and then again in writing, and I don't remember the exact dates of those, but whether the council undertook a reassessment at any point, I'm not aware of.
At page 17 of your direct testimony, you indicated, or you state that Kentucky American Water did not entirely agree with this course of action in response to the Lexington-Fayette Urban County Government Resolution. Is that correct?
Yes, and that was actually something that I was going to come back to when I realized that I had missed something that I disagreed with, or Mr. Rowe, because he wasn't here and didn't understand the full, I mean, he was here in '99, but he was just coming on board. One of the things that the representation in front of the city council was that Dam 10 would be raised and all of the water would be available to Kentucky American Water for its supply, and that was one of the items that Kentucky American did not agree with. Was we felt like in conversations with the Division of Water and with other regional utilities that would not be possible to have all of that, nor was there were some problems with the schedule that we identified.
Okay, so now we've completely gone through where you have disagreements with Mr. Rowe, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Now, let me, I don't mean to sound, let me go back to the question I was on.
Okay, that's what I was trying to answer as the second part of
I
that.
understood,
I
yeah.
apologize.
That's all right, that's all right. So, but on page 17 of your testimony, you did testify that KW not entirely agree in reference to the Lexington Fayette Urban County Government Resolution. Isn't that correct?
That's true. That's what my testimony states, and that's true.
So there are some parts of the testimony with which Kentucky, or some parts of the resolution with which Kentucky American simply did not agree.
Yes.
Okay. Can you tell me, is the water treatment plant that's described in Kentucky American's application in this matter a peaking drought demand plant?
Okay, are we finished with my testimony at this point?
But we might come back to it, but we're finished with that part of it. I can't remember whether I did. A lot of water has passed through the dam since I wrote these questions out.
Okay, there are two issues, and I noticed when you asked Mr. Rowe this, that you're at a drought peaking demand, and I want to make sure that it's clear that there are two separate issues here that this plant is addressing. One is a peak demand issue for normal operations, particularly hot summers, but definitely not drought situations. And then there is a drought situation, a drought deficit in the source of supply that Kentucky American is addressing. And that would be the representation that these facilities are addressing.
So they're addressing both a peak demand and a drought demand situation?
Yes, both for the existing customers and for our future projected customers.
Okay, and what is it? Can you define for me what you mean by peak demand?
The peak demand is what you're looking at as treatment capacity, and it's a single day maximum demand during any given year. And you generally have a standard, we use a 95% confidence interval on a ratio of our average day to determine what that is in our projections.
Okay, and how do you define a drought demand?
The drought demand that we have developed is a 6-month average of hot, dry weather, again with a confidence interval, a 95% confidence interval built into that. And so it's what would be expected as an average over a drought period, not necessarily any single demand, but there may be fluctuations over a 6-month drought period that would be higher and lower.
Now, this may be a different way of answering the same question, but I'm not enough of a water engineer, not one at all, to know, so I want to ask you this. Is the water treatment plant that is described in Kentucky American's application a growth plant?
There are certainly the population projections for increased population in the central Kentucky area are included in our demand projections, and so to the end that we are attempting to meet that growth of the population as well as the deficits that are currently built in with our existing customers.
Was Kentucky American's consultant, I'm referring now to Mr. Harold Walker of Gannett Fleming, was he instructed to perform a peaking drought demand analysis or a growth analysis?
Neither.
Neither.
Yes, I'm not sure I'm understanding your question there.
Well,
he was instructed to provide an ongoing annual operations analysis for 20 years.
an ongoing annual operations analysis for 20 years?
Assuming normal weather conditions.
What does that mean?
Okay. The drought average day calculation that we talked about this facility would help supply is assuming that you're having a drought year in any given year through the 2030 period. Mr. Walker did not take into account a drought period in any of the years. It was as if there was basically a base load on the facilities throughout the entire time period, and the same with a peak demand. Usually it's a single day demand, and so we did not ask him to factor in 1 or 2 or 3 days during the year that those facilities would be operated at a higher level, but just the base demand throughout on both of them, yes.
Let me, if I could, ask you to go to page 5, line 3 of your rebuttal testimony. And I'm going to refer you, please, to lines 1 through 6 of that testimony.
Okay.
And you state in there, at line 3, that the assumption made by R.W. Beck that the pipeline from a metering point in Shelby County would be owned by an unidentified public entity is, your language, an inappropriate assumption. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. Why is this an inappropriate assumption?
Well, R.W. Beck was filing this report as part of this case, and I guess to present a pipeline that was being owned by some unidentified public entity as part of this case, that someone that hasn't stepped up and asked seemed to me to be an inappropriate assumption.
Okay. With respect to the facilities identified in Kentucky American's application in this proceeding, what would be the appropriate level of private ownership that Kentucky American would find acceptable to it?
I don't think there's a matter of finding it acceptable one way or the other. At this point, it's what is being asked of this commission to approve and what Kentucky American has put forth. And Kentucky American has said it is willing to to fund up to 100% private ownership or a 80-20 joint equity ownership with the BWSC. I don't know that there's been any conversations about what would be acceptable or not.
If I were to ask you to assume that the pipeline, that the Louisville Water Company has described, that the section from Louisville to Shelbyville would be owned by LWC, that would be the first assumption. The second assumption would be that the section from Shelbyville to Frankfort would be owned by the Frankfort Plant Board, and the section from the Lexington side of Frankfort to Lexington would be owned by the Kentucky American Water Company. Would you find the inappropriate assumption made by R.W. Beck to still be inappropriate?
Well, yes, because that still assumes 100% public ownership, and what you've just described is not 100% public ownership.
And that's why I was asking about what levels of public-private ownership Kentucky American Water Company would find acceptable. In the scenario that I just described, would Kentucky American Water Company be agreeable to a one-third stake in that proposal? One-third, one-third, one-third.
Now, that would be a question you'd have to ask Mr. Rowe as to what Kentucky American would find agreeable. To my knowledge, the Frankfort Plant Board has not come forward with a plan or public funding at this point for that.
You are aware that the Frankfort Plant Board has passed a resolution recently?
Yes, I am.
Okay. And you are aware that that resolution indicates that it would prefer to partner and provide water with the Louisville Water Company than through the Bluegrass Water Supply Commission?
Yes.
And the Frankfort Plant Board is a member of the Bluegrass Water Supply Commission, is it not?
Currently, yes.
You know something we don't know? I'm sorry.
Well,
You said currently. I'm sorry.
If you're going to ask, I don't know what their intentions are since the BWSC has voted to go a different direction than the Frankfort Plant Board.
I'm going to now ask you a question which somewhat mirrors the chairman's question some minutes ago to Mr. Rowe, and it is this. 10 years ago, it was, I believe through you as its spokesman, but the Kentucky American Water Company's position that the Louisville pipeline alternative was the low-cost solution. What has changed?
Well, I think first and foremost, 10 years ago, we were looking at a solution solely for Kentucky American without any consideration of a regional partnership. And that was one of the things that has been, I guess, very attractive about this current proposal. In addition, as Mr. Rowe indicated, there were a number of things that changed. We were not looking at Pool 3 at that point. To be honest with you, in all of the conversations with the Division of Water, the Kentucky River Authority, there really had not been a consideration of Pool 3 because, as is described a number of places in my testimony, the Kentucky River Authority was still a fledgling organization and at that point actually didn't own any of the dams and only got Dam 10 in 1999 and then moved forward with acquisition of the other dams.
Let me
Is that the only thing that's changed?
Well, I guess the other thing.
I don't mean to interrupt you, but this is what I want to hear.
I mean, one of the most interesting things that has changed is certainly the cost alternative from the proposal with the agreement that has been referenced a number of times already this morning is not the same proposal that's being put forward by the Louisville Water Company at this time. And I guess the other issue was the changes Mr. Rowe was talking about was in looking only at Pool 9 or even a brief time at Pool 6, it required raising 4 dams on the Kentucky River. And when you began factoring that in, plus the expansion of the existing facilities, it was not as cost effective as the agreement and the construction to Louisville Water Company.
I don't want to cut. If I could refer you to page 12 of your direct testimony, lines 14 through 17. At those lines, you testified that Kentucky American, or KAW.
Hang on just a second. Let me get there.
Certainly, I'm sorry.
What page?
Page 12 of Miss 14?
12 lines 14 through 17.
Yeah, I'm sorry. Page 12, lines 14 through 17. And I'll just, KAW look for...
Mr. Salient, why don't we, I don't mean to interrupt you, but we've been going not quite 2 hours, and I'm sure Ms. Sewell needs a break, and probably some others need a bathroom break. So why don't we take about 13 minutes or so for folks to take a break. We'll come back at 20 minutes after. You can resume your question. And 00134, let the record reflect that all parties are present and represented by counsel. Mr. Salient, you can proceed. Before you do that, I meant to ask that at the very beginning this morning, and I forgot to. Gentlemen, are there any of your expert witnesses that are out-of-town witnesses that have any scheduling problems or any planes to catch or anything like that that we need to know about on the front end?
Plane going to Hawaii, does that count?
No.
When? I'm going with you.
No, that doesn't
count. Chairman Goss.
Yes, sir.
Our witness asked that he be finished by 3 on Wednesday. That's our constraint.
Okay. Do you have any expert issues from the schedule? Okay.
One witness that needs to be finished Wednesday morning.
Wednesday morning.
I think will be an issue.
Which witness is that?
Mr. Walters. So far, I think only Louisville Water Company has questions for him.
That's by Wednesday morning, did you say?
What time is the phone call? 7 o'clock by Wednesday morning?
So we need to
take him out of order tomorrow if necessary.
We'll do that if we need to.
Thank you.
Now, my intention is to finish this case by Wednesday afternoon, if not before. And to do that at the pace that we're going, we're probably going to have to stay up in the late afternoon, if not early evening. My intention would be to stay until at least 5 or 5:30 today and see where we are tomorrow, and maybe stay as late as 5:30 or 6 tomorrow if it looks like we're not making progress. Do the attorneys have any problems with that? Madam Reporter, you okay with that? Okay, let's see how we go. Try not to do that. We'll try to quit at 4:30, but and we are going to start at 9 a.m. tomorrow morning. Started at 10 today. We're going to start at 9 in the morning. Okay, Mr. Slink, go ahead and continue your cross-examination of Ms. Bridwell.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm just going to go back and start over from where I left off.
I was going to say, from this question, right?
Well, there are a few things I might like to do over, but anyway, yes, from this question. I would refer you to page 12, lines 14 through 17 of your direct testimony. And you state there that KAW looked for a pipeline route that might be less objectionable to property owners in Woodford County, and a revised route was selected, which paralleled and was largely adjacent to Interstate 64. Was the design for this revised route adjacent to Interstate 64 ever completed, to your knowledge?
No, I don't believe it was.
Was it started?
Yeah, oh, yes. We were probably about 65 to 70% completed.
Do you still have it?
Some of it, yes.
Let me ask you this. Kentucky American has reviewed the testimony, I assume, of Mr. Heitzman, both his direct and what I call rebuttal testimony. Is that right?
Are you asking me? I have reviewed it, yes.
Yes. Yes. I guess that's what I'm asking.
Yes.
Have you reviewed it? Would Kentucky American be willing to discuss that proposal that Mr. Heitzman has described in his testimony with the Louisville Water Company?
Well, that's probably a question you need to ask more of Mr. Rowe, but that's certainly not the issue in front of the commission right now. To be honest with you, I don't believe we would be willing to talk about it right now while we have a project going forward unless we were directed to do otherwise.
Would Kentucky American discuss that amongst itself this evening and let us know whether, after the hearing, they'd be willing to sit down with us and discuss this?
Mr. Slant, why don't you, rather than asking Ms. Bridwell that question, why don't you consult with Mr. Ingrams and Mr. Turner and possibly others, and let's do it council to council if you think that's
we'll do it
something that might be accomplished while the commission would be all for the parties talking, but it's probably better to handle it that way.
I understand, sir. For 2010, can you tell me what is the peak demand? What is the peak demand that you're attempting to satisfy in 2010 with the facilities you describe in your application?
Just so I'm not conflicting, because it is in my direct testimony. I believe it is question 25 on my direct testimony starting on page 27. The maximum day demand projection currently in 2010 is 75.33. And as Mr. Rose stated earlier, our rated treatment plant capacity is 65 MGD. We have a temporary re-rating to 70, but our current rated capacity is 65. So the demand is the difference, the 10.33 that's listed.
What would be the drought demand?
The drought demand is listed here in my testimony is the drought average day demand projection in 2010 is 55 MGD with a safe yield projection of 35 MGD.
And that's for 2010?
Yes, sir.
Let me go back for a moment to the Lexington-Fayette Urban County Government Council resolution that is discussed in your testimony and Mr. Rowe's testimony. Do you think it would be correct to say that that resolution was dependent upon the projects that are described in that resolution to be performed by the Kentucky River Authority on the Kentucky River being completed satisfactorily in a timely fashion?
That the resolution itself was dependent upon that?
Contingent upon that, yes.
I don't believe so. I think if you go to the very first, my representation on page 15, beginning at line 20, that, the LFUCG clearly indicated a preference for the Kentucky River with these recommended projects to be done, but they didn't say if they weren't done that they weren't still going to prefer a Kentucky River solution.
Okay. let me go to page 21. Of your direct testimony.
Okay.
Lines 19 through 21. You testify that a backup raw water supply would be available from the Ohio River for periods when the DOW, the Department of Water, would not allow all the necessary withdrawals from the Kentucky River. Did I read that correctly?
That's the statement in my testimony. That's the summary of the 2004 results of the study. Yes,
Okay.
the O'Brien and Gear.
Did Kentucky American ask the Kentucky River Authority to provide testimony as to the various status of the Kentucky River projects that you've described in your direct testimony?
Which Kentucky River projects that you're talking about?
Did Kentucky American ask the Kentucky River Authority to provide testimony in this proceeding as to the status of any of the various projects discussed in your direct testimony?
No.
Let me refer you to page 11 of your direct testimony. And I would refer you to to lines 8 through 16. I'm just going to ask you if this is still true today. The lines are, as a first order of business upon receipt of the Commission's order in case number 93-434, dated August 21, 1997, KAW reassessed whether significant progress had been made in implementing a Kentucky River supply augmentation during the 4 years of the ongoing investigation.
Mr. Salant, I'm sorry, sir, but when you read that, it would help the court reporter if you would read it just a little bit slower.
I'm sorry,
and probably would help the witness too in terms of understanding, even though she's probably there. So why don't you start that again and go a little slower, if you would, please.
I apologize.
It's
I
all
was
right.
just trying to. As a first order of business, upon receipt of the Commission's order in case number 93-434, dated August 21, 1997, KAW reassessed whether significant progress had been made in implementing a Kentucky River supply augmentation during the 4 years of the ongoing investigation. Unfortunately, significant progress had not been made. The KRA had been able to install valves in four dams 11 through 14 of the 6 dams recommended by the KWRRI study, with the ability to transfer water through a 5th dam, Dam 10. However, no other physical work or engineering investigations to enhance the Kentucky River supply had been undertaken. And my question is this still true today?
No, absolutely not.
I'm not going to go through it again, but I suppose what you're referring to is Mr. Rowe's testimony in response to Mr. Fitzgerald and my questions. That's what you'd be referring to.
Well, actually, it's more than just that. I mean, between 1993 and 1997, the Kentucky River Authority, I don't believe they even implemented their withdrawal fees until 94 or 95. They were really trying to get off the ground. And in 1997, there had not been significant progress made, not just on the dams, but the authority itself. And certainly since that time, the authority has come into its own as an agency. They have a strong funding agency, a funding mechanism. They certainly have proven themselves with the construction of the ongoing work now in Dam 9 and the engineering work on Dam 10 and the proposals they've put in front of the legislature and been successful in getting funding for.
Let me refer you to page 4 of your direct testimony, lines 26 through 29. You were asked, how long has KAW known about its water supply problem? Answer, the problem was identified over 20 years ago. At that time, it was a problem with future impact, but the future deficit has become a problem of the present. At page, now I'm going to ask you to refer to page 8 of your rebuttal testimony, if you could. And I'm going to refer you to, oh, I had the lines marked. Oh, here it is. Lines 1 through 4. And you wrote or testified, in November 1998, KAW executed a contract with LWC to purchase water. Whether or not it's still a valid contract requires a legal opinion that I'm not qualified to make. However, paragraph 20 of that contract clearly made it subject to PSC approval, which has never occurred. My question to you is this. You've known about the problem for over 20 years. There was a contract in place in 1998, and Kentucky American never took steps under that contract to get water from the Louisville Water Company to address that problem. It's been identified for over 20 years now.
No, I think the testimony explains exactly why we didn't. We've gone a different direction with the Bluegrass Water Supply Commission and our partnership with them, and that was not the project that was chosen by the Bluegrass Water Supply Commission.
Well, you're not suggesting to me, though, that your judgment as to the best solution for Kentucky American ratepayers is a judgment that you have delegated to the Bluegrass Water Supply Commission.
Certainly not. Certainly not. But our partnership has been what we've been working on since the 1998 contract, if that's what you're I guess I understood you to be asking that we haven't done any work since 1998, and perhaps I misunderstood your question. But certainly, since 1999, our work has been through the Bluegrass Water Supply Commission and a partnership with them, not delegating that. And I think I testified to the amount of public workshops and consensus that went into building what was perceived to be the best regional solution by the entities involved and working forward with them.
No, I was simply trying to ask you whether or not it was correct that this has been a problem the Kentucky American Water Company has known about for 20 years, that it had a solution in place in November of 1998, and is it correct that it did not implement that solution, apparently?
I would disagree with your representation that we had a solution in place in 1998. We had a contract for a potential solution, and as I've testified to, there were a whole lot of problems with implementing that solution.
Page 8 of your direct testimony, if we can go back to it. At lines 7 through 9, you testified, did you not, that the Ohio River Supply Project of purchasing treated water from the LWC was selected by KAW from over 50 alternatives as the most feasible, cost-effective solution for the water supply deficit. That is your testimony, is it not, as I read it?
That is correct. Of course, this question was in response to moving through what was going on in 1993, and I think, as I've testified to earlier, quite a bit changed since then.
Also at page 8 of your direct testimony, you testify that. Do you see that? Okay. And that's lines 9 through 11. That a solution to the supply deficit through the expansion of the Kentucky River storage pools was unlikely to be achieved within a foreseeable time frame. That was your testimony, was it not?
That's true. As I discussed earlier, the conversation was, at that time, on a Kentucky River solution, was expanding anywhere between 1 and 4 of the pools by adding heights to the dams. And that at the time, we were looking in 1993, that did not appear to be likely.
Let me go to Exhibit A to your rebuttal testimony. Are these, I suppose it's all one exhibit, yes. Are the pages of this exhibit, do they represent requests for funding?
I believe they are different pages from the Kentucky River Authority's proposed capital project plan that has been approved.
The same Kentucky River Authority who has no witness here today before the commission, right?
That's true. They're a party to the case, but
They have no witness. Okay, so do you well, let's look at page 1 of 4. Is that a request for funding of Exhibit A?
To be honest with you, I've never worked in state government. I really don't know how the approval and the budget process works. It's my understanding that they have the funding in place, and this was the document that they had.
It's your understanding?
It's my understanding.
But you have no, you're telling me.
But I'm telling you right
you're
now, I don't know the specifics on how the budget process works.
So you're speculating right now as to whether the money has or has not been appropriated?
Other than the conversations that it's been represented to me that it has been approved, but no. Beyond that, I'm
I just want to be very clear on the answer to this, the same question with respect to all these. Do you know, of your own knowledge, that Exhibit A, all 4 pages, represent funding that has been approved in the amounts indicated on each of those 4 pages by the General Assembly of this Commonwealth?
It was my understanding, the way it was represented to me, was that this had been approved.
Okay. And is that understanding from the Kentucky River Authority?
Yes.
Who there?
The conversation with Mr. Reeder.
Who is Mr. Reeder?
He's the executive director.
Let me go to page 12 of your direct testimony. And I would refer you to lines 14 through 17. And you testified there, KAW looked for a pipeline route that might be less objectionable to property owners in Woodford County. You know, I have referred you, excuse me, I'm reading the wrong testimony. Let me go up, and I will refer you instead on the same page to lines 1 through 4. And you testified there that KAW came to the conclusion that while the KRA had moved forward since 1993, there appeared to be no way that a solution utilizing only the Kentucky River, could be completed within 20 years. Because of that conclusion, KAW reinitiated work on the Ohio River Supply Project. That is your testimony, correct?
Yes, that is the conclusion that we reached in 1997.
At page 4 of your, if you could go to page 4 of your rebuttal testimony. Actually, I don't know that I need to refer you precisely to the testimony, but can you identify whether or not there is any Department of Water testimony in this matter indicating that Pool 3 will be satisfactory to supply the raw water needs of central Kentucky?
I don't think they've been asked to supply any testimony.
Has Kentucky American asked them to supply testimony?
Not to supply testimony. I know there was some correspondence between the BWSC and the Division of Water. It would be about 2004 on the ability of Pool 3 to supply water for a plant at Pool 3.
Okay. Do you know whether or not it is correct that the Kentucky Transportation Cabinet can only control whether facilities are located within an interstate, and here I'm referring to the I-64 right-of-way, as opposed to facilities installed outside but parallel to the interstate right-of-way? Is that correct?
Well, I don't know what the jurisdiction of the Transportation Cabinet is outside of the right-of-way. I know they do have some control just from billboards and that sort of things, but I don't know what, I don't believe they have any jurisdiction that I'm aware of outside of the right-of-way on utility construction.
Let me refer you to page 11 of your rebuttal testimony, I believe lines 15 through 20. Lines 15 through 20, you testified as follows in your rebuttal testimony. With the reduction of the size of the plant, the Kentucky River alone is able to provide the water needs at the new treatment plant without the backup to the Ohio River in the planning horizon. KAW is committed to continue its partnership with the BWSC, meeting the needs not only of its customers but all citizens of Central Kentucky with the best project. What treatment plant are you referring there when you're talking about the reduction in size of the plant?
The size of the plant that was proposed in the 2004 O'Brien and Gear study was a 45 million gallon a day treatment plant, and that was part of what they were looking at that time. They did not have a withdrawal permit from the Division of Water, and they were looking for an Ohio River backup at that time for a 45 MGD, depending on what the Division of Water would supply.
Do you know whether or not the 42-inch transmission line that is described in Kentucky American's application is proceeding is sufficient to handle a 45 million gallon a day treatment plant?
To be honest with you, I have not run the calculations. Mr. Svinland would be better equipped to answer that.
Okay, so Mr. Svinland would know the answer to that question.
I know he has a lot more familiarity with the capacity of a 42-inch pipeline.
Can someone at Kentucky American provide us, if Mr. Svinland cannot, with an answer to that question?
I will represent to you that Mr. Svinland will provide you with the answer.
Okay.
He's sharpening his pencil as we speak.
Oh, no. What is the duration of the planning horizon that you refer to in this testimony that I just read to you?
The 2030 planning horizon.
So that takes us to 2030.
Yes.
And how long is that? From here, it's 23 years?
23 years, yes, sir.
Are you suggesting that the Commission should in no event look beyond that planning horizon?
Well, not at all, but there's, at this point, our demand projections are based on population projections provided by the Kentucky State Data Center. And at this point, the Kentucky State Data Center, to my knowledge, has not produced any additional population projections. So I don't know what basis you would have for going beyond 2030.
So it would not be, would it be Kentucky American's position here today that the Commission may look beyond, if it desires, the 2030 planning horizon?
Well, certainly, I would represent that the Commission is able to do whatever they want in this case, but certainly if they want to look beyond 2030, if there was some basis for it.
Are you suggesting that the Commission should ignore the possibility the Kentucky River Authority might not be successful in increasing the existing water supply at Pool 3?
No, I'm not suggesting that at all.
Are you suggesting the Commission should ignore the possibility that the Kentucky River Authority might be unsuccessful in sustaining as opposed to increasing the existing water supply at Pool 3?
I'm not suggesting that at all. No.
Are you suggesting that the Commission should ignore the benefits of a two-river solution?
Well, I think the Commission, just like Kentucky American, has to look at the cost benefit to Kentucky American's customers and whether the two-river solution, as you have represented it, or the idea has been proposed, is worth the additional cost.
Are you suggesting the Commission should ignore the possibility the Kentucky River simply runs out of water?
Yes, I think they ought to ignore that, because I think if they include that possibility, we're all in trouble.
Are you suggesting the Commission should ignore the proximity of central Kentucky to the largest body of water in the United States east of the Mississippi? By that I mean the Ohio River.
Well, again, I think the representation needs to be that you need to weigh the cost to the benefit.
Hold on a second, please. Okay.
Now I have some rather technical questions, if I could. What is the average water demand for the Kentucky American Water Company today?
Without having the number off the top of my head, I would say my demand projections have been filed in the case that has the 2006 average day included in it. And I believe that's also attached as Exhibit A to my direct testimony. Or, I mean, one of the tables to my direct testimony. Hang on just a second. The 2006 actual average day demand was 45 million gallons a day. It's listed in Table 1 on my direct testimony.
What was the maximum demand of KWC in 2007?
I believe it was somewhere in 64, 65 million gallons a day. I don't have that number off the top of my head or the date.
Yes. Do you know what the approximate peaking ratio is of this maximum daily demand to the average daily demand
On any single year?
in the most recent?
I mean, I haven't done the math on exactly on it, but, I mean, as represented on Table 1 in 2006, the maximum day was 67.2, the average day was 45. So whatever that ratio divides out to be. It generally runs around 1.6.
Do you know what is the peaking factor in the proposal submitted by the Louisville Water Company to this commission on 10-107?
I don't know that they have proposed a peaking factor. They've proposed a ratio for purchase of capacity of
Right.
2 to 1.
But if you take that and factor it into the information I've just asked you about, you can come up with a peaking factor, I think, can't you?
Well, no. As I described to you, you have to take all of the facilities in their totality and the demands in their totality.
Okay. What is the approximate impact of water restrictions on peak demand, or what was the approximate impact on water restrictions on peak demand in the Kentucky American system during the 2007 drought?
Well, it's impossible to clearly quantify. The demands reduced on average about 10% with each phase that we went through. I believe the peak day was actually much, much earlier in the summer, and I would not want to represent that our peak day would have occurred without the restrictions, so I really can't.
You can't answer this question?
I cannot tell you definitely what that amount would be.
Can you give me a sense of it?
Well, no, as I said, our peak day actually occurred much earlier in the summer. I believe it was at the end of May, the 1st of June.
Before the drought
Before
began.
there were any restrictions
Do
placed.
you know what that number was?
Again, I don't have the number for the peak day off the top of my head.
Okay. Well, but can you tell me what the peak demand was during the 2007 drought?
Not off the top of my head. I don't know what our maximum demand was during that period.
Would you provide that information to us?
Well, again, I was about ready to explain. A drought, when it starts and when it ends, is very difficult
Subjective?
and, yes, very subjective to determine. Certainly, from the time that our voluntary restrictions went into place until we lifted restrictions, we would be happy to give you the maximum day demand during that period.
Okay, I think that would.
If that's,
I think
I don't
that would
know
be
if that's what you're getting after.
I think that would be satisfactory. Now, if I could refer to Table 1 of your direct testimony.
Okay.
Thank you. Do the hot, dry water projection scenarios in Table 1 consider the impact of water restrictions on reducing the maximum daily demand in this table?
Only in the sense that they are based on historical averages, and as we have been in restrictions 4 different times over the last 15 years, they certainly have been built in almost into the peak restrictions. But no, there are no additional conservation measures included in the planning process here.
You're saying 4 different times?
Yes. FOUR. Sorry.
Okay. Can you tell me what additional permits still remain to be required? At page, in your direct testimony at question 38, you go through a list of permits. It's not clear whether all of them have been granted or not, and maybe this question's been answered, but what permits remain to be granted as of this date?
I believe Mr. Svenlin talked about this in his rebuttal testimony, and there has been an update even since then that he was going to address, but
Okay, well, I can...
I certainly would be happy to give you the information if you want. All of the permits have been obtained except for 2 encroachment permits from the Department of Transportation, and I think we had talked at one point, that's everything at this point, and the railroad easement encroachment.
Okay, now let me go to your rebuttal testimony. Question 8. Just make sure I'm not doing that. I believe in that testimony you reference a Kentucky River Authority project to stabilize Dam 3 and add crest gates by 2014 for an additional 1.5 billion gallons of water storage. Is that right?
That's correct.
You know the estimated cost of the Dam 3 renovation and the addition of the crest gates?
In addition to what's been filed in my testimony, if there are other costs, I'm not aware of them.
You know whether or not the funding has been appropriated by the Kentucky legislature to make these improvements that you've testified to Dam 3?
Thought we'd answered that previously.
Well, I'm being a little more precise here. I'm talking about Dam 3. Do you know whether or not the Kentucky General Assembly has appropriated money for that project?
Again, based on my conversations with Kentucky River Authority members and with Steve Reeder, it was my understanding that they have appropriated funding for Dam 3 renovations.
If the Pool 3 plant is not built, will the crest gates on Dam, if the Pool 3 plant is not built, the project described in your application, will the crest gates on Dam 3 need to be built to store more water in Pool 3? Do you know?
I mean, that would, again, be something that the Kentucky River Authority would have to take under advisement.
Okay. If the Dam 3 improvements are not made by the Kentucky River Authority, is Pool 3, in your opinion, a reliable source of supply to provide 25 million gallons daily during drought conditions?
Certainly.
Are you aware that the Kentucky American Water Company permits limit withdrawal to 6 million gallons daily during 3/4 of the year?
Yes, this is a problem that we have with the withdrawal permit and the interpretation of the withdrawal permit. What has been requested has been the base load operation, and certainly I think I even talked about it in a response to a data request, is that you work with the Division of Water when you are needing an amount above the permitted withdrawal. All indications at this point have been, if they're willing to give it during summer months with no restrictions, that there would not be a need for any, that would not be withheld during other months.
All indications at this point are.
Yes.
Let me go to question 11. Let me ask you this. Is it possible that...
You still in her rebuttal testimony?
Actually, I'm going to ask one more, yes, but I'm going to ask one more question about question number 8. I apologize. Is it possible that the Division of Water could curtail the withdrawal of water under one of its permits?
The Division of Water has the right to curtail anybody's permit at any time.
Now let me go to question 11 of your rebuttal testimony. In that testimony, you testify at lines 29 through 30 that KW changed its routes to the very same route LODC has been discussing for months. Did Kentucky American complete design on the I-64 route in Woodford County between Frankfort and Lexington?
No, as I discussed, we got about 65-70% finished with the design.
If so, was this Franklin
Now, the route was completely identified, but the design was not complete.
I understand.
Okay.
If so, was this route north or south of I-64?
It varied depending on where along the interstate you were.
The Kentucky American consider the route along Highway 421 in Franklin County and along Ironworks Pike in Scott County as an alternative to the Woodford County route.
No, as I discussed, we did not look at anything north of I-64. We certainly looked at a number of different alternatives south of I-64.
Would such a route be an alternative to the I-64 route where opposition was encountered in Woodford County?
Well, considering the amount of opposition that's been expressed to date along Ironworks Pike and the other parts, I don't know that it would necessarily be an alternative to the I-64 route. It's based simply on less opposition.
Let me go to your rebuttal testimony, question 17. And I believe you testify there at lines 21 through 22 that unaccounted for water continues to be a challenge despite these efforts with a 14.9% level in 2006. Has this percentage improved over the last 5 years? Do you know?
I actually was looking at the history and the demand projections. It has gone up, it's gone down. It just depends on the year and how things are going during the year. And
by how much has it fluctuated? By what percentage?
over the last 8 years, it has been, including non-revenue usage, it has been as low as 11.8, and as high, including non-revenue, as 18. But of course, again, this is talking simply about unaccounted for, so I'm assuming that's what the difference is between the two. So it's probably somewhere between 10 and 15% over the last 8 years.
At page 10 of your rebuttal testimony, lines 4 through 5, you testify that as part of the ongoing efforts, KW continually reviews its program. During 2006, a trend of increasing unaccounted for water seemed to be occurring. Is that still correct?
No, I believe as Mr. Rowe testified that has stabilized.
Let me go to question 20. No, there isn't no question. I'm sorry, I need to go back to your direct testimony, question 20. At page 23, question 20.
Okay.
My question there is, in reference to that testimony, has Kentucky American exercised its option to purchase the land for the intake, raw water pump station, treatment plant, and booster pump station as described in Mr. Svenwin's testimony at question 20 of your direct testimony?
Question 20 of my direct testimony?
I think so.
Question 20 of my direct testimony is, how did the BWSC begin?
I may have the wrong... You know what? I do. I apologize. I will strike that question. Excuse me. Okay. Yeah, that is... Okay. That's for someone else. Excuse me. Ms. Bridwell, do you know what is the current Kentucky American water wholesale rate per 1,000 gallons of water for resale to water districts and municipalities?
I believe it is $2.16 a thousand, approximately. I think it rounds out about 4 different digits there.
Okay. So that's approximately $2.16 per 1,000 gallons of water resold.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Does this include the recent increase proposed by the Commission? Or excuse me, Does this include the recent rate increase as to which the Kentucky American Water Company and other parties to that case have submitted a stipulation to the Commission?
No, that's the current tariff.
Okay. What would it... Do Does it propose to increase under that stipulation that's been submitted to the Commission in the rate case?
I don't believe that has been fully identified yet.
Okay. It may?
It may.
So you haven't completed the rate design?
I don't believe so.
What is your best projection of this wholesale rate after the completion of the Pool 3 project?
I think Mr. Miller would probably be someone, I know he has referred to that. He's answered some data requests about that. If you have questions, I think he would be a better person to answer those questions.
Would he definitely know the answer? I mean, do you have a sense of the answer?
I don't have a sense of the answer, and like I said, Mr. Miller's offered
Miller?
some direct data responses to that effect.
Okay. Well, Mr. Miller hasn't offered testimony in the case, has he? I know he's available, but he hasn't testified in the case, has he?
No.
Okay. And he's an employee of the Kentucky American Water Company?
No, I believe, again, he's an employee of the Southeast Region of American Water.
Okay. Which is an affiliate?
It's an affiliate. I believe he's an officer of Kentucky American.
So there's no one here who has testified, has pre-filed testimony in the case who can answer my question with respect to what is your best projection of the wholesale rate after the completion of the Pool 3 project. Is that right?
I mean, there isn't anybody that's submitted pre-filed testimony, but again, Mr. Miller, we have made sure Mr. Miller is available since he was that's responsible for answering the data request if you wanted that information.
Okay. Do you know what is
Is that question subject to the data request?
I believe that it was from the citizens.
I'm sorry?
I believe it was from CAUSE, the Citizens for an Alternative Water Supply.
Has it been responded to, Mr. Fitzgerald? Apparently, he wants to know what the wholesale rate would be if the Pool 3 option were constructed. And I asked him if there was a data request that has been filed, and has that question been answered? And he thought that CAUSE filed a data request asking that question.
I'll go back and check. I don't know that we've received that number.
I believe that I think we have an answer to that question. If not, we would ask for it, but I'll look. I believe that we have an answer for it. Ms. Bridwell, I'm almost done with you, I believe. Yes.
Mr. Ingram, I didn't mean to. Did you want to say something?
I was going to be accused of testifying, Your Honor, if I did, but what I was going to say is that in the stipulation proposed in the rate case, there is an across-the-board increase in all of Kentucky Americans' rates of 15.64%. I think that would answer Mr. Salent's question.
That wouldn't go to the question of the Pool 3 rate, though.
I don't think so.
No, not post-Pool 3
You're talking about the prior question that he asked.
Yeah.
Okay, I understand.
Yeah. I'll look at the CAUSE data request.
Okay.
Ms. Bridwell, do you know what is Kentucky Americans' average monthly residential water bill for 6,000 gallons of water?
Not precisely, no.
Would it be in the neighborhood of $25?
Again, I would hate to represent, I know it's between 20 and 25, but I don't know exactly.
Does this include the most recent 2007 water rate increase approved by the Public Service Commission? Oh, excuse me, I had a mistake. Does this include the most recent 2007 rate increase as to which a stipulation has been filed with the Public Service Commission?
Again, I think you should ask those questions of Mr. Miller if you're interested in that information.
And yes, Mr. Miller hasn't pre-filed testimony in this case, has he?
That's correct.
Okay. Do you know what is the projection of the water rate increase after construction of the Pool 3 project?
I think as Mr. Rowe testified, we've made some projections of $8 to $10 a month on the residential bill, and there are a number of data requests from both the Commission and possibly from the Attorney General's office on that.
Do you know what the average monthly water bill is for the Louisville Water Company, a residential customer?
I have no idea.
I have no idea. Can I check with them? think I just have 3 more questions. This one's done. Will the 2010 peak demand of 10 million gallons per day and the drought demand of 35 to 50 million gallons per day exceed the permit volume issued by the Kentucky Division of Water with respect to the facilities described in your application?
Not necessarily, no.
At least, okay. Do you know how much available capacity Louisville Water Company's existing treatment plants have?
I've seen a lot of information in the record on their facilities and what capacity they have.
And what is that?
I mean, it's my understanding that the 2 treatment plants are 240 million gallons a day capacity combined.
One more. Did Kentucky American request a permit for the entire route along Interstate 64 from Louisville to Lexington, or a portion of that route?
I believe the initial conversation was for are you referring to a permit, an encroachment permit within the I-64 right-of-way?
Yes.
The initial request was for an encroachment along the entire right-of-way. There were some conversations subsequent to that for various components, but at that point, the project was stopped, and so we did not pursue that further.
So you did make the request?
Yes, we did make the request for an encroachment along the entire I-64 right-of-way.
I'm told by my client I have no further questions at this time of this witness.
Telling them or you telling me?
You, sir. I never tell them anything.
All right, Mr. Spinard.
Yeah, good afternoon. You've been working for Kentucky American since the late 80s, is that correct?
May 15th, 1989, yes, sir.
So you are very familiar with Kentucky American's planning with regard to its sources of supply and its treatment capacity. Is that a fair statement?
That would be a fair statement.
Okay. Let's go back to 1986. It's been established in the record in 1986 there was a problem identified with Kentucky American's sources of supply in a drought of record. Is that accurate?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And also, per your testimony in the application, the direct testimony, page 11, that 1986 was also the year that the Kentucky River Authority was established. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. Central Kentucky experienced a drought in 1988. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. Now, at the time that Central Kentucky experienced a drought, then Mayor Scotty Basler put together the Kentucky River Basin Steering Commission. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. And around that same time, Kentucky American Water Company identified a treatment facility on the Kentucky River as its solution to the problem that had been identified in '86 with its drought treatment capacity.
The solution in 1986 that was identified as part of this comprehensive planning study was for a Pool 6 Kentucky River treatment plant.
Okay. And then in the aftermath of the 1988 drought, when there was a Kentucky River Basin Steering Committee, that committee examined approximately 27 alternatives for dealing with Central Kentucky water supply during a time of drought. Is that?
Yes, that's a fair assessment. There were a number of sub-alternatives or variations on those alternatives, but it was primarily 27 different alternatives.
Okay. And of those 27 alternatives, some of those alternatives, approximately 9, included pipeline options. Is that correct?
I believe that's what's in my testimony, yes.
Okay. And some of that the Louisville Water Company, a treated water pipeline interconnection with the Louisville Water Company was an option considered by the Kentucky River Basin Steering Committee. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. All right. In terms of that Pool 6 option, is it correct that the reason that the Pool 6 option, that Kentucky American did not go forward with that Pool 6 option, is that Kentucky American believed that it was going to be unable to get a permit from the Division of Water to withdraw water for that treatment plant, an adequate amount of water for that treatment plant?
Well, yes, in fact, we have the correspondence that said they would not provide a permit at that location without withdrawal restrictions that took it down to zero withdrawal during a moderate drought.
Okay. And at that stage, Kentucky American decided to, is it the case that Kentucky American made the assessment that it could not go forward with the Pool 6 solution, so it looked at the Louisville Water Company interconnection as its solution of choice?
That's eventually where we got to. There were a couple steps in between. We actually initiated what was called an aquatic study in 1991 on the Kentucky River to verify the impact of the low flows. That was one of the concerns that the Division of Water had. They did, based on that, relent on some of the restrictions, at least at Pool 9. They did not indicate that they would back up on those restrictions at Pool 6 because of the power plant at that location. And it was at that point then that we began looking at an Ohio River connection.
Okay. Are you familiar with the name John Young?
Yes.
Okay. He may still be, he was an employee of the American Water Works family.
Yes, he's still an employee.
Still an employee. And that part of the process, and I may be generalizing a little bit too much, part of the process was that Kentucky American was aware that Louisville Water Company had some excess treatment capacity, and that, as you indicate in your statement, made January 23rd, 1993, is that that was one of the factors. If Louisville had the excess treatment capacity, get the interconnection between Louisville and central Kentucky to take advantage of the existing excess treatment capacity Louisville had.
Yes, I believe that's an accurate representation.
Okay. There is, and this is the highlighted portion of this exhibit of your January 29th, 1993 remarks. It is more efficient to move treated water through a water line than it is to move raw water. The raw water is just more troublesome. It could have things in it. It's just more difficult to. It's more expensive to to move the raw water. Is that correct?
Well, yes. There's just more energy loss because it's you've got the turbidity that you're moving that you're eventually going to have to remove as well. So it has a lot more friction loss as it's passing through the pipeline. So it's just not as energy efficient to move.
Okay. And then it's further states that it's more cost effective to utilize existing treatment capacity than to expand it. There is, though, a cost to move water. Is that correct?
Well, certainly, and I guess that's what I should represent, that it is generally more cost effective to utilize. If you have one sitting next to each other, certainly it would be, but if you're having to move one versus another, there is an expense there.
Okay. Now, in terms of trying to get a little bit more of the background so that we're on the same page, in 1992, Kentucky American filed a rate case, and in that rate case, Kentucky American included some of the cost associated with a Louisville pipeline project. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay. And the Office of the Attorney General objected to the inclusion of those costs.
That is correct.
And one of the things that resulted from that 1992 case is that at the request of the Office of the Attorney General's, let me back up. One of the things that happened was the Office of the Attorney General made a request for the Commission to investigate Kentucky American's sources of supply, and demand management and drought response planning.
Yes, that was how case 93-434 came into being.
Okay, and there were actually two sections to 93-434. There was the first set of hearings that occurred, or excuse me, the first hearings that occurred, and the commission issued its order, and then an order on rehearing, and then after that, one of the things that happened is that study was held open pending the results of a Kentucky River Authority Commission study. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay. So the KRA commissioned the Kentucky Water Resources Research Institute to do its study.
Yes.
Correct. Okay. And that study was complete roughly the latter part of 1996.
That's my recollection.
Okay. And then the commission held a second evidentiary hearing in 1997 to consider the KRA study.
Yes.
Okay. From the period of roughly 1992 through 1999, is it fair to say that the Office of the Attorney General, along with some other groups, were opposed to the Louisville Pipeline project?
I think that would be a fair assessment.
And from 1992 through 1999, the Kentucky American Water Company identified an interconnection with the Louisville Water Company as its choice solution.
Yes.
Okay. And one of the things that's been obvious from the discussion today is in terms of what has changed, okay, or what changed. If we go back to 1997, okay, Fayette County had a water planning supply council. Do you remember that?
Oh, yes, I was hoping to block that out. But yes, I remember the Fayette County Water Supply Planning Council, yes.
Well, we don't want the questions to be too friendly, so we're going to talk about that.
It was the most unpleasant experience, yes, I remember that.
Okay. And is it fair to say that in that process there were some people who were opposed to Kentucky American's pipeline plan, and then there were some other parts of that council who were in favor of a Louisville pipeline interconnection?
If I remember correctly, the Fayette County Water Supply Planning Council voted to recommend a connection with the Louisville Water Company based on an 8-7 vote of the Planning Council.
Okay. And then after that, in terms of the sequence, then the Lexington Fayette Urban County Council decided to basically start its own study, a separate study, not under the KRS Chapter 151 framework, but there was a separate consideration by the Urban County Council.
Yes, there were a number of things that were coming together. There was quite a bit of opposition. The project was moving through the design phase, and the opposition had gotten very vocal. In addition to that, as you represented, the Fayette County Water Supply Planning Council made its recommendation sometime in early 1999 and filed that with the Division of Water. I think they were due in July of 1999, possibly. I don't remember the exact timing there, but it was all happening at about the same time, and I believe that was when the Lexington Fayette Urban County Government Council opened up a technical review, I think was what they called it, a technical advisory group to review the situation.
Okay. Now, one of the things that happened, there were some hearings in front of the council, or there were some presentations in front of the council, the Lexington Fayette Urban County Council. Is that correct?
Yes, I think I described them in my testimony. There were a number of presentations by different parties.
And one of those presentations was by basically by representatives from Winchester Municipal Utility. And that was the beginning point of promoting a plan for a bluegrass water supply consortium. Is
Yes.
that your recollection?
Absolutely. That was the first time that I was aware of any conversations about a regional solution at that point.
Okay. Is it a fair characterization that the bluegrass, at least initially, that the bluegrass water supply consortium was offering a competing alternative for Central Kentucky's water supply?
Objection, Your Honor. Having been baited, I think I'm going to rise to the bait and say, I think this sounds an awful lot like Friendly Cross, and it should be in the direct testimony. Or maybe it is, but it's just a rehash of what's already been there, if it's there. But it's Friendly Cross.
Mr. Chairman, we're just reading from, they've read from the chapter and verse, and we're reading from the same book now to get on the same page. I'm asking her opinion about how some of these, the key question is, the accusation has been made, or there's been an assertion, you all liked the Louisville pipeline, you don't like it now. What we're getting to is why that changed.
I understand. And I think, I understand Mr. Salent's objection, but I think, I don't think what you're doing is inappropriate. It's questionable as to whether or not she's an adverse witness, but, this is not a federal court. We're an administrative body, and I think parties should be given a good deal of leeway in terms of the manner in which they examine, as long as it's reasonable and not prejudicial to the witness. I think your examination is appropriate, and I would ask you just to go ahead. I'm going to overrule the objection.
Okay. One of the, if we're talking about changes in Kentucky American's plan of choice, in your opinion, is it fair to say that one of the things that has changed since the 1999 resolution is that now the Kentucky American Water Company takes the position that the Kentucky River Authority is going to do its job?
I think that's one of the components that has changed since 1997.
Okay. And if I understood correctly, for example, one of the other things that has changed is that prior to 1999, you did not examine a Pool 3 solution.
That is correct. When we stopped to work with the regional group in 1999, I think there was a lot of thought at Kentucky American Water that we would work on a regional solution for a little while, and then ended up going back to a Louisville Water Company project. And as things progressed and we looked at Pool 3 and worked with the regional, that's not what came out of the regional partnership and the regional study.
Okay. In terms of the solution, as was indicated a little bit earlier, Kentucky American does not plan to build treatment facilities unless the source of supply for those facilities is adequate. You don't, or stated another way, you don't want to find yourself in a situation where you have a treatment plant without the water to treat.
Absolutely. That was why we walked away from the Pool 6 plant, was because the Division of Water indicated they would not permit it in the capacity that we needed.
Okay. With regard to what the treatment plant that you now have on the Kentucky River Station 1, okay, that draws out of Pool 9.
Yes.
Okay. Is it the case that, you alluded to this a little bit earlier, is that the Attorney General's position several years ago was that the expansion of treatment capacity was, the first choice was to expand the facility pulling out of Pool 9?
Yes, that was the Attorney General's position, if I recall correctly, in 1997.
Okay. And just again, Kentucky American took the position that the water's not there.
That is correct.
Okay. And now it's Kentucky American's position that the water is available on 3.
Yes.
Okay. We're going to be a little more specific now than this morning on the issue of the Pool 3 water. In terms of the planning, one of the things in serendipity or just dumb luck in one sense is that we had a major drought this summer. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. Did Kentucky American prepare any hard number data to say, here's what Pool 3 looks like in a bad drought situation? Here's the flow of Pool 3 in a bad drought situation.
There is, I know in one data request we provided to the Public Service Commission data request, the 1999 flows at Pool 4, not at Pool 3, and I don't believe we have completed anything else. We've looked at the flows at Pool 3 over the course of the summer, but I don't think we've completed anything.
Well, I understood Mr. Rowe to say measurements were taken and there was adequate water at Pool 3.
Well, like I said, we certainly looked at it during the course of the summer. We were watching it. We did some, but as far as doing a year-long, every single day, we haven't done a complete analysis. I don't want to misrepresent what Mr. Rowe said. We certainly were tracking it very carefully over the course of the summer to determine how much water was there.
Excuse me, I don't mean to interrupt you, Mr. Spinard, but this is, do you intend, does Kentucky American intend to provide a summary of the measurements in some report form or in some form that is understandable as to how Pool 3 responded during this summer's drought?
I mean, we certainly can. That I guess we were wanting to confirm that the previous information and reassure ourselves that the information, that there was the water there at Pool 3, and that's the conclusion we came to after monitoring it this summer. So that's something, if we're asked to do, we certainly can provide additional information.
Well, just to follow up on that.
Are you asking for that, Mr. Spinard?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, because we want to see. Okay. Under the hypothetical that in 1999, instead of walking away from the Louisville pipeline interconnection as the choice or the solution of choice, Kentucky American had gone and we had a pipeline in place today. Okay. It is still the case that the Kentucky River is the primary source, would be the primary source of Kentucky American's water for its treatment.
Well, yes, our existing facilities on Pool 9 and at the Richmond Road Station in Lexington are going to continue to be our primary treatment capacity and providers of water for our system through the foreseeable future, no matter what the solution for any augmentation is.
Okay. Is part of that, and we've had some discussion of cost, is part of that is as far as Kentucky American is concerned, the water that it pulls from the Kentucky River and it treats is less expensive than water purchased through the Louisville pipeline, at least under that initial proposal that Kentucky American had back prior to 1999.
Yes.
Okay. One moment, please.
Mr. Ingram, can you have Kentucky American to provide, I suggested to Mr. Spinard that he asked for that. I'm not sure he formally did, but I'd like to see it. Is that something that you could provide?
Absolutely, Your Honor. While I'm standing, I need to correct a statement I made earlier, thanks to my lawyer friend here. The rate increase of Kentucky American of 15.64% is on gross revenues and does not necessarily translate per customer class. I apologize for that.
Appreciate that.
Error.
And if we could, we'd like that summary on Pool 3 with regard to the 2007 drought within 10 days following the end of the hearing.
I believe we just have a couple more questions. The KRA study, the Kentucky River Authority study, it was by the Kentucky Water Resources Research Institute. Is that correct?
The 1996 study, yes.
Okay. In your opinion, was that study done by a party that was independent of either the Kentucky American Water Company. Well, first, let's break that down into two parts. Do you believe that study, the results of that study, are otherwise? This is a hard question to ask. Let me try to get up this hill. Okay, the Kentucky River Authority study. Okay. Do you believe that it was conducted by a party that was independent of the Kentucky American Water Company?
Certainly.
Okay. Do you believe it was conducted by a party that was independent of the Louisville Water Company?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you, that's all.
And Mr. Talley?
Yes, if I can have a seat. Ms. Gridwell, you may need the agreement between Kentucky America and BWSC that was identified and introduced in evidence as Louisville Water Company Exhibit 6.
I do not have
Could
copies,
someone-
so I need that. Oh, okay, thank you.
Ms. Gridwell, I believe you serve as Kentucky America's representative to the Bluegrass Water Supply Consortium and then to the Bluegrass Water Supply Commission. Is that correct?
Yes, that is correct.
Did you attend most of those workshops and public meetings throughout the course of the last 7 years or so?
I believe so. There was a brief period while I was on maternity leave that I did not attend, and I think I missed one other meeting, but otherwise I've been at all the meetings.
I believe you received copies of correspondence and minutes and other documents from time to time throughout that period of time.
Yes.
Were you involved with the O'Brien and Gear study that resulted in the feasibility, water system regionalization feasibility study that was published February the 27th of 2004?
Yes, the Bluegrass Water Supply Consortium at that time actually had 17 participating utilities. Each of us had a representative. Of course, as I just told you, I was the representative for Kentucky American. We also elected to break down kind of a technical core group, I think is what we called it. There were 5 of us, and I was a member of that group that really probably churned through a lot more of the grunt work on that study with O'Brien and Gear.
As a result of you being a participant in that technical group, were you intimately knowledgeable of the recommendations that O'Brien and Gear reached in that case?
Yes.
What size water treatment plant did O'Brien and Gear recommend to be constructed on Pool 3 of the Kentucky River?
A 45 million gallon a day treatment plant.
Did they also recommend a supplemental raw water source to the Ohio River?
Yes.
What size water treatment plant has Kentucky America requested in its application to be constructed now?
We have requested a 20 million gallon a day treatment plant with the caveat that we have designed a 25 MGD facility in hopes that our partnership with the BWSC is successful to move forward.
And in your application, when you requested, in your application that was filed with the Commission, you requested permission to build a 20 million gallon a day facility for Kentucky America's use. Is that correct?
Yes.
Then you also indicated that discussions were ongoing with Bluegrass Water Supply Commission in hopes that an agreement would be reached, and if so, you'd be asking the Commission to construct an additional 5 MGD or a total of 25 MGD.
Yes.
Is that correct?
Yes.
At the request of my client, Bluegrass Water Supply Commission, did Kentucky America make provisions in the bid documents to receive bids for both a 20 MGD facility and a 25 MGD facility?
Yes. If I recall, in January of 2007, the Bluegrass Water Supply Commission actually committed to funding the design for the additional 5 MGD, and we certainly then made the provisions through the bidding documents for the additional 5 MGD.
After that agreement was reached for BWSC to reimburse Kentucky America for, I think, approximately $171,000 for the incremental engineering cost of designing that extra 5 MGD, were provisions made in the bid documents to accommodate the needs of BWSC.
Yes.
And in fact, have you received bids for a 20 MGD facility?
Yes, we have received bids for a 20 MGD
Do
facility.
you have bids in hand for a 25 MGD facility?
Yes, it is one of the alternates on the bid.
Now, with reference to the agreement that has recently been reached between Bluegrass Water Supply Commission and the Kentucky American Water Company, I'd like to talk about what facilities would be jointly owned and what facilities would be 100% owned. Are you generally familiar with the terms of the agreement?
Yes.
Now, let's just start at the river itself, the source. If, according to the terms of the agreement, if the BWSC or its members can make the necessary financial arrangements between now and April the 1st, what will be the percentage ownership?
It's my understanding that it will be a 20% ownership of the BWSC and 80% ownership by Kentucky American Water.
And that would involve the intake structure would be jointly owned 80-20.
Yes.
The 25 MGD water treatment plant would be jointly owned 80-20.
Yes.
The transmission line from Owen County to Lexington near the Kentucky Horse Park would be, the 42-inch transmission line would be jointly owned 80-20.
Yes.
The booster pump station and the ground storage tank along the way, would that be jointly owned as well?
Yes.
Now, let's focus on the grid components to connect Kentucky American system and this jointly owned pipeline, the 42-inch jointly owned pipeline, to the communities of, let's say, Georgetown, Paris, Winchester, Nicholasville, and perhaps Frankfort. Would those grid connections be owned 100% by BWSC?
Well, we have not negotiated that at this point. That's still in discussions, but it's my understanding that the BWSC intends to own all of those connections from Kentucky American's facilities to the member entities.
And I'm sure Kentucky American Water Company does not expect its customers to pay for any of those facilities that it does not use.
Yes.
With respect to the Division of Water withdrawal permit and how much water the Division of Water will permit either the BWSC or Kentucky American or our jointly owned treatment plant to withdraw from Pool 3. Are you familiar with that information?
Yes. I mean, I'm familiar with the information that was provided to the BWSC, and then the, since that time there have been conversations with Division of Water personnel, and then the permit itself, yes.
Please tell us your understanding of how much water the Division of Water will allow or permit to be withdrawn at Pool 3 to our jointly owned treatment plant.
I think the correspondence that was provided prior to 2004 indicated up to 40 million gallons a day from Pool 3. Since that time, the Division of Water has indicated that perhaps the number is actually 25 to 30 million gallons a day. They have not given us anything in writing other than the withdrawal permit itself. So it's difficult to determine exactly. We haven't made a request above what's in there.
And I understand that the Division of Water will not pre-approve certain amounts. They want to hold it back until it's requested.
Yes, and I think I discussed this in my testimony. It's very confusing, and I know there have been a lot of questions about that, and that the Division of Water permit process is looking at permitting what is expected to actually be used. And so they will not necessarily permit a plant or permit a withdrawal just simply based on the plant capacity, but actually what's intended to be used.
Is it your understanding that if Kentucky American were to make a request today for our jointly owned water treatment plant to withdraw 25 MGD from the facility, that the Division of Water would issue that permit?
Objection. It calls for the witness to speculate as to what the Division of Water would do.
I think it does.
I'll rephrase.
Okay.
What is your understanding of the amount of water that the Division of Water says is a safe yield that would be available for a jointly owned treatment plant on any day of the year.
Objection, I still think it calls for speculation as to what.
I think he cleaned it up enough. Go ahead.
Okay.
If you know.
Well,
if she doesn't know, she can tell us.
The Division of Water, certainly in filing our design plans, we made it very clear to them that it was a 20 million gallon a day facility with an option for a potential design up to 25 million gallons a day. And that was very clear in the documentation we gave them. Again, other than the conversations that I've had with them, that up to 25 would be available without any changes in the permit.
That's all I have.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Talley. All right, let's move to Mr. Fitzgerald.
That's fine, I'll just pile it on top of Mr. Chairman, you let me know when you want to break. Mr. Bridwell, my name's Tom Fitzgerald. I'm representing the intervener, Citizens for Alternative Water Solutions. As I mentioned to Mr. Rowe, if my question is confusing, please ask me to restate it. If it is a question that you believe someone else would better be equipped to answer, feel free to defer it to them and don't try to guess at it, okay? Yeah, I'm going to try not to duplicate questions that have already been asked. You were involved with the 1992 least cost planning study, am I correct?
That's true.
Okay, what was your involvement with that study?
I was actually coordinating that study. Components of it were completed out of the corporate office. It was probably overseen by the planning group at what we called System Engineering for American Water at that time, but I was the local liaison. I handled all of the demand projections. I've made the regional contacts and certainly was responsible for making sure it all got assembled and had the input from the different stakeholders locally.
Okay, great. Am I correct also that you managed the Bluegrass Water Project?
That's true.
Which is the project, is it fair to say that was the proposal to purchase finished water from the Louisville Water Company that was in the late 1980s? 1990s.
Late 1990s, yes, sir.
Okay, so that when we refer to Bluegrass Water Project, it's that project?
Yes, sir.
Okay. What I'd like to do is to start and get a little bit of a better handle on the issue of need, because that is obviously one of the things that Kentucky American has to demonstrate. That's one of the things that we are all in our own way attempting to identify and to assure is being met. Am I correct that Kentucky American believes that there are both treatment capacity needs and supply needs that need to be addressed?
I believe the evidence is pretty clear that it's not just Kentucky American's belief, but since we've exceeded both our temporary re-rated treatment capacity and been on restrictions for source of supply issues, that it's not just a belief, but a recognizable need.
You think there's evidence of both?
Yes.
Okay. If you could explain for me what numbers you are working with in terms of average day demand, peak day demand, and drought average day demand, what the genesis of those numbers. We have an extensive record here with HARSA's numbers, with the Kentucky Water Resources Research Institute, with O'Brien and Gear, and I'm wondering which numbers you are working with respect to Kentucky Americans' needs.
Okay. Kentucky Americans' needs, as presented in this case, are based on its demand projections. And I think the record in case number 93-434 was pretty extensive. Actually, the first 2 years of that was probably more detail about demand projections and each and every single little number than any of us involved wanted to ever go through again. So from the situation that the HARSA numbers or the KWRI numbers, while Kentucky American certainly has looked at those, reviewed those, respects those numbers, those are not the basis of the need as presented. In fact, if anything, I would say the numbers that Kentucky American has presented is more conservative than either of those two studies.
Okay. And why? What's the basis of the additional conservatism in your numbers relative to those studies?
Part of it is just because of the scrutiny that was given and the detail that we went through in developing that demand projection, which we feel like is a fairly accurate demand projection. I think the commission in its order said they were not only reasonable but used a state-of-the-art methodology. That those are the numbers, just in the fact that they're slightly lower are the conservative numbers. We certainly have taken into account conservation efforts, plumbing code impacts, the trend of less per customer use and even a declining per capita usage. So those things have been taken into account that I think in other studies weren't necessarily taken into account.
Okay. What are your working numbers now that you are working with for average day, peak day, and drought?
The table 1 of my direct testimony
Okay.
has the most recent demand projections summarized.
Could you just run those through for me very quickly?
Okay. On an average day basis, just 2010 is 40 million gallons a day, and then grows through 2030 to 47 million gallons a day. For planning purposes, we use the maximum day demand under the hot-dry scenario, which in 2010 is 75.33 and grows to 2030, 86.60. And the drought average day, again, under the hot-dry scenario, which is what we use for planning purposes, is 55 million gallons a day in 2010 and grows to 63 million gallons a day in 2030.
Okay. The drought average day demand is lower than the peak?
Yes.
Okay, and why is that? What assumptions have you factored in that make the drought average day lower?
I believe, as I discussed with Mr. Salent, the drought average day is actually a 6-month average based on, it's actually based on a historical 20-year 6-month average to total average day, and then it's, again, uses a 95% confidence interval as part of the statistical analysis of that on what's projected. So it's what would be expected to see over an average of 6 months on a daily basis.
The conservation and demand management plans that Kentucky American has filed with the Public Service Commission, when were they last updated?
The demand management plan was filed in, I believe, in 2001, and I don't believe we've made any significant changes to it, any substantive changes to it.
Okay, and that is demand management in response to drought conditions, is that correct?
Yes.
Fair to say that it's not demand, it's not 365 day structural demand management measures that you undertake?
No, those would be the conservation. The conservation initiative was part of that plan as well. And certainly there have been updates to the conservation initiative and the conservation efforts that Kentucky American has undertaken. The plan that was filed with the commission has not been updated to reflect necessarily all of those changes.
Okay. Have you commissioned any additional studies since the Brown and Caldwell study that was the basis of your 1994 plan?
No.
Okay. And do you have any intention of updating that to take into account 13 years of potential changes in what best practices are within the conservation of water?
Well, certainly. As I discussed in my rebuttal testimony, I think we committed to undertaking an update of a conservation program review in 2008.
But that would be after approval, I would assume, or after you hope you will have approval for the additional capacity.
Well, certainly.
If I could, I hate to replow some of the ground that's already been, but I'm going to have to, because I would like to just get your response to a couple of things that are in the historic record. I spent much more time with case number 93-434 than I ever hoped I would.
I'm so sorry.
This weekend. And what I'd like to do is to direct you to the testimony of Mr. Gallo, who I believe was a Kentucky American. Do you recall?
Yes, Mr. Gallo was the regional president at the time.
Okay, could you look over his response, particularly with respect to the last paragraph there?
I'll take one, Mr.
Oh, I'm
Fisher.
sorry, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Woocher would probably like to have one also.
Well, you know, he would, and I'm blocking on this side of the room because I'm running I apologize.
Mr. Woocher's an easy fellow to forget.
No, not at all. I'm not going to want to mention this because it was...
Already in the, okay.
It was part of, it says across the top, request for information, but it was actually the Attorney General's second information request. Do you see the last sentence there, Ms. Bridwell?
Yes.
Okay. Mr. Gallo indicated that Kentucky American feels it has provided overwhelming evidence to support its conclusion that the pipeline is the least cost feasible project. Do you dispute that at the current time?
Well, yes. I mean, I believe Mr. Gallo was making a representation based on the information at that time, but as we've discussed earlier today, certainly a lot of things have changed since that time.
If we could we turn to the things that have changed?
Certainly.
Have you found an additional source of supply beyond, have you augmented the supply that's available?
Well, as I've discussed, we're looking at an option that had not been looked at previously.
Okay, but that's going to the Kentucky River, just lower, at a lower pool?
Yes.
After you've got return flow from a number of the communities who have withdrawn water from the...
Yes.
Okay. Have you implemented new conservation measures since the 1994 testimony of Mr. Gallo?
Well, certainly the conservation initiative, yes, has changed substantially since 1994.
Okay. Do you have any measurable numbers in terms of what you've managed to shave in terms of average day or peak day use or drought day use?
Those are impossible to quantify historically. I mean, you can certainly see a trend of reduced usage on a per capita basis, but how much of that is based on just a heightened public awareness, how much of that's based on the actual conservation initiative, the plumbing code changes, it's difficult to quantify any specific item.
Okay. Have you, since 1994, have you had quite a bit of change in the unaccounted for loss? You mentioned it seemed to fluctuate from year to year.
Yes, actually, and again, I would have to look at, there's, in response, I think, to the first data request of the Attorney General's office, we provided, in this case, a copy of the most recent demand projections, and it's got the combined unaccounted for and non-revenue usage. It actually, in the late 90s, went down quite a bit, and then as discussed, has been moving up and then back down again, and seems to be kind of at a stable point at this point.
At one point, it was down as low as 10 point something?
I believe so.
And it's back up to 14 point something?
Yes.
Okay. Do you recall whether Brown and Caldwell indicated that they believed an appropriate target was around 11, or 11.8 maybe?
Yes, I don't remember specifically whether that was the combined number of unaccounted for and non-revenue, or if that was just the unaccounted for number.
And you recall Mr. Rubin's testimony from 93-434 indicating that he believed that more could and should be done regarding unaccounted for loss?
Well, I recall that Mr. Rubin has stated that, yes.
Okay. You mentioned, and I'm paraphrasing, you tell me if I'm not accurately paraphrasing, when asked what has changed, you said we weren't looking at a regional partnership back when the Bluegrass Water Project was being proposed. Are you referring to the Bluegrass Water Supply Commission as being that regional partnership?
Yes.
Okay. Is the proposal that's before the commission here the Bluegrass Water Supply Commission's proposal?
No.
In fact, Kentucky American did not, I don't want to say hijacked because that sounds somewhat, that gives it a cast that I don't want to give, but Kentucky American moved forward without the other members of the Bluegrass Water Supply Commission and filed its own proposal for a treatment plant and a pipeline. Is that correct?
Well, not entirely. When I guess when the decision was made in March 2006, Kentucky American said that it was moving forward on a project and had hoped to continue to partner with the Bluegrass Water Supply Commission going forward. And then over the course of the summer of 2006, there, of course, I think it was pretty well documented, there was a lot of feelings among some of the members that we were breaking out on our own and not willing to continue in a partnership. And I think since that time we've come back around that folks understand that is continuing to be a partnership. I guess Kentucky American sees it more as moving the project forward from where it was in 2006.
Okay, but Bluegrass Water Supply Commission is not an applicant, is that correct?
That's true.
Okay, and they are, at this point, we don't know whether they are an equity partner or simply a customer.
That's true.
Okay. And do you have any obligation after April 1st to have any relationship with Bluegrass Water Supply Commission?
Only in the moral obligation of continuing to work with the regional partners that we've been working for 8 years with.
Okay, and is that the same moral obligation that had you continued work with them as opposed to filing this application on your own?
Well, as we discussed, we did not see it as necessarily filing. I mean, they could not file as a party to the case because they're not under the jurisdiction of the Public Service Commission.
Right.
So as I indicated, when we made the decision to move forward, we stated from the beginning that we would continue to partner with the BWSC.
Okay, you continue to talk with them about possible partnerships?
Yes.
Okay, and they in fact had optioned a different piece of land for a treatment plant, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, so, okay, well, I'm not going to belabor the point. At this point, they are at best a minority owner of 20% of the proposed plant if it's scaled up to 25 MGD. Is that correct?
Yes. I mean, it's never been, I mean, Kentucky American has always been, whether it was a BWSC-owned plant or a joint-owned plant, Kentucky American was always going to be the largest share of the water being taken from the plant. So whether it's the larger owner or not has just now, I guess, been moving forward and decided.
Did you always assume that you would also have controlling decision-making authority concerning the plant because you'd be the largest user?
Well, I think that was Kentucky American's assumption, was that we certainly, if we're taking between 50 and 80% of the water being produced by the plant, we would expect to be one of the larger decision makers.
You participated in many of the meetings of the Bluegrass Water Supply Commission. Is that correct?
That's true.
Fair. Are you aware that the Commission is seeking federal and state funds to underwrite their participation in the project?
I understand they're seeking state and federal funds for their funding. Now, whether that's their participation or for other measures, I don't know.
But it is for their funding of their participation in this project. Have they not indicated that they're seeking $60 million in a combined state and federal money to support their buy-in in this project?
Well, they also have a substantial amount of construction that needs to be done for grid components, and so whether they choose to apply that state and federal funding to this project or to the grid components is going to be solely up to the Bluegrass Water Supply Commission.
Well, they've in fact proposed budgets that include part of that federal and state money going to this project. Is that not accurate?
To be honest with you, I don't recall whether I've seen a budget that specifically identifies that funding as going towards the component of this. They may have.
Okay, and are you aware that of their belief that without the $60 million in funding that this water would not be affordable for the members of the Commission?
I know that some of the members of the Commission have stated that publicly. I don't know when they have looked at the alternatives, what they believe their alternatives are and how affordable they are if they're not participating with this.
Okay. You know that back in, the 2004 O'Brien and Gill report, the water system regionalization feasibility study?
Yes.
Do you have a copy handy of at least the text? We don't need the appendices unless you feel you need them.
Right behind you. Yes, sir.
Okay. If you turn to page 2 of the final report, it indicated...
Well, now I don't have page 2. I have 1 and 3.
Oh, I'm sorry. Here, let me give you page 2.
Looks like this was a
Approach,
double.
Mr. Chairman.
This,
I'm sorry, that's the excerpt, this is the whole criticism. I just need you to look at page 2 document.
I thought that looked awful thin.
Whenever you're ready.
Sure.
Okay, if you could, what was the projected need that the study authors were attempting to meet in their study in 2004?
Well, it talks about on page 2 a need of 67 million gallons a day that was reduced to 45 million gallons a day by taking into account some different factors.
Okay, if I remember your testimony on direct where you thought, I think, did an excellent job of recapping all of the history of this project, you indicated that 12 MGD of that was in water credits, and now the state has changed the way that they calculate, so they're actually in the base budget now. Is that correct?
Yes.
They no longer subtract and add, it's just there.
That's our understanding.
Okay. So let's leave that aside, but the other 10 MGD that was reduced was based on an assumption of elevation improvements in Dam 10, is that right?
Yes.
And those, as far as you know, are not moving forward?
I don't know what the status of the elevation. I know that the construction on Dam 10 has not started yet.
Okay, well, do you know whether they're proposing to raise the dam when they do the reconstruction?
I think that's still part of the conversation, part of the design conversation.
So it hasn't been decided on, you don't?
I believe the disagreement is over whether they can do a permanent raising or whether they need to do crest gates, but I don't know what that determines.
Do you know whether O'Brien and Gear was talking, when they subtracted the 10 MGD for that they were talking about the temporary crest gates, or were they talking permanent?
I think it was unclear at the time that O'Brien and Gear, and so they were taking into account that the water would be available, either one alternative or the other. But again, that was assuming the water needs for 17 utilities and not the 9 that are now currently part of the BWSC.
Okay. Do you recall for the 9 that are part of the BWSC now as opposed to the 17, what the difference in projected demand is? How much would that reduce it?
I believe the non-binding commitments at this point are 31 million gallons a day. Now, some of the commitments are actually less than what was assumed in the project, in the report here. So if some of that was, each one of the member entities provided to the BWSC what they thought their projections would be, but then the BWSC, the O'Brien and Gear, actually looked at the withdrawal permits and the floor of those withdrawal permits and what the projections were made. And I think then making the commitments, some of the members have actually reduced their expectations.
Okay, particularly in the short term as opposed to what
I don't know if it's short term or long term, but they have certainly reduced it.
Okay. Is it fair to say that the 2004 study was looking at a regional, a plant that was regional in nature and larger than what you have proposed to the PSC?
Yes, I think that would be a fair assessment.
Okay, and they were looking at a solution that was not only short-term but longer-term?
No, I wouldn't characterize it that way. I mean, they were actually using a shorter term. I don't remember exactly. I think they were just looking through the 2020 planning horizon, so I wouldn't say a long term versus a short term.
Okay. Or have you participated with in the BWSC meetings or briefings where they have talked about a phase 2 being a connection with Louisville Water Company?
Actually, I have not. I know there was a presentation made, and I was not in attendance at the meeting, and I was not involved in the conversation about that.
Were you informed after the fact?
After the fact, I was informed that they had included the phase 2 or a phase 2 as part of their presentation.
Okay. Do you think they would include that if they didn't believe they needed it at some time within the planning horizon?
I don't know that I can represent accurately why the individuals chose to include that.
Okay.
It was certainly something that hadn't been talked about prior to the presentation, other than perhaps the night before.
The maximum that you're willing to commit out of the Pool 3 project at this point, in terms of a firm commitment, is it the 5 million gallons a day to the Bluegrass Water Supply Commission?
No. Well, out of the project, the facilities that have been designed, because that's all they have committed to is that they're interested in at this point. But when we initially talked to them and pitched the proposal for joint equity ownership, we actually pitched to them the 9 MGD that they were indicating that they needed as an entire group. And I think they have chosen to pursue just the 5.
And is it correct that the 2004 study with the projected deficit of 45 MGD, I think that was the one they were working with, looked at a need for an Ohio River supplement in order to address severe drought conditions?
Well, again, as I indicated, I believe the Division of Water provided some correspondence to O'Brien and Gear on what they felt like would be available from Pool 3. And at that time, yes, they indicated that they did not believe a full 45 would be permitted without restrictions based on the Kentucky River.
You've indicated in your testimony, and I'm sorry, in your response to CAW's first data request, that this is data request.
Can I get a copy of that?
Yeah, absolutely. It's data request 1.
Okay.
And it's myriad subparts.
Mr. Ingram's got one for me.
All right, great.
Okay.
You turn to 1B.
Okay.
The question asked was whether the current proposal was phase 1 of a 2-phase plan that would ultimately require going to the Ohio River.
Yes.
And just paraphrasing in the interest of time, you indicated that the Division of Water had indicated, or that you had a withdrawal permit from the Division of Water for up to 20 MGD with no restrictions, and conversations with the Division of Water have indicated that up to 25 MGD may be available from Pool 3 without restrictions.
That is what I've responded.
Has anyone done a firm assessment of what is the safe yield under the critical flow conditions of that pool?
Well, the Gannett Fleming study refers to a 30 MGD safe yield. Now, it's not a hard and fast number just because safe yield analysis aren't that accurate.
Now, Gannett Fleming was not doing any new assessment. They were simply taking everybody else's work and were doing a critical review. Is that correct?
No. The assessment of the safe yield was their own analysis. That was not simply an assessment of other people's analysis.
Based on what data?
On the river flow data that they were utilizing.
Okay, and that's the same data that Division of Water has looked at and said that up to 25 may be available, but then there may be restrictions?
Yes.
I guess in previous conversation, in previous requests from and I think testimony from Mr. Rowe, he indicated that within the planning horizon, that there would be up to 30 MGD available from Pool 3. And so there was that was ample supply within the planning horizon. This seems to indicate that there may not be any more than 25 MGD before you hit restrictions.
Again, until the Division of Water actually makes a firm commitment one way or the other, we actually have correspondence from them that says up to 40 may be available without restrictions. So I think this response and even Mr. Rowe's response has tried to be conservative representations of what the Division of Water has told us. But again, until you make the application, you may not know, and in the meantime, there are a number of other things that are changing on the Kentucky River.
Okay, and I may be missing something. Why didn't you make the application for 25 if Mr. Rowe was comfortable that you're going to have a partner for 20% equity in this project that is going to want 5 additional MGD above the 20 that you say you need?
Because the application for the withdrawal permit was actually made, I want to say September or October of 2006, and at that point the BWSC hadn't made a commitment, and it was inappropriate for us to file a withdrawal permit request that included them when they had actually filed their own withdrawal permit.
Have they withdrawn that withdrawal permit?
I don't know if they have or not.
Okay. Do you recall how much their withdrawal permit asked for?
I think they asked for 30 million gallons a day on a daily basis.
Okay, and did the Division of Water look at theirs and yours and say that 50 was available on a daily basis, or did they?
I don't believe the Division of Water has given them a withdrawal permit at all.
Oh, so it's just an application?
It's an application.
Okay, so your partner has applied for 30 independently, and you've applied for 20, and not applied for the 5 that they would need in order to participate. Is that accurate?
Well, again, not entirely. As I represented to Mr. Salent, we indicated to the Division of Water that the plant, there was a potential to design the plant up to the 25 million gallons a day, and the Division of Water was certainly aware of that when it issued the withdrawal permit, but as they've said, until you are definitely moving forward on a project to build that, this is the permit we're going to give you.
And what I assume now, since you've got a contract with the Bluegrass Water Supply Commission, that you're going to go back and revise that application and ask for the additional 5 MGD?
We will need to talk to the Division of Water about whether it's appropriate to revise it at this point, or if they want to wait until the agreement on the actual funding is in place.
Okay, so there's a possibility that that extra 5 MGD is not there.
Well, no, I don't think, based on the conversations that we've had with them, that that's a possibility.
I think that may be why the Bluegrass Water Supply Commission is also looking at a Louisville pipeline.
No, I don't.
Let's shift gears, if we could, for a couple of seconds. Bluegrass Water Supply Commission participated to the tune of, I think, was it $900,000 in the, no, that sounds high. I'm trying to, how much did they participate in the engineering design for the additional 5 MGD increment on the Pool 3 project?
It was $171,000.
$171,000, that's right. In that contract, are you familiar with that contract?
I don't have it in front of me, but yes, I have seen it.
Do you recall that there was a clause in there where they covenanted that none of that money would be federal money?
Yes, I believe there was a clause in there.
Do you recall who drafted that clause?
No, I don't.
Do you recall who drafted the contract?
I believe it was either our attorneys or Mr. Talley. I don't know.
Okay. Do you have any idea why they would not want any federal money to be involved?
No, I don't.
Is it rank speculation for me to think it might be that if there's federal money involved, there's an obligation under the National Environmental Policy Act to do an environmental assessment or some sort of environmental documentation?
Well, I think that's certainly a possibility.
If they, in fact, secure that $35 million in federal money and part of that goes to this project, will there be an obligation, as you understand, NEPA, to potentially do some level of environmental documentation?
To be honest with you, I'm not familiar enough with NEPA to answer that question.
The least cost study that you coordinated in 1992 identified 2 areas of concern, and we've talked about them: treatment capacity deficit based on peak day planning projections and a source of supply deficit. Am I accurate in saying that in paraphrasing it, that it identified that the alternative of purchasing water from Louisville was the best solution to address both problems at the time?
Okay. I was going to say, this is very distracting. It's hard for me to follow your question. So.
It's actually about 5 seconds to answer, and then it's going to...
Okay, I'm sorry. Can you ask the question again? I apologize.
Is it fair to say that the 1992 least cost study that you coordinated concluded that the Louisville finished water purchase option would address both the treatment deficit and the supply deficit?
That was one of the alternatives in the 1992 least cost comprehensive plan.
Was it the one that was selected as least cost?
Actually, I don't believe it was selected in the study itself. I believe there was a decision tree approach in that. I'm going to have to...
I think that's accurate.
It was after the study was completed that there was determination was made to go forward with the Louisville project.
Is it fair to say that it was identified as the least cost alternative?
I don't even know if it was identified as the least cost, as I think there was still quite a bit of information on the Kentucky River that was unknown.
Okay. I will accept that and not pursue that. And I hate to jump around, the 1998 publication that Kentucky American was involved in that described the Bluegrass Water Project.
Which publication?
That was the...
I have not seen the exhibit.
Oh, my goodness, I'm sorry. Well, let me give you a copy, and I think everybody else already got a copy. I think it was marked as Louisville Water Company's Exhibit 2. Is that correct? Okay. Let me give you a copy.
Would you like me to give your O'Brien report back?
Sure.
Thank you.
Just take the time that you need to get familiar with it.
I mean, I'd have to read the entire thing over again to get familiar with it, so I don't know if you have a specific question.
Let's do this. Let me defer questions on that if you would take a look at it tonight, because I think Mr. Chairman, I have about 45 minutes to an hour additional questions and testimony. And I
right the first time.
I'm going to try to minimize that. I'm trying to keep my conjunctive clauses down to a minimum of 4 per question. I don't know how much longer.
We'll probably go another 10 or 15 minutes, Mr. Fitzgerald, and then you tell us when you're at a good stopping point, and then we'll stop for the day and then come back in the morning.
That sounds like a plan.
So you go as long as you want, not to exceed about 15, 20 minutes, something like that.
Okay, thanks. I tell you what, let's go 10, and that would be a good breaking point.
All right.
Let's see. Previously, Mr. Birdwell, there was a report, and I'm not sure what it was identified as. It was called Preserving Our River's Future Through Environmental Solutions, and it's dated January of 1996. I think it may be Louisville Water Company 3.
I think it is.
And there was a question about where in the file it came from. It actually is from the response by Mr. Mundy to the Attorney General's supplemental request for information. So that's the specific source of it.
I haven't seen it, but...
Okay. I'll tell you what, if you would also look at that then this evening, that would be great. And
It's not an exhibit.
okay, it's already in the file, but that's, I just want to let you know where it is. And we'll come back to that as well tomorrow. I don't want to take up everybody's time.
It's not an exhibit. I've read it.
I think you already have a copy of it. It's part of the file. Here are the reference. I'll give copies there. Jared, do you need a copy of it? This is. It was previously used by Louisville Water Company, but they hadn't identified what the source of it was. Yeah, it was part of the case number 93-434. If I could, then, let's just talk about a couple of final things for the day. And what I'd like to do is to give you, this is a Kentucky American Water Company data request response from Chayton Talwalker from the 93-434 case.
Yeah, no, it's conducted by
The couple of different times in the course of the data requests. Oh, I'm sorry. Either you or Kentucky American has been asked whether you have projected your needs beyond the 2030 window. And the response has been, I think Mr. Rose said it would be, was it conjecture to do so? And let me ask you, have you done any projections or extrapolations based on existing information for what the needs for your customers may be in 2031?
No, absolutely not. In fact, historically, I've gone back and looked at some of the documents that were used by the Corps of Engineers as part of the Red River Dam and some of the historical documents. And certainly, once you get past about a 20 to 25-year planning horizon, the accuracy, as has been borne out, tends to really lose. I mean, you get all over the place on the projections and what actually occurs.
Okay, now you used a 23-year period.
Yes.
Based on the 1997 recommendation from the Public Service Commission that Kentucky American move forward to come up with a plan adequate to meet the needs of the customers up to 2020.
Yes.
And so what you've done is you've moved that forward as a rolling 23-year period?
No. We moved it forward because population projections were available from the University of Louisville Kentucky State Data Center. And so with that being available, I mean, the coincidence that it was in 97 looking at a 23-year and a 2007 looking at a 23-year is simply a timing on the coincidence. If this was 2006 or 2008, we would still be looking at a 2030 because that's when the demand projections are based on, the model that they're based on go out through.
What's the useful life of the Pool 3 plant, just roughly?
Well, we currently have a plant that was originally constructed in 1885 at Richmond Road Station. Certainly it's been modified, made a lot of changes to it over the years, but there are certain components of it that have been there for over 100 years, so it's difficult for me to say what a useful life of a facility is. Okay,
and is it fair to say that the useful life of a pipeline, there have been suggestions that it's 80, 100 years?
Certainly there are, the useful life of a pipeline can be 80 to 100 years, even more, depending on how it's constructed, as well as other components in water facilities.
Do you think it's not prudent to, when you're dealing with the funding of structures and pipelines that have that useful life, that you look out beyond a 23-year projected horizon to determine what the needs are going to be and whether those facilities will be adequate to meet them?
I think, again, no, I disagree with you. It would be entirely speculative, and I think a perfect example of that is Louisville Water Company and the basis that they projected and built their facilities, and that's why they currently have an additional capacity available for sale. I mean, you have to balance what it's prudent for your customers to pay for in the current time frame. Certainly you're looking what the next component would be, but to kind of speculate on how much you're going to need and what that's going to cost 30, 40 years out in the future is just that, speculative.
Is it, in your experience, cheaper to upgrade, assuming the availability of water supply, to upgrade an existing plant to add capacity or to build a new plant?
It depends on the facilities. I mean, in general, I would say if the facilities have room and there are certain components of it that don't have to be reconstructed, yeah, generally it's cheaper to expand or upgrade existing facilities, but that's not necessarily always the case.
Would the siting of a plant at Pool 3 and the investment in that plant and that pipeline have any effect on, in your experience, have any impact on Kentucky Americans' decision on where the next increment of finished water would come from? I guess let me ask it this way. In the big picture, you just mentioned that Louisville Water Company has excess capacity. You don't dispute that?
No.
They have, what's now, 65 MGD? What's the
no.
35 MGD?
I think it's 35 MGD is what they've...
And they've indicated that by raising the weirs at B.E. Payne and the other plant, that they could scale that up to 95? Is that right?
I think they've made that representation, yes.
Do you have any reason to doubt that they could do that within the, I think they were talking about a $6 million investment?
Well, they've got two different studies out there on what it would take, or what facilities are required to inflate. The Black and Veatch is a little bit different than the most recent study on what it would take.
Okay. And What's the range between those two? Do you know?
I don't, Mr. Svenlin has reviewed those reports. I don't have the cost
Have
differential.
you all done any independent assessment?
I'm sorry?
Have you done an independent study or commissioned any independent study?
Of Louisville Water Company's facilities?
Of the cost of expanding that supply?
Well, no. They have two different studies in their report. I don't think it would be appropriate at this point.
Okay. Here's a utility that has excess capacity. It has a water supply that in your company has previously said is of comparable quality to the Kentucky River. It has a supply that is less subject to restrictions in drought conditions than is the Kentucky River.
Okay.
And you have a pool-free plant that you're proposing. And you have a potential 20% partner that has indicated that it intends to go to Louisville to purchase finished water in the second phase. And you have a 20 MGD plant, potentially 25 MGD plant. And we don't know whether you have, without restrictions, any more source water in Pool 3 than 20 MGD. Is that accurate?
Well, no, I don't think that's accurate. I mean, like I said, I have the representation of the Division of Water that there may be additional source water in Pool 3 without restrictions. Additionally, the Bluegrass Water Supply Commission has not taken a formal position on where it's going for the next phase. I mean, it has made a presentation, but certainly in conversation with the individual members, that was always intended to be an option of a phase 2, not necessarily a definite plan that they were going to phase 2. And if they have taken a position and passed a resolution otherwise, I'm not aware of that.
Well, if in fact your testimony is still accurate, that the Division of Water has indicated that up to 25 MGD may be available without restriction, then certainly Bluegrass can't look to Pool 3 for a second phase because it would already have maxed out between your 20 and their 5.
Well, certainly it could. As we've also talked about in my rebuttal testimony, there are other proposed changes on the Kentucky River that the Division of Water, one of the reasons they haven't come out with a definite, yes, you can have this much or you can't have this much, is because they're waiting to see how much is available through the improvements that the Kentucky River Authority is proposing.
Given the, and do we know whether those proposals are in fact going to occur at this point?
Well, I have had the assurances of a number of the members that said they're going forward with those improvements.
The improvements or the additional supply? You're talking about the improvements in order to shore up the dam?
Both the shoring up the dam and the increase through the crest gates.
Have you gone back, since you made the decision in 2006 to move forward with this Pool 3 project, at that time or any time since, have you gone back to the Louisville Water Company and asked them to provide you an updated proposal to supply finished water that it was apples to apples with what you were identifying here as the anticipated yield from this project?
No, and let me explain. Certainly, as I think I discussed and was quite publicly made clear, in fact, I think you talked about it, the Bluegrass Water Supply Commission, there was, I think you didn't want to use the term hijack, but it was something along that effect. I don't think anybody on either side of the partnership has represented that it has been an easy partnership, and certainly trying to represent that we're going forward with a partnership and then negotiating with another entity that they have already turned down 4 proposals from seems to be that would be contradictory. And so, no, we felt like the proposals that Louisville Water Company had made to the Bluegrass Water Supply Commission, if they weren't their best proposals, that would be unfortunate, but that we were continuing to move forward with the Bluegrass Water Supply Commission.
Okay. Let me ask you a last question. Actually, no, I'm not going to do that because that's a question for Mr. Svinland. Mr. Chairman, it'd be a good, clean place to break, and I will try to tomorrow morning. I would like to ask about those two documents, and then I've got a handful of other questions, and then you'll be done with me.
All right. Now, let me ask this question of the parties. We've gone about 7 hours or so today, a little more than 7 hours. We've gotten through, we're not even through the second witness. I'm wondering if everyone still believes that if we go until late in the afternoon the next 2 days, whether or not we can get this hearing completed by Wednesday afternoon. I know it's, we've talked.
I am pessimistic at this point, Your Honor, but I don't know, if the cross-examination of the witnesses today is an example of the length that we're going to see with the rest of the witnesses, I can assure you we'll not finish by Wednesday at midnight.
Mr. Chairman,
just 1 second, Mr. Fitzgerald. Do you, can I assume, Mr. Ingram, that your side's cross-examination of the Louisville Water Company witnesses will be probably as extensive as what we've heard today?
It's a reasonable assumption, Your Honor.
Okay. Yes, sir, Mr. Fitzgerald.
I just, I would suggest we plan on going 9 to maybe 6 or 6:30 tomorrow night and see what we can get accomplished. And I apologize for if my part of the conversation has been lengthy. This is, as the commission, I think, acknowledged, this is a decision that will affect a generation of ratepayers as well as a number.
No doubt about it. And I don't want to leave the impression that I'm trying to hurry anybody up.
Oh, no.
This is a very important case. All I'm saying is that we have 3 days set aside on our calendar, and you gentlemen probably have other cases to practice besides this one, so you have calendars that are pretty full too. And I'm just trying to ascertain whether or not we're going to need to juggle some things. It's easier to juggle them 2 or 3 days out than it is the night before. And so, well, why don't we see where we are maybe this time tomorrow, and then we can, or maybe at noon tomorrow, we'll see where we are, and we can make some arrangements to rejuggle some things if we need to. But I don't. I want to give everybody an opportunity to ask every question they want to ask. All right. With that said, then we'll see where we are tomorrow, and we will break for the evening. Commission will reassume this hearing tomorrow in this room at 9 a.m.